A lot of hard work by James and others in the department with the City of Redmond, and we're preparing for a meeting next week with a joint meeting with the City of Redmond and the Deschutes County Board of Commissioners, and they wanted to have it on the agenda, and we decided we'd go ahead and finish it and be able to deliver them a final resolution for that. So beyond that, James, anything you'd like to add? And thank you.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. Just real quick, just for the formality, it's consideration of the board of document 2019-282, and it's an annexation agreement with the City of Redmond. And as you were referring to, it's an annexation of approximately 156 acres of property that the county owns along the existing city limit UGB boundary in exchange for 156 acres that will be removed from the UGB. And again, that's the property that is not so readily developable as UGB land is supposed to be because of the encumbrances of the former shooting range. The land that would be brought in is, as I said, adjacent to the existing UGB. It is adjacent to existing improved rights-of-way. It has public facilities and services, water, sewer, utilities. So, and again, that is more attractive land that the county will then be able to utilize for exchange with the state of Oregon for the 140 acres south of the fairgrounds. And that was kind of at the prompting of the state. They really weren't so interested in the piece that we're taking out, so we're finding something that is suitable. So with that, just real quick, following the annexation agreement, the City of Redmond requires the annexation agreement to be submitted to them prior to submitting the land use applications for the formal UGB amendment. So following this annexation agreement, which is a formality, there will be the application for the adjustment to both the city planning department and the county planning department. That review process will take the better part of the summer and the fall just because of all of the public hearings and notice requirements which you're familiar with. And then following all those approvals of the actual UGB adjustment, the comprehensive plan amendment, and the zone change, the formal annexation pursuant to this agreement will occur. And that will be kind of the final step to make this property suitable for adjustment, for exchange with the state. So with that, that's kind of the background. Any other questions you have on it, I'd be happy to answer.
Mr. DeBone?
No questions.
Mr. Dare?
None.
Okay.
Looks like Tom has something.
Oh, Tom, you have something to say?
Yeah, the only thing I'd add is that that 156 acres that would be brought into the UGB, whether it's owned by the county or the state following the exchange, provides ready employment land for expansion of the industrial land immediately to the west of that, just a natural extension. So there's a definite economic development benefit for the city and the region as well.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Yeah, that this is a better proximity. The other is that you've clarified that this isn't the trade hasn't been made with the State Division of Land, so there'll be an appraisal process where we appraise what we've added to the UGB versus what we're buying from them to come up with the right terms, and so
Correct.
You'll represent us with those negotiations.
Yes, that's all guided by statute, and we will be required to have appraisals on both pieces of land considered for exchange. And then ultimately what will happen is we'll get a per acre, a per unit value. And so if the county wants to obtain 140 acres, we will do an equivalent acreage and value that will be traded to the state.
Right.
So it's one for one.
All right. I'd ask for a motion to approving approval and signature of document number 2019-282.
I move that we approve consideration of approve the board approval and signature of document 2019-282 an annexation agreement with the City of Redmond for an adjustment to the Redmond urban growth boundary.
And I'll second it.
Any further discussion?
So real exciting. This is an effort by the Fair Board and the Fair Association folks to really kind of have that buffer on the south edge of the Deschutes County Fairgrounds. And also in the future, it could possibly be sports fields or some other future expansion of fair activities. It's nice to have that kind of elbow room around the existing facility to be able to think big about the big picture.
Other comments?
And we will become the largest fair probably in the nation with this annexation, so as far as acreage goes.
It was interesting. I was at the Home and Garden Show last weekend, and someone was talking to me about the state fairgrounds and how ours are so much better now than theirs are because they've been encroached upon by all directions, so they don't have the room that we have, which is really makes us really a special fairgrounds. So, okay. So we need to take the vote.
Yes.
So Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
The chair votes yes. Thank you.
Very much.
Our next item will be the CCBHC quarterly update. Janice is presenting that. Thanks for waiting. They were going to be at the end of the agenda, and I thought it was a public enough thing. They would have made it this afternoon, and so that they were here. It would be great just to let them in. So thank you.
It was quick. Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Janice Garceau, Deputy Director of Deschutes County Behavioral Health, and I have with me
Dan Emerson, Management Analyst for Health Services.
And Tyler Nass, Management Analyst for Health Services as well.
And we'd hope to have a PowerPoint, so instead I'm going to refer you to pages in your packet, which are gratefully numbered. So we'll start on page 91 of your packet.
So it is a PowerPoint. We just don't have it live?
It is a PowerPoint. You don't have it live, just live speakers.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
In person.
So we are departing a little bit from our usual update because there are some changes on the horizon that we wanted to make sure we had an opportunity to make you aware of. We won't go into great depth about that, but just a broad brush picture of where we're headed in the next year or two. So on page 92, this is just a reminder that we're still in the CCBHC Certified Community Behavioral Health Clinic demonstration grant period. It was intended to end on March 30th and extended through June 30th, we believe, although we have not received the official verification of that.
How long have we known that extension?
We've known that they were planning to extend, and we have asked repeatedly for written confirmation from the state that there are actual dollars attached, and we have not yet received that. So we are
2 additional months right now is the plan?
3 additional months, April, May, and June.
Oh, it's supposed to end in March. Oh,
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're not counting our chickens until we have something in writing. So just a reminder, the overarching goals of this project were really to increase or enhance the screening for conditions that present real risk for clients that we typically serve, things like depression, suicide risk, substance use disorders, and health conditions, chronic health conditions. Another overarching goal was just to increase access to individuals that have typically not been able to access community mental health, people who are uninsured, underinsured, veterans, older adults. And last, it was a really robust effort to improve payment methodology so that community mental health programs were paid more in keeping with how federally qualified health centers are paid through a prospective payment system. So, how did we do?
Can
Yes,
you
sir.
kind of, as you're talking, tell us what page keep us
Yeah.
up to date on your pages? Are
Sorry.
you still on 2, or is it, have you moved?
We are on page 83 in your packet now.
93?
Yes.
Yes, 93.
Okay.
So just to give you some information about how we did on some of the primary purposes, one really significant accomplishment was increasing our coordination with primary care. We have primary care at some level in all of our locations. We made significant inroads in increasing collaboration with primary care providers, partly just by having regular times when we're face-to-face with them, partly by allowing them the opportunity to identify cases they wanted to staff with us that they're really concerned about, and vice versa. And also by increasing the frequency at which we're doing warm handoffs. One of the phenomenon that we experience is that people with mental health conditions or chronic health conditions often don't make it from one location to another without a lot of support. So having co-location really allows us to literally walk people into the primary care provider's clinic or walk people to our front desk so that they can schedule an appointment.
So we're coming up on kind of 2 years of this program.
Yes.
Do you have data then, or are you going to share data in this report about how many handoffs you're doing and how it's, charted out, or is that,
It's all charted in the back.
it's in the back? Okay.
Yes.
I don't know if that particular piece is there, but Tyler kind of knows it by heart because he's tracking this as a project separate from the dashboard.
Yeah. So in moving into the expansion grant, the referral warm handoff process is more of a focus. Separately, right now, we've been looking at those clients where we have mutual overlap with Mosaic Courtney and the Deschutes County Courtney location, and that overlap with our medical team. So they meet about once a month to review mutual clients and formulate, a case plan for working with those individuals. So it's sort of a separate project that's grown on its own. And they
How long has that been going?
Since last May. It's
Yeah.
been building since last May.
We're coming up on a year of that, so are you saying there's data in here about that, or you're
not
you're
in this
accumulating?
packet.
Okay.
It's a separate sort of.
Because that's been the theory, that there'd be this handoff, so I'm just interested how much it's happening. I've been to the facility, I've seen their setup there, and then I know our setup, okay.
We are tracking that data so we can get that information to you.
I'd be interested to know which goes which way more, too. I mean, are we referring to them, or are they referring, because that's the model you're trying. And you say in all Deschutes County behavioral health locations, so make sure I know where you're talking about there. So we've got Courtney, obviously. What else? What are your other?
At Courtney, we have a very robust presence. We have 3 primary care providers that are there all week long during business hours, plus their medical team. In Redmond, we have a nearby Mosaic clinic, and then we have a nurse and a nurse practitioner on site now who are doing health screenings, coordinating care with individuals, and also helping support psychiatric kinds of appointments as well.
Where's the behavioral health in Redmond?
It's on Antler, just east of 5th or 6th. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
In our medical, we have that's reproductive health. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So you're saying they're close to the Mosaic in
They're
Redmond.
close, and the state has allowed a variance to count our nursing staff who are on site doing health assessments and health screenings as functioning as a primary care offering at that site, with the understanding that there's warm handoffs and care coordination occurring regularly. In Lapine, we have 8 hours of a full-time medical provider that's supported by Lapine Community Health. And on the downtown campus, we have both the Harriman Healthcare Program, which you're very familiar with and has been in place for a long time, and is also used by some of our intensive youth services clients. And then we have the Mosaic Medical Van, which is available on Wednesdays, and I forget the time of day, but it's on the campus here, and youth at the intensive youth services at the Wall Street Services Building are able to access that.
We've got really 5 places that you
Yes.
consider that and all have those connections. Okay, good.
Yes.
Pulling the van in a couple hours for the afternoon.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you.
So that was a very primary focus of the grant and one of the primary accomplishments. The other is that we did improve access, engagement, and payment. I've already talked about evidence-based screenings, but we really increased access for veterans, and you'll see in the numbers we went from serving about 100 to serving over 400, and that's a quite significant increase in our veterans population. And we increased slightly, but we think with some important populations, folks who are underinsured or uninsured that we were previously not able to serve. We significantly increased the presence of peer-delivered services, so we really added peers to our outpatient array, and that's been very effective. And the prospective payment helped us cover some of the costs that we've historically had difficulty covering, like non-billable services, serving uninsured or underinsured individuals with Medicare, and doing things like pre-treatment outreach and engagement. The prospective payment methodology generated $11 million over the 2-year grant period, which helped us enormously fill some budget gaps and cover some of those uncovered costs, in addition to paying for additional staff that were part of the grant offering.
What was the original projection? Wasn't it $3 million a year?
Yeah. Yep. So we did really well with that.
It turned out to be different than a grant, really. It was an income. It was a payment stream.
Yeah. In terms of our performance on metrics, and I'm going to direct you to page number 96 in your packet. This is a graphic representation of how we sort of stacked up compared to our 11 other CCBHC colleagues around the state. As you know from previous presentations, we were required by the grant to track certain deliverable services. At this point, not a lot of outcomes, but really, what are you doing? Are you doing it consistently with all of the people that you're serving? And it was things like suicide risk assessment in adults, tobacco screening and referral, alcohol screening, looking at body mass index, tracking the time from initial contact to initial evaluation, doing suicide risk assessment with children, screening for depression with all clients, and then looking at depression remission. And we'll talk a little bit more about that last one. But overall, we did really well compared to the state average. And I won't belabor all of those, but I think the graphic just represents that we far exceeded what the state average was for collecting that data on individuals.
I was in Josephine County yesterday, and I was talking to the person there at their crisis center, and they said their CCBHC also they are the CCBHC, and they got the expansion too. And I was wondering, are the people that got the expansion were the ones that performed higher on these measures? Is
Not
that
really.
a factor, do you think?
I don't know. I was talking with Shelley Urig, who's the director of the behavioral health portion of Options for Southern Oregon, I believe is the name of the program. And we were comparing
her name?
notes on Shelley Urig.
Yeah, that's what I met with.
Yeah. And we were comparing notes on our applications and what we felt really contributed to our being selected. And they had offered some very different sorts of things than we offered here. So we don't know what the magic formula was, but we're grateful.
Mr. Chair, I had a quick question. On the metric, time to initial evaluation, is the metric to keep track of it, or is there a target?
There's a target. It has to be within 10 business days.
Great, thank you.
So we had to be under 14 total days. And we met that metric, as you can see, 82% of the time. And that one was really impacted this year by the period of time when we had a couple of access positions vacant, and we were being very careful about rehiring into those roles. And that was when our metrics slipped from the typical 98%, where it's been for quite some time.
Is, when these numbers here, they represent of the people that you've seen, you did like for instance, a suicide risk assessment, it's that percentage of the people that you've dealt with, is that what it's saying?
It's saying that we screened that percent of our total population served.
Which is and what's the definition of our total population served, is it?
So during the demonstration phase of the grant, it was our entire population. So we are a CCBHC, so of all of the 5,000 and some odd individuals we served during a given year, that's the percentage that were screened for depression.
In the entire behavioral health service?
In the entire
world?
array of people that we as the community mental health program served, that's what that represents.
Great.
The data for the depression remission is from the first year. We have some up-to-date data that Tyler and Dan will talk with you about. That was a difficult one because a lot of people don't stay in services for the full 12 months, and that was a metric that you were required to collect only at and not before the 12-month period. So we do now have data for that, and they'll be sharing that in just a moment. Depression screen or suicide risk assessment in children is an area where across the state programs did not perform at a really high level, and part of that is that clinicians were finding that asking young children about suicide risk every single session was not a really clinically thoughtful way to work with kids. So we made a decision to go easy on that and use our own clinical judgment about screening, and so that was consistent across the state. And we still did better than our partners around the state. So I'm going to move you forward in your agenda to Tyler and Dan's slides, and those start. Do you want to start here on 107 or 106? 107. Okay.
Before you do that, so that as we move the expansion grant in 3 months, do we, and maybe they're going to say this, but so we've had 2 years, 3 months, whatever, of accumulating this data. do we stop accumulating it now because the grant has run out? Is that the?
No, the 9 metrics that we were tracking, we are still required to track as an expansion grantee.
Oh, okay.
So we will still collect that data. The analysis of the data actually for the demonstration grant won't happen for another year, which is unfortunate because we could use that data now to advocate for continued funding
Analysis by us or by them?
by the feds through the state, by SAMHSA.
So on page 107, you'll see our clients and visits regardless of CCBHC slide. I know Commissioners DeBone and Commissioner Henderson have seen this a lot, but if you have any questions, let us know. So we've pretty much seen higher levels overall of client visits and number of clients seen. We have some seasonal fluctuation. You can see we go from high 7,000 visits, sometimes down to mid-5s. Our new clients by month have stayed relatively steady, showing that there's still quite a large demand for our services here.
Actually, the new clients, if you look at, was at 328, 309, 290 for 17, and for the first of the year, and then this year was less, 271, 229. I know the weather got worse, and then March was really off. So you think, and that was the weather and the building and all those other fabulous things that were happening?
Part of it was we switched to a new electronic health record system. And so in October of, that would have been 16, everyone in our old electronic health record was dumped into the new electronic health record, and they all were, there was no data integration. They were all quantified as new clients. So as the time went on, you know, in October there were 3,000 new clients, and then,
Okay.
yeah.
So it's distorting the numbers then?
Slightly.
That is distorting, but numbers were definitely down in March when we had our building closure.
Yes.
Yeah.
But in looking at these two charts, it looks like really the high for the clients and visits kind of were, they went up from 2017, they went up in 18, it looks like they've kind of trended down if you did an average chart or something as you went along, and then it looks like the new clients are going down a little bit too. I wonder if that's because you've reached, more people back here, so there's less to reach, or
I don't know if we totally know. I know that some of that probably represents times when we had a little bit fewer staff, and so that just has an immediate impact on the number of visits.
it'd be interesting, in the stock market, what they do when stock prices go up, is they do a moving average. And it'd be interesting to put a moving average on these charts.
Yeah, that's a good
because
idea.
it would show which way it's trending, and just as a example, because just to see.
Sure. Yeah, I think in general, prior to April of 17, if you were to go farther back, we had probably around 5,500 visits on average, and I'm not sure what we are now, but since CCBHC, I'm sure that we're in the 6,000s at least. So we're moving up, but we can definitely make a moving average so you can see kind of on a quarterly basis or even monthly basis if you want.
Yeah, it'd be interesting.
Any other questions on this slide? Okay, so we always try to highlight 3 programs for the commissioners here. And so the first one here on page 108 is the crisis program. And you can see that over time the visit counts and the client counts are going up. So crisis is being more involved, more integrated, and seeing more clients currently.
And this is at which facility? Is this all facilities?
All facilities.
All?
That represents the people served by MCAT and then by Crisis Walk-In and some of our other crisis programs. Does it represent forensic diversion, or do you separate that out, Dan?
I think that it would represent forensic diversion. I don't recall seeing a visit program for that.
Okay.
So moving on to page 109 is kind of highlighting our complex outpatient child and family services. These are the services that are.
Sorry, I have a question on
Sure.
108 again.
Sure.
So if, let's take the month of February, so you had 158 clients, but those people only, you saw most of them like once, but the visits was only 251, so you don't see people more than once.
Yeah, with the crisis team itself, a
They
lot of these
wouldn't.
people. What?
I mean, they would refer on, right?
Yes, yeah, these are
Okay.
first time somebody has a psychotic break and the mobile crisis team goes out, and then we try to get them into services after that, so they're not enrolled in services technically yet.
Okay, so they wouldn't be in the 251 then, when they come back in?
Pardon me?
If they need to come back in, like, let's say, every week or something, they wouldn't be in the visits then, in this number, because they're not coming through the MCAT?
The only way they would show up in this number is if they're getting services directly from the crisis team, and the idea is that they're not. The
Okay,
idea
you
is
want to
that
get them
when
away
they-
from that, okay.
When they come to crisis, they get connected to services at the clinic that's closest to them, and they have ongoing services. So they may, within that week, have had an access appointment, appointment with one of our prescribers, et cetera.
But it looks like there's like a certain percentage every month that do get a second visit or some second contact. That's what you're asking, right?
Right,
That's,
yes.
that's the gap between the blue and the black line.
Yes.
Right, trying to, the gap.
Okay, good. Intensive use.
Page 109?
So these are the ESA, YAT, and RAP teams, which are over here on the Wall Street Services buildings, and they serve
Why don't you
our
remind us what ESA YAT is?
earliest, well, go forward, Janice.
Early Assessment and
Assessment.
Support Alliance. I always get the alliance and assessment mixed up. So that's ESA. That is our first episode psychosis program that serves kids, young people and young adults up to age 29 when they have their first psychotic episode. YAT is young adults in transition, and that serves, it's pretty much embedded in the name, young adults that have historically had pretty significant mental health disorders who are transitioning into adulthood, and we're trying to help them make that transition with a lot of support.
And RAP is a third.
And wraparound is our wraparound intensive service for children with serious emotional disturbance.
And so we wanted to highlight this too, because they are slowly seeing a growth in clients, and definitely they have 5 or so spikes in visits throughout the last year. So we're continuing to see children that are essentially having their first breaks, and they're coming in for long-term services with us.
Yeah, interesting. So again, there's a bigger gap here between the black and the blue, so that shows when somebody's a client, they're seen multiple times in that month, as opposed to the previous chart. It shows that difference, yeah.
These clients have a higher acuity, so you can see some of them are being seen 5 times a month.
Now, you do have a facility at Redmond High?
We have a
We do.
school-based health center clinic at Redmond High, and we have a half-time behavioral health specialist located
Half-time?
there. Half-time. We hope that in this year's OHA and the governor's budget, there's some additional dollars for school-based health center clinics in particular. That's the rumor, and we're hopeful about that.
So moving on to page 110, we take a in-depth look at our South County Clinic, our Lapine Hub, and we really saw an unprecedented rise in visits and clients from that January of 18 to May of 18 period, and we're continuing to see that climb here in February and March. So, and the Lapine Hub sees all types of acuity from SPMI, or severely persistently mentally ill, to folks that are a little bit less acute, maybe struggling with major depression or PTSD, as opposed to schizophrenia and bipolar disorder, and they see children as well.
So this is the whole thing.
This is the whole
This is
breakdown.
different than the other two charts. This is everything going into the Lapine Clinic, and then the difference between number of clients and number of visits. Okay. So we just check one. Interesting.
Okay, so on page 111, this is one of our slides of client demographics here. The effect of CCBHC is that it did change our pay percentage in the bottom left-hand corner. You can see that we had a 7% increase in commercial insurance, so we're definitely seeing more commercial patients now, and we had a 9% decrease in Medicaid. And that was, with CCBHC, we need to see all clients no matter what insurance, so that's kind of representative of that. We continue to serve the neediest individuals in our community, with the median client income being $10,800 and the average client income being $16,644. And if folks didn't have insurance here, 78% of them would fall into the no fee on the sliding scale percentage.
Yep, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay. Page 112 is continuing of demographics. You can see that we don't, they're pretty self-explanatory if anyone has any questions. We've also broken out this age group, 18 to 64. Unfortunately, we weren't able to get it into our slides, but 18 to 35 was 3,040 clients, and 36 to 64 was 2,817, I believe.
So more young adults
Mhm.
and mid-year adults than older adults.
Mm-hmm.
They're in really a small population of the 65 and older.
Yes.
Right.
I mean, I think they're, what, 25% of the population, or 20, I mean, they're interesting.
And that is partly the result of how small our older adults program is. That program receives a very low amount of revenue from state grants. I think it's $9,000 or $11,000 a year, which you can imagine is not adequate to meet the needs of older adults. So a lot of what we're doing is providing consultation and support to facilities that are serving older adults who have mental health disorders, and doing things of that nature, because we've just not been able to offer a very robust service to those folks. That said, we are serving older adults in all of our clinics all the
I
time.
thought that was one of the goals, really, of the CCBHC. Besides veterans, it was
Yeah.
older adults was one of the targeted groups, wasn't it? Isn't that correct?
It is correct. And we were able to add one older adult position to the team. And again, older adults are served in all of our clinics. So for whatever reason, it's still a relatively small number of individuals.
Yeah.
And most people with severely and persistently mentally ill, I think, not very many of them make it to 65 years old. So, what?
That was harsh.
Well, it's true.
It's a
I mean,
truth.
I think it's correct.
It's really true.
It's comorbidity.
Yeah.
Isn't that why you're doing this work?
That's exactly
why
we're doing
Over
it.
to
Yes.
regular medicine so that they
Yeah.
get better care, but I mean, even healthy people don't like to go to the doctor. I mean, I know a lot of people that don't go to doctors, and they should, so.
Yeah.
I used to work on the ACT team, and that's one of the teams that has the most integration here with Mosaic over in
Harriman.
downtown. Yeah, Harriman, and also Genoa Pharmacies there. And I think when I left the ACT team 3 years ago, there was some data showing that, in general, ACT teams help increase the life expectancy of highly acute patients, adults, by 10 years.
Yep.
So we're hopeful that integration like that will have clients living over that age, but generally speaking, a lot of them pass around 55 years of age.
Veterans, is 113? Is
Yeah.
that where we are?
So I think this is one of the things that we're most excited about. We saw a pretty large increase comparatively to prior to CCBHC for veterans, in both veterans enrolled in services by month and our cumulative. As Janice spoke to, we went from 111 clients in July of 16 all the way up to 472 cumulative veterans that we've seen now, and we have a lot more actively enrolled with us seeing services, so that's good.
It's very positive.
Yeah.
But of the ones that are actively enrolled, there's only 120, and you've I guess, served 472 total, so most of them aren't actively enrolled. They've come and availed themselves of services, but they aren't continuing.
Right. Yeah, I mean,
One quarter are continuing services or something at any given time.
mhm.
Okay.
So a couple quarters ago, you guys asked for a little bit more in-depth look at cancellations. So it looks like even though we've grown in terms of visits, it looks like our cancellations have stayed relatively static to the pre-CCBHC levels. We are at a 90% reschedule percentage, and most of our cancellations are coming from other category in our EHR, and we're looking into getting a little bit more detail on that currently, so.
And so on average, the client is letting us know 7 days prior to their appointment that they're going to cancel, and then it typically takes us 6 days to then get them rescheduled from that time that they notified us. Is the
You mean the appointment is rescheduled within a 6-day time period?
right?
Yep.
So are you so really, we haven't really affected, I mean, we've gone from 63 to 61% that completed, so that's 2 and 3 almost. So have you altered any of your management systems so that you don't have these gaps in your, the various providers' schedules where there's a missing, one of every 3 appointments doesn't show up, so do you have some way you maximize people's time so they're not sitting there 2 out of every 8 hours or 3 out of every 8 hours or whatever it is?
So if clients cancel sooner than 24 hours in advance of the appointment, that becomes an open slot that's available. And typically, because we have a 90% reschedule rate, typically those slots are getting filled. So a clinician is not necessarily sitting with 25% of their schedule open on any given
It's
day.
the 13 or 12% that's left.
The no-shows are a much bigger problem, right? Because you don't know that that's going to happen. And although clinicians have gotten really good about, with lots of work and lots of advice, reaching out to clients who have no-showed and providing a service by phone to re-engage them in services. That's a best practice around engagement, and it also helps to generate some billable hours during that time if you actually provide a service over the phone.
Moving on to page 115, so Janice touched on how we were trying to improve our payments, and this slide is all about that. Our DMAP percentage, which are these fee-for-service percentages up top, and again, fee-for-service clients are Medicaid clients not covered through Pacific Source, but covered through the state. On average, we're getting $120,000 a month compared to $35,000 prior to CCBHC. Our expenses have stayed relatively flat, and our revenue continues to grow. Our net revenue now from the start of April of 17, the start of CCBHC, is slightly above $11 million. And so as Janice aptly put, we are using that to cover other budget gaps. Are there any questions on page 115? Okay. On page 116, we're looking at our employee staffing here. We're coming down towards the end of the original CCBHC, and we have 17.5 CCBHC staff filled and 4.0 in the process of refilling. We did cut some positions as of last budget. We're at 93% filled for behavioral health in terms of our FTE right now.
All right. Slide 117 is another look at the metrics. We sort of talked about this already before with our demonstration period and how we compared to the state. So I think the one that I'll address here is the last one, the depression remission at 12 months. So this measurement was looking at PHQ-9 scores, or a way of measuring depression over time. And the original measure was to look at those individuals whose first score was greater than 9, and then after 12 months, their score needed to be less than 5. So we had very few individuals who sort of made the metric in regards to that year-long time span. We didn't have anyone who was greater than 9 and then ended up less than 5, but on average, those clients, their score did drop by 3.4 points. So we did see improvement, but not enough of an improvement to report out on the metric itself. And as we saw earlier in the state metrics, there wasn't even enough data from the 11 CCBHCs in the state to sort of have an average. So the struggles that we sort of had, it would look like others in the state had as well. So just one final update kind of there on the metrics. And as Janice mentioned, these will still be measured in the expansion of CCBHC, but there's some additional metrics that we're going to include as well. They're more outcome-based rather than sort of looking at, are the screenings being completed and at the correct interval. So I think those are going to be meaningful to show because they'll demonstrate client outcomes.
So if we have time, I just want to do a time check. I can talk a little bit about where we're headed with the expansion grant, or
Well, we're a little bit over time. If you can do it in a couple of minutes, because we are interested in that.
Okay.
But,
then I would primarily look at slide number or page number in your packet 97. Looks like this. And it's talking a little bit about what's the same and what's different with the CCBHC demonstration versus the expansion grant. The overarching goals have not changed. The requirements to do all of the metrics and the screenings are still the same. The requirements to have primary care on site are the same. And the requirement that you provide CCBHC services to all, regardless of payer type, remains the same. What's new is that we do have some outcome-oriented objectives. We will not receive a prospective payment. This is a straight-up grant amount, which is, we're grateful for it, but it's unfortunate because it just allows us much less ability to have some leverage around funding.
do you know what the grant amount is? at
Yes.
this point? It's
Yeah, it's 1.34 some million in the first year, which will end September 30th, 2019, and 1.9 million in year 2, which ends September 30th, 2020. And those,
so we're halfway through the first year, or basically.
we're more than halfway through the first year.
1.3 and then 1.9.
Yes, we are also required to do some additional data collection, which has been the bane of some staff's existence. There is a federal SAMHSA outcome measures tool that we have to implement, but we have now implemented it, and it's not quite as painful as we imagined, but it will allow us to collect additional data. It's looking very closely at health screening, and they're asking to do that quarterly with some populations, which is interesting. Health screening around hypertension, diabetes, BMI, weight, waist circumference, very detailed kinds of health measures that, in fact, probably most doctors wouldn't conduct quarterly, but we're working through what that looks like. And then the last page to look at is page in your packet 100. The specific additional outcomes that we're targeting are improvements on a functional assessment tool called the DLA-20, Daily Activities of Living. This is something that just looks at how are people doing across the board, not just at their mental health symptoms, but how are they doing in terms of employment, relationships in the community, housing, mood stability, all sorts of areas of functioning. And we are intending to reduce that score by 5 points. And then we're going to continue to screen for depression because we know that's such a strong indicator of risk, both for health outcomes and for suicide. And our goal continues to be a 4-point reduction in the what we call the PHQ-9, which is a 9-question measure of depression. We're also going to monitor A1C and hypertension measures, blood pressure, but we're not targeting those through this grant because there are so many variables that impact those kinds of health outcomes. We are monitoring them. That's it.
It looks like you have some other slides we didn't get a chance to go to. I wonder, maybe we do it at a work session or something. Maybe you come back sometime and kind of walk us through a little more detail on the expansion grant, because we got a great amount of information here about the CCBHC, which we've been monitoring for a couple of years. That's running out over the next 3 months. The other one's already kicked in, but we're really not. So some of this is real new to us, and I don't know if Commissioner Dare probably would appreciate hearing about that more, because we first started talking about last year, but in the sake of time, it might be good to have a second one that looks just at the expansion where we talk a little more detail, because that's, and then maybe talk about where we go. I know we had the behavioral health meeting with you a couple of weeks ago, but this drop-off of the funding stream from the CCBH original grant and the amount of people we have serving that population, where we've gone, it sounds like from serving 5,000 people to 6,000. It's a 20% increase. Just how that looks in 2020, 2021 when we don't have the funds, or really it's in this next fiscal year, 2020.
Well, we hope that continued advocacy will make a difference. There is a bill at the federal level that's being sponsored to continue CCBHC demonstration grant funding. I don't think it's going to come up for a vote until the fall. And so that means there's a gap, and right now the state is talking about, do we do anything during the gap period, or do we just wait and see?
I think you lobby if it's important. Are we engaged with any of our congressional delegation on that? Do you know?
I know that Senator Wyden is a co-sponsor of the bill. We plan to reach out to our other senators and state representatives during this period of time. So that's another item that we'll probably bring back to the board for your permission and approval. The Association of Oregon Community Mental Health Programs is working very hard on a letter to support a piece of legislation in the Oregon State Legislature around behavioral health homes. I think it's Senate Bill or House Bill 22. That would just allow for the mechanism to stay in place that funds CCBHCs. It doesn't provide any dollars, but it allows for the prospective payment model to continue for behavioral health homes, which is sort of the state's
That's
language.
in the current legislature?
That's in the current legislature. And there's a letter requested by May 22nd, so that's another item that once we get that letter drafted, I will probably try to squeeze in for your approval.
Talk about that. We have our legislative session,
Next Tuesday morning at 7:30, and I'll be there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have a final draft.
talking
I'm
about
just waiting for it to be like thumbs up, you can share this, and then can bring that to the legislative meeting or have Dr. Conway bring it.
Okay. I don't think it's on our list. I don't remember. Maybe it has a different number.
Should be, I know the numbers keep changing. It's
Maybe
not
on the list, I
helpful.
don't know. We can look into it. Commissioner
Well, it's good to have these numbers, understanding, that total population of 5,000 something, see who are really involved in the system, making sure we don't get to a critical emergency department visit, which is the most expensive kind of care, managing people in our community instead of a state hospital that used to be the thing in the 50s and the 60s. So these are the decades of transition, understanding that the federal government does want to be a partner in this. So taking time to do these metrics is going to be valuable for everybody, because these metrics, I'm sure, will be consolidated for the state of Oregon, and they'll be possibly written up for the federal discussion. So it's a good feedback loop that we're able to have so much capacity in putting these metrics together for this population. Central Oregon's, the Tri-County area is kind of this geographic area where the population is kind of known, and then, the Deschutes County's population. So thank you for your efforts. When it gets down to the finances, it is going to be interesting knowing that those payment system is going away. We're going to have X amount of dollars. So riding that will be the thing that we do in the next year or two.
Thank you for
Thank
your
you.
time.
Yeah, thanks for the explanations and all the follow-through on this. It's great.
Thanks.
Great details.
All right, our next item is Whitney Hales on discussion of County College.
Good morning, Commissioners, for the record, Whitney Hale, Public Information Officer. This would normally come to you at a work session, and unfortunately, due to the board's busy schedule and the fact that I'm going to be out on leave pretty soon, we thought we would try to get it in front of you today, but I'll try and be quick because I know you have some other items. As the board is well aware, we run a program every year, Deschutes County College, that offers residents a chance to learn more about what the county does for them and what their tax dollars go towards in terms of services that the county provides. And one of the things that we do every summer is we promote that program to try and get residents to apply for it and make sure that they're aware of it. And then we also review the applications that we've received and make selections on who will be in the class for the coming fall. And so what I wanted to do today is just give you a brief update on where we are in that process, and then hopefully try to iron out a few logistical pieces for this summer's review of those applications, so that we're set up to start a class in the fall, because our class normally kicks off right after Labor Day. So as a reminder, we normally run a class of about 30 participants, and right now we have 24 applicants for those 30 slots. We haven't even gone out and promoted this year's program yet, so there's definitely some interest in this year's class, and we're excited about that. Our tentative plan right now is that we'll promote the program over the summer in the way that we normally do. And then, because I'll be out on leave, Laura Skundrick has volunteered to work with a commissioner to review applications and kind of make preliminary selections on who will be in this year's class. And so in the past, we've normally, and I'm open to, if the board wants to take that in a different direction this year, we can definitely have that conversation. But in the past, one commissioner has kind of volunteered to take the lead on initial review of applications with staff's assistance. And we've gone through applications and just tried to check certain boxes, like achieving broad geographic diversity in terms of who we have in the class, that we have representatives from all across the county, that we have a balance of both folks that have lived here a long time and people that may be new to the community. So those are some of the factors we've used previously to make sure that we have a class that's balanced, and I think also the class tends to learn a lot from each other when we can check those boxes. So I was wondering, and we can definitely follow up if no one, if you want to check schedules, but if there's a commissioner that might want to take the lead on application review with Laura this summer, what that would look like is she would basically divvy up applications by geographic region, and also she'd kind of pre-sort for you, and you'd sit down with her and kind of make some initial decisions, and then we'd come back to the board in a work session process and kind of review as a group.
Commissioner Dare, you just went through it. You have that fresh in your head. You wanna
Wonderful.
do it?
Well, I'll offer to do it, but I mean, this is just really, I do support the geographic kind of distribution, just like she mentioned, folks that are new to town, folks that are very engaged. It's wonderful to have people that do apply for this. So yeah, I guess that is the decision, who wants to.
One of us will do it.
One of us will do it,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, so maybe I'll put,
Talk to Laura.
okay.
Probably be one of the.
One of us,
these two,
okay.
I probably
Okay,
won't do it this year.
Laura will track you down and make sure that that process irons out in a good way.
Usually there's a lot of county employees too that are in the class.
Well, that's
the other
there's other
piece.
kinds of diversity. How much?
Yes.
county
Yeah.
employees, How many other?
I
There's lots
remember,
of diversity things.
that's how I met Steve.
Letters of intent.
Stephen Dennison was in
Yeah.
my class.
And in most recent years, we've really had to kind of
And Laura was in my
limited in
class.
terms of the staff that we do accept, just because we really want to make sure that the public benefits as much as possible from the program. But that's definitely, it's also a factor that we consider. So, perfect. Well, I will.
For clarity, I mean, Commissioner Dare, if you want to do it, I mean, I'm offering to, but if you want to, I'll offer that.
Oh, sure. Because Laura and I were in the same class, so it would be fun. to
Yeah,
work with
that's
her.
good, yeah,
Thank you
yeah.
for doing
Yes,
that.
she was in my class with Steve
But
Dennison.
I actually want to look at it too, though. I
We
mean,
can.
last year we didn't.
I'm sure everyone
I think
will.
only
want
one person looked, but I
Yeah.
'cause we might know people, or we might.
I know.
Well, so if you can coordinate with Laura, once there's an application to open to the public, and then a few more come in, maybe, summarize, and you can share with all of us, yeah, because this should not be
No,
controversial.
it isn't. It's just-
More of a logistical
Yeah.
thing. I apologize, that's coming to you this morning. Perfect. Well, we'll have Laura follow up. And And for those folks, if anyone is watching online, Deschutes.org/county college is where that application lives. So we would love to get your application.
Which
the
is
app-
at our main website,
Yep.
Deschutes.org.
Yep.
Yep.
It
So
is.
the application is open and has been open.
It is open and has been open, and it will remain open probably through mid-July. So
And then a press release is coming, so then
Press
that'll,
release will
that'll
come.
provide kind of a little surge of activity.
yep, and we'll spike those application numbers up. so.
Okay. Well, I mean, one of the great things about the county college program is it's people that, you know, I've seen go through the program, because we get to say hi to them at the beginning and the end. Years later, somebody will come back and say, remember, I was in county college, and I know, you know, they know some deep information and the people that are in leadership, and then they'll come back with, you know, some feedback or an opinion. But I mean, it's camaraderie years later, which is the great thing.
Well, and it, for anybody that is watching online or listening or whatever, yeah, it's just, you learn so much about the county, and it's pretty interesting. I mean, it's really, besides the camaraderie, it's just, yeah, it's
And
a lot of
spending
good
3
things.
hours at the jail was quite enlightening.
Yeah.
So,
Experience for
Opportunity
everybody.
you don't get every day. So.
Yep, yep.
yeah. And if we don't have another moment to acknowledge you, I am so proud that you're going to be taking some time off and having your baby. So
Yeah.
I wish you all the very best.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Video back up, Whitney? Video's back.
Okay, good.
Okay.
All right, I think our next item is going to be a public hearing on the floodplain amendments. So this is the time and place set for a hearing to consider ordinance number 2019-010. Staff will outline the hearing procedures that will be followed.
Sure. Just going to pull up my PowerPoint here.
And if anybody's here that wants to testify this, that's not a, there's the blue forms over here that need to be filled out.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, Nicole Mardell, Associate Planner, Deschutes County Community Development. The hearings body, the Board of County Commissioners in this case, will take testimony and receive written evidence concerning ordinance number 2019-010, the repeal of ordinance number 2018-005, establishing changes to the Deschutes County zoning code and comprehensive plan related to the floodplain zone. The applicant, Deschutes County, is requesting approval of the proposed ordinance to repeal the previously adopted amendments. All testimony shall be directed to the hearings body. At the conclusion of this hearing, the hearings body will deliberate toward a decision or continue the hearing or deliberations to a date and time certain. The hearing will proceed as follows. Staff, also the applicant in this case, will provide a brief report presenting testimony and evidence. Opponents and proponents will then present their testimony and evidence. Other persons will then present testimony or evidence, and staff will present rebuttal testimony and, if requested by the board, closing comments. A full written version of the hearing procedures is available at the table at the side of the room. Commissioners must disclose any prior hearing observations, biases, or conflicts of interest.
So I'll go first. Of course, it's a matter that we had the original hearing on the floodplain amendments, had briefings and work sessions on that. I do know several of the attorneys that have been involved in this and know a few of the other parties that have testified. I don't have any bias or conflicts that I'm aware of.
Yeah, I have no bias or conflicts. You know, I have been through the process and then the initial application and the public hearings previously. So, yeah, nothing to disclose. I do drive by the Little Deschutes and watch the water go up in the spring. So, I mean, just, you know, seriously, you kind of start to see this, and you see those areas that do get flooded and then they recede. So it's been a great experience just following through with this.
And I
Commissioner Dare?
have no conflict, no bias.
Does any party wish to challenge any commissioner based on biases or conflicts? Seeing none?
I'll open the hearing, and Nicole, you can proceed to with a brief staff report.
Great, thank you. I'll keep it pretty brief today, but I'll provide just a bit of context for why we're here today for this public hearing. Ordinance number 2018-005 was adopted by the board in September of 2018 It was an ordinance that established changes to the Deschutes County zoning code and the comprehensive plan related to the floodplain zone. Most notably, it altered the floodplain zone from a base zone to a combining zone, and also included text related to divisions of property that includes floodplain and also cluster divisions. After adoption, the ordinance 2018-005 was appealed to the Land Use Board of Appeals by multiple parties. The focus of those appeals were really on the findings for the proposed ordinance and their effectiveness in demonstrating compliance with state land use planning goal number 5, which is natural resources, scenic and historic areas, and open spaces, among other less substantial issues. During the LUBA process, Deschutes County received the petitioner's brief, and in one of the petitioner's brief from one of the appellants, there was new evidence and arguments presented that had not been presented at the local level. Of course, for a legislative proceeding, there's no requirement for a raise it or waive it kind of requirement, so appellants are not required to present all the evidence at the local level. But the issue that comes with presenting it during the LUBA process is that the county does not have an opportunity to respond to that new evidence and that new testimony, because the county is only allowed really to utilize the record that's at hand.
Let's
So-
take a moment just to acknowledge the legislative process is for all properties in Deschutes County, not a specific application. And that's the big difference here. It's just kind of a blanket zone change that's being proposed here for any property that just happens to have these, current zoning.
Thank you, Commissioner. In determining Deschutes County's response to the petitioner's brief, and based on conversation with legal counsel, the board opted to utilize an Oregon administrative rule that allows for the withdrawal of a decision for reconsideration during the LUBA process. So if a county wanted to reconsider their decision, add more evidence, add more testimony, or more findings, they do have the opportunity to do that through this administrative rule. There is a timeline associated with this process of 90 days. So based on when the county submitted their notice of withdrawal to the Land Use Board of Appeals, the county must submit our decision on reconsideration by May 22nd, 2019. In conversation with the board, legal counsel, and staff, staff found that 90 days is not adequate time to present all the findings and evidence to the record on reconsideration that is needed for what was presented in the petitioner's brief. So in this instance, staff is proposing a repeal. A repeal can serve as a decision on reconsideration. This approach would allow for a new application, a new record, and a new process in order to respond to the petitioner's brief arguments and evidence, and of course go through a public process with our Planning Commission and Board of County Commissioners for the opportunity for the community to respond to that new information. The new process could begin immediately following repeal based on the board's preference. During our work session prior to today's public hearing, the board did note some interest in reviewing the conceptual ideas for the proposed new amendments during a work session. That work session is tentatively scheduled for May 21st. And if the board chooses to move forward with the proposed new amendments, a public hearing could take place as early as July in front of the Deschutes County Planning Commission. In regard for next steps for today's public hearing, the board has 3 options to move forward. The board could continue the hearing to a date and time certain, could choose to close the hearing and leave the written record open to a date and time certain, or close the hearing and commence deliberations. And with that, I welcome any questions. Thank you.
Any questions? No. So if I'm just kind of repeating what you said, this ordinance would basically, we'd start a whole new process. We wouldn't be trying to amend, we wouldn't be doing what we did in applied for, I think, in another situation where we plan to have hearings to kind of bolster the record or add to the record, et cetera, or review newly raised issues. This one's just, we're going to start from scratch again, basically.
That's
what this ordinance says.
Correct. So essentially, to outline the process that staff is proposing, we would repeal Ordinance 2018-005, the current floodplain amendments. We're proposing adoption by emergency, so that would be effective upon your final vote. And then we would start a new process, so we would have new public hearings, we'd have a new record, and we'd largely keep the proposed concept the same, but just with some alterations with our findings related most specifically to that Goal 5 question that was presented in the petitioner's brief.
All right, so this will be the time we open for testimony? Okay. At this point, the only persons that's asked to apply are Fred and Teresa Netter and Ted Netter. Is that- So if you want to come up and join us and say your name for the record, and welcome again. We've seen you before and had you in front of us before.
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you for seeing us again.
Yeah.
I am Fred Netter, and this is my wife Teresa Netter. Our address is P.O. Box 22, Terrebonne, Oregon. My son Ted is a farmer, and he's kind of busy right now. So unfortunately, he couldn't make it. The reason I want to testify is because I need some clarification on this. This process has been going on for well over 2 years. We've been involved in it almost from the beginning. And it concerns us because we bought a piece of property on Lower Bridge, and the property is 295 acres. And I need to know, when we bought the property, we were told by staff that we could split off 2 non-high value farmland parcels on that so that we could sell the rest of the property to my son who is doing the active farming. And we could retire and build on one of those and have a house on our own property. And when we went in for application, and we were told, no, you can't do that because you got a piece of floodplain going through there. Well, the floodplain amounts to about 1% of the property. So it's kind of ridiculous, especially when you consider that floodplain happens to be a defunct irrigation ditch. It's all piped underground, isn't even on the property anymore, but it's still on your maps as a floodplain. My question is, are we going to go back to square one where we were when we first bought the property and we were told that we could split this off? Are we going to go back to square two where we were told later that no, you can't split it off because this lousy 1% dominates what happens on the whole rest of the property? Are we going to go to square three where we have to go through the whole process, which has taken over 2 years again? And I really need some resolution to this thing, and I can't see why a lousy piece of that 1% that we don't even intend to touch with our land division, why that determines what we can do with the rest of the property.
Peter, did you come up to kind of address some of this, or what's that?
I can, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. Do you want to both testify? Would you like to testify also, and then we'll, Teresa?
Well, it's just a lot of frustration. And other people in the area have been able to do this. Not that it necessarily was correct according to how you interpret the floodplain 80-acre division, but it's an irrigation ditch.
Yeah.
It's not. There's no water that goes through that even in the winter other than snow, and it seems a little absurd, a lot absurd, what's gone on. And I don't know if other people are in this situation. We've been going to these meetings for 2 years, and I've never heard anyone else testify that they have the same situation where they've got an irrigation ditch that and limits from what they can do. And FEMA maps are notorious for being in error, and this one is. Do you want to talk about map amendment, or, you know?
Well, that was an option that we were kind of given, is that, yeah, we could do a FEMA map amendment. That's an expensive process, and what that would do would be remove our property from the FEMA maps. But we were told by county that didn't make any difference because your county maps still have that listed as a floodplain until your county maps are amended. And there's no timeline or anything for it to be amended, even though the federal government says that if there are changes, they have to be amended. So the whole process could be very expensive for us to do that. It seems like we're trying to do the work for the county.
What, and thanks for bringing this all up again. The prior commission, when Commissioner Bainey was here, all three of us expressed support for what you're trying to do. I'm sure Commissioner Dare will as well. It's unfortunate, we'll hear some from Peter, that if you're tied to these other, like you say, that are really the floodplains along the river is what most of them are. What does a FEMA map amendment take? Do you have to go through the agency, or how does that work?
We'd have to, excuse me for interrupting you.
No, you didn't. That's all I had, yeah.
We'd have to do, we've been involved in this process one time years ago. And what you have to do is you have to hire a surveyor or an engineer or whatever like that. It can be quite expensive. And they have to check flood elevations and all of the rest of that kind of stuff to see that if the water should rise, is it going to affect the property? What's going on that way? And we've been told that we might have to go all the way up the canyon, which is many miles, all the way up to McKinsey Canyon Reservoir, which feeds the pipe that now provides the water to the farm.
Underground.
Underground. And the thing is,
So it's not clear to you what the scope of the survey would be at this point?
What would we be required to do? I mean, we've done a FEMA map amendment before, and I don't understand, even if your map says that it is a floodplain, can't you flag that particular piece of property, and that way it's slowly being removed from if we were to do a map amendment? We would be doing the county's remapping for that one piece of property without expense to the county, if that would be what we could do.
And what's the process? You submit this survey to FEMA, and then
Right,
in Washington DC or somewhere local?
Well, you have to have a surveyor that has done this. It's complicated, and we do know someone that has done it before. So, but it's another $5,000-6,000 if we're lucky.
minimum, that's if we only have to stay within the boundaries of our property.
How long does that take?
It can be anywhere from 3 months to 3 years, depending on, like I say, if we only have to stay within the boundaries of our property, that's not a big problem. But if we have to go all the way up to the reservoir,
It's
Then
not
that-
possible.
yeah.
And we're in our 70s.
You don't look like it.
How long are we going to make it,
So, well, that's good back. Well, Peter, I think I want to address just one thing that, you've kind of all along, you've kind of been caught up in a bigger floodplain thing that we've
Exactly.
gone through the planning commission, through the county commission. And again, I hope we've, as you probably understand, we've, in a couple of cases now where appeals have been made to land use decisions, we've withdrawn something we've done because we didn't address it at a lower level. That was our intention here. And what happens if you don't address it at the lower level, it goes to LUBA, and LUBA remands it to us anyway. So this idea of withdrawing it and starting new is a hope to actually accelerate the process. But it is up to and that's why we hope in the future the appellants to LUBA will bring those things up here, so we get a quicker resolution. If the people that are appealing watch this, but I mean, we've had this on several so that's kind of what's caused this. But
Commissioner, keep in mind, it took 2 years to get to this point.
I remember, and that was long. I mean, we went through a lot of process there, so it was.
And we understand that.
Yeah.
What I do not understand is it's just an interpretation of your code. There's nowhere in your code that specifically says that if you have a dual zone, a piece of property that has 2 zones in it, that any one of those zones dominates the whole rest of the property, even the part of it that's not in the zone. And that's what I don't understand. You've got a little tiny strip in there that we don't intend to touch. And it's telling, that little strip there is saying you can't do this with the whole rest of the property. I think it's a matter of interpretation of the code.
Yeah, Peter, do you want to?
Yeah, thank you,
Well,
Mr. Chairman.
Just acknowledging, this is a public hearing. Thank you so much for your testimony. And I mean, you've been here many times, and I'm sensitive to the situation. So, and I do Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you
I think
very
that
much.
concludes your testimony, so you can retake your seats if you want. Well, we'd like a little bit of comment on this, because kind of it's a subtext of what we're doing here. And
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. For the record, Peter Gutowski, Deschutes County Planning Manager. I do want to acknowledge the netter's stamina, handling a 2-year legislative process. In terms of their situation, their property is split zoned. It has floodplain on a sliver of it. It's also exclusive farm use zoned as well. We have a hearings officer decision. This is really the most recent hearings officer's decision. I want to say it was 2014, 2015, overturned previous hearings officer's decision that gave staff the ability to recognize ways that a split zone property like the Netters could be accommodated through a land division. The most recent hearings officer decision changed that and basically said a floodplain zone, the minimum parcel size is 80 acres. And if it's conjoined with an exclusive farm use zoned property, then the only way you can land divide or do a partition is if you have 80 acres of floodplain. Well, they don't have 80 acres of floodplain. And the challenge that we have here is that we have this legacy program dealing with natural resources and wildlife habitat that the floodplain was a significant element of that in the early 1990s. And so what we tried to do and what we propose to do with the board's direction is to decouple those multiple elements in the floodplain amendments as part that are currently before you for repeal. What we will propose to do, and I'll admit that the Netters will need a little bit more stamina. I don't think it will take 2 years. I don't think it'll take, knock on wood, more than just several months, because the Planning Commission and the Board of County Commissioners are familiar with these issues. But what we will do going forward with the board's direction is we will have exclusive findings to address. First of all, we have new changes in our model floodplain ordinance. Those are very straightforward. No one's provided any objections to those. The second piece is recognizing that floodplain zone property can be used as open space as part of a cluster development or a planned unit development. We'll have exclusive findings for that piece, and when it gets to the board, and if the board is supportive, we would recommend adopting that by a separate ordinance. Like third, there would be the split zone properties of which the Netters have. We would explain how you could partition that in ways that acknowledge their circumstance but still demonstrates that we're in compliance with local and state law. We would have special findings for that. We would have an ordinance with that as well. And then lastly, we want to have provisions for those property owners who do receive a letter of map amendment or a letter of map revision, what they can do on their property. Because in that latter case, if you do get that letter, it's basically stated by the Federal Emergency Management Agency, you don't have floodplains here. And so there should be a way to acknowledge that the floodplain code doesn't apply. So we will need to demonstrate how we're complying with Goal 5, and this is what Central Oregon Land Watch introduced, as Nicole mentioned in her opening remarks, that they really fleshed out arguments.
Now we're over to the big discussion of
But it
whether-
still will apply to the split zone property for the Netters. So I didn't mean to cut you off, Commissioner Henderson. It's just we will have explicit findings that demonstrate we can comply with Goal 5 for the split zone property with the Netters, as well as the interest to be able to utilize floodplain zone property as open space for a cluster of planned use development.
So you're saying really we pull these changes back and we start a new process for the kind of the river flood zone areas, then we do something separate for situations like the Netters and others. That's basically what you're saying?
Correct.
and we could do that maybe faster. There may not even be an appeal of that if no one's really impacted.
If there is an appeal, it might focus exclusively on the floodplain piece.
Which I think we've tried to do, we've thought of that before, separating them. The other question, though, that they raised about the mapping, I was thinking about this with regard to if this really is no longer a floodplain because of piping. We've got piping going on all over the county, so how many other floodplain areas are there because of old ditches that we're going to lose? And should we be submitting to FEMA that, well, actually, there's no visible water anymore in these places? And if we thought about that, I mean, that seems like it, I mean, and we don't even have all the piping in that's in, but we've got a lot of Tumalo, we've got all of Three Sisters, we've got, I mean, everybody's coming up with COID.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Will Groves, Planning, your certified floodplain manager. Great question. So canals, irrigation canals aren't uniformly mapped as floodplain. The one that the netters experience is unusual in that they are in a topographic low, so were it to start rain and not stop raining, it would get wet on their property eventually. And so FEMA, with the information that they had, said it's going to be dangerous here-ish and drew a line down the canal.
Because there was a ditch there.
Because there was a ditch.
A low point.
And a low
The
point.
combination of the ditch and the low point could result in flood.
Right. So they got mapped, but it's important to note that most irrigation canals are not mapped as floodplain.
But have we gone through it systematically? There are lots of ditches at low points, I'm sure, so.
Certainly. And a limited number of those are mapped. We tried to do something helpful to the irrigation districts that's really the root cause of this problem. Previously, if you were working in a floodplain and you were making changes in that floodplain, you would have to come through a conditional use permit. As part of that conditional use permit, we would have forced an applicant to go to FEMA and fix the problem. So, for example, when Three Sisters Irrigation District came in and wanted to pipe all their canals, we would have, 20 years ago, we'd have said, okay, so now the canal is gone, go to FEMA, get your engineer, have FEMA recognize that the hazard's gone. But irrigation districts said, look, this is really cumbersome. We're just piping these things. We shouldn't have to go through a conditional use permit. We're just doing normal farm stuff. Let us do this. And so we did. It seemed real reasonable at the time. But now what we've got is this problem that nobody owns at this point, I'd say. Or it's where the canal's gone, the pipe's gone. FEMA would be real interested to know where the water's going to go instead, but somebody's going to have to hire an engineer to do it. And right now, the idea that it falls on individual property owners is painful to all of us. I don't know if, I've suggested to a number of constituents of Three Sisters Irrigation District that they talk about solving that problem communally, or even talking to the board in a separate process to see if there's grant money or some other money that could help remove this non-hazard from their property so they wouldn't have to deal with that. So there's a pathway for them here, potentially, which would be have FEMA recognize it's not a floodplain, have us change the zone, it's gone. The difficulty with that, I think, strategically, and we've talked at some length to the netters about this, is that's a long road, and it involves somebody cutting a check, we don't know who. The other option, which they were talking about, is, well, could they proceed under our current code? And yes, they could, we just don't know what's going to happen. The previous hearings officer decision cast a real cloud on the ability for them to proceed under the current code. So they certainly could apply, go through a hearings officer, go through the board, go on to LUBA, and hope to get a beneficial interpretation under the code we have now. That's also a long and expensive road.
Well, it wouldn't be if it didn't get appealed, right? I mean, in other words, if they put an application in that was not appealed to be able to subdivide, then they... Yeah,
and we don't know if somebody would appeal, but, the suspicion is that there would be interested opponents to this sort of thing. There's at least some risk. They have their own land use attorney who's concerned with these risks, as are we. So another option is to try and
set a precedent, even if this case makes sense on the ground.
Right.
Nobody would want to have a precedent set to be able to use this, because there was already referenced a hearings officer decision gives you guidance.
Mm-hmm. So the option that we've got in front of us now is, well, let's clear them a path through the forest. Let's change the code that makes it expressly allowed to do what they want to do. And that process has been long and difficult. And here we are, still walking that road. The plan that we've got is one that we think is our best and shortest path forward. But admittedly, as we've talked about their stamina, it's much appreciated. This is the thing that we can do for them. that we can move this code change forward. The other ones involve them taking on private expense and risk for uncertain outcomes.
It seems like, so with regard to the places that are or have been ditches and are low, places that may remain, we ought to have a map of that somewhere developed so we know how much we're talking about. Because if you said who cuts the check? Well, is it the irrigation companies? Is it every landowner, because they now have piping, have to if they want to go the next step, does the county do somehow participate? I don't know. It just seems like we don't know how many properties it could affect or whatever, because but anyway, okay, well, this is only a small part of what we're doing today, but it's an important part, and we wanted to understand it, I think, so.
If I may,
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, if you repeal the ordinance and direct staff ultimately to initiate these updated amendments or to reflect what was a petitioner's brief from Central Oregon Land Watch, we believe we can provide robust findings. We didn't have that opportunity. We don't have the opportunity today because it's all predicated on the existing record. Nicole she doesn't have it now, but she has done significant GIS analysis to give you an indication of how many affected properties we're talking about. But I just wanted to echo one of the points you made just a few minutes ago that I thought it was very poignant, is that, and you have to have your stamina hat on here, but again, Central Oregon Land Watch was ready to appeal the 2018 amendments. They introduced arguments that staff, this Board of County Commissioners, didn't have an opportunity to respond to. Potentially, if the board decides to repeal, you can think of it as a continuation of the process. I know it's not a perfect outcome, but there was a chance that without those arguments, we would have been vulnerable to a remand, and we would have been right back where we are. So this is one way of framing it, is this is a strategic action that the county's taking, because by pulling it back and setting up granted a new hearings process, we can all respond, and we can break out the different elements of the floodplain amendments, and there's kind of 4 categories, do it in a way that allows any objectors to identify if there are issues on these split zone properties, and there may not be, but again, there's some maturity here or some stamina that the board is going to have to contemplate. But again, I think it puts us in a better position to have an accomplishment in the short order, rather than going through a somewhat lengthy LUBA process with uncertainty and the potential for a remand. So I'm trying to frame it as a potential outcome. That's better.
Yeah, and you're right in a sense that we could end up with a result sooner than we would otherwise if we waited for it to go to LUBA, come back on remand. We're trying to accelerate that. But when you say that we don't really need stamina, it's unfortunate it's taken so long for us to do it. But I mean, it's unfortunate people that are waiting for a decision after so long. But so one other question I had here, is it another thing that's affected the timeline, is we gave the notice of withdrawal in February, and now we're having to it seems like we've kind of wasted a couple of months here. We could have gotten going on this, so I guess that's another timeline thing. Why weren't we doing this in March, or doing this hearing, or what's the?
Great question, Mr. Chairman. It really came down to staff resources. When legal counsel, and Adam can certainly speak to this, but when we received your support for bringing back an ordinance for repeal, it was just a matter of, for us as planning staff, our ability to get back on your agenda. There have been a lot of other items that have focused our resources, and this was I think the earliest we could get here, knowing that we were involved with marijuana amendments and inspections at one point. Of course, that schedule has changed, so it really came down to availability.
Mr. Chairman, Adam Smith, Assistant Legal Counsel. And I don't want to leave the impression that we haven't been working on this. Staff has been working pretty diligently behind the scenes. That's why we're poised and ready to go with starting the amendment process over. We've met with the netters in that intervening time, talking about options. We've met with other interested parties and talking about different options for their properties. We've met as staff and really analyzed if we're hitting the reset button, what do we want to do differently this time to try and make this an expedited process. A fair amount's been done, so if the board agrees to repeal the current ordinance, we're ready to go pretty soon thereafter. And then the other thing I just want to know, some of the complexity that is, again, revealing itself just in this morning's hearing is why I think it's why staff is recommending that we just hit the reset button, repeal the old ordinance, and start the entire public process over. Sometimes when a decision is withdrawn, especially a legislative decision, one new hearing, some amendments, adding some stuff to the record is sufficient. This is a much more complicated project with a lot of intended and unintended consequences, and to really take the time to understand how that's going to work. And to have more than those 90 days to start over with the Planning Commission involved as well just seemed appropriate. And I think just the level of detail and nuance in this morning's testimony is part of the reason why staff just was recommending we start over as opposed to trying to do it within that 90-day time frame.
Well, I just, of the things that I've heard since I've been here is 2.5 years, this seems to have been the longest process of any. So I just, as one commissioner, I'm interested in trying to accelerate it, and it has been complicated. So now Commissioner Jared is going to get to learn if we're starting from scratch in a sense with the hearing process, he'll get to learn all that as well, which is, we've been through it and it is complicated. So, okay.
And I would clarify, the public process is starting from scratch. Of course, the project and the community understanding and staff's understanding is not. I mean, we're all building upon those building blocks that have already been laid. It's just the formal public process with notice, public hearings.
Yeah, but I'm saying that you still have to go through the Planning Commission, through us, and we had spent a lot of time coming to decisions. We actually modified what the Planning Commission had come up with because we thought they were basically causing more restrictions than we had wanted. Well, now that whole discussion could be rediscussed. If maybe you've talked with enough of the parties involved, we won't, but because it doesn't affect, as we learned last time, that many properties. But anyway, I guess we'll deliberate after we get all our information. So thank you all for sharing the parts of that. Did either of you have any questions specifically?
Tomorrow, when I drive to Madras on Lower Bridge, I'll have a whole new feeling about Lower Bridge, so.
That's one of the areas, yeah.
Yes, it's where I drive.
Well, let me see if there's any other, is there anyone else that's here to testify on this? Yeah, I don't have an objection to having, no, yeah, would you join us again? Yeah, if you'd like to come up and say something else, that's fine.
Will mentioned something about a floodway. Well, the way the FEMA maps read, it shows the reservoir, a little bit of floodplain in that area, then it disappears. And then it reappears on right before our property. So if he's concerned about floodway, a lot of Central Oregon has those same kinds of situations where you have canyons or something that could flood. And the flood portion on our property is just the irrigation ditch, nothing else. The rest of the property isn't considered floodplain.
And besides that, if you go up the canyon where the floodplain, it starts, stops, and then starts again. I don't know how that works, but somehow or another, in somebody's wisdom, it starts, stops, and starts again. In the part that stopped, there's a new house being constructed. They're definitely, if we're in the floodplain where we have nothing there, they're in a canyon, and we're in a big wide open area, but they have a house there. And I look at this as it's an equal protection thing. We're not being protected by the county equally with other members of our other citizens in this county.
Okay, all right, well, thanks for your testimony. Is there anyone else who'd like to testify on the repeal of ordinance 2018-005? Seeing none, I would close the hearing. We had three options. We can either leave the, let's see, there's my cheat sheet.
I'm happy to jump in too, Chair.
Yeah.
You have three options. You could choose to close the hearing and leave the written record open, close the both oral and written record to a date and time certain, or close both the oral and written record and commence deliberations.
Is there any further advice or that you need from written record or anything open in your mind, anything open in your mind? I guess I'd propose closing both the hearing and the written record at this time, and
I support that.
And I'm willing to proceed to deliberations.
I support that also.
You willing to proceed to deliberations?
Yes.
Okay. So, what are your thoughts?
So, yeah, thank you very much for the discussion, staff's, deep thought about how we got here, why we got here, and what the vision is going forwards. For the ordinance specifically declaring an emergency, we're in that situation where it'll be a first and second reading, a proposed emergency. I would once again like to maybe add just a few words to the emergency clause. And I had about 3 different versions of what I might support here, but maybe a sentence that says something about in support of restarting the legislative process is why, because it's a standard emergency clause that always mentions public peace, health, and safety, and I worry about just adding a little note about really what's going on
Why
here.
it's an
So,
emergency.
in support of restarting the legislative process is what I would propose.
Is that
A local process,
something we
whatever,
can do,
yeah.
Council?
Yeah, the majority of this language is lifted off of statute and,
Yeah.
but yeah, we could certainly add additionally that the understanding being that, this will allow for a more timely initiation of
We're trying
the
to
legislative process.
Are you kind of reflecting the kind of overuse of the emergency clause?
Well,
deal, or just
yeah,
in the
on
purpose of-
principle, because it's happening a lot at the state legislative level, and sometimes when it happens, it's just for convenience. So that's just putting a few words in to help somebody, if they ever read it, to kind of get back to, because the whereas explain it also.
Yeah.
But just the emergency clause can be shocking. Why was that an emergency? So
Yeah.
that's all.
Adam Smith, Assistant Legal Counsel. Of course, with the board's direction, we could either bring back an ordinance a week from now, or of course, you can modify the ordinance orally and still proceed today if that's your discretion, and then we could just make those changes after the meeting. With a change as small as that, I think.
Are you in support of the rest of
Yes.
the ordinance?
Yes,
Mr. Dare?
I'm in support of the ordinance, and we need to be extremely timely.
So, yeah, I don't want to slow down the process, so I would
Right.
support just a oral change to the ordinance.
So I don't know quite the hopes and expectations of all the different parties. We've had several different attorneys representing different landowners. We've had sort of Oregon Land Watch appealing this, and one of the attorneys, I think, from my perspective, we vetted most of the issues that I was aware of pretty clearly last time, so I'm personally not looking to try to change my decision, and that wasn't the goal in this. It was really to improve the record, as you said, and possibly some of the things you've advised us we may need to do or whatever. So just kind of on notice for the public or attorneys or whatever, what at least one commissioner's goal is. I thought we came up with a pretty fair and just plan last time, so we'll be anxious to see what else is proposed.
And I think the proposal is to separate it possibly into 2
Yeah.
steps, or possibly even 3. So where that goes, I support, let's get a piece that can be moved forward, and then a piece that might be more controversial or opposed, or whatever the concept would be.
Counsel, did you have a comment?
No, we can draft whatever language the board wants. As Adam indicated, we could bring it back later this afternoon, in fact,
Yeah.
for your signature, if you approve it with that language at this time.
Yeah. So I was fine with Commissioner DeBone's amendment.
So something to the, so we won't have final words right now, but something in the concept of in support of restarting the legislative process locally. That's what
Right,
the intention of
explanatory
it.
language is not technically necessary for the emergency clause, but we'll put that in. It'll
People
provide
read.
that history in the document. If you are going to proceed, you'd need to move first and second reading, and it needs to be a 3-0 vote in order for the emergency clause.
So I'd request a motion
So, yeah,
for first and second reading.
I'll move first and second reading of ordinance number 2019-010, declaring an emergency with slight edits to the last section 2 emergency.
Second the motion.
That's in title only.
It's by title only.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded to approve the ordinance 2019-010, the reading of that ordinance in title only. Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
The chair votes yes. So I'll do the first and second readings now. So as a first readings, this is the first reading of an ordinance repealing Deschutes County Ordinance Number 2018-005 and declaring an emergency. The second reading, this is it's been approved of an ordinance repealing second Deschutes County Ordinance Number 2018-005 and declaring an emergency. So we now seek a motion approving that as adoption as amended.
I'll move adoption of ordinance number 2019-010, declaring emergency as amended.
I'll second that.
And any further discussion? The only thing I'd note is if people that are interested, if we pass this, I hope you'll work with sounds like we got a lot of staff that's working on this, trying to come to some solutions, so we can keep this moving. So Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
And chair votes yes. And we can sign that this afternoon if you make those changes. Thank you for your explanation. Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Netter, for your patience. Anyone else that has been so effective? All right, so we'll time now for the deliberations on marijuana production. Let's see, which one's first? Let me get my agenda in front of me.
Walker Road.
Walker Road, yeah, so deliberations on marijuana production and processing appeal at 25450 Walker Road. See, we're running behind schedule a little bit, so we'd allowed about 30 minutes assumption for this, from 11:30 to 12. Why don't we, should we go to 12:20 and then take a break and then do deliberations of the second matter after our break, starting maybe at 1:15? I'd propose that schedule. So that would be the second matter is the deliberations of the 25606 Alfalfa Market Road. So we'll do that after lunch, the way it looks, unless this goes very quickly. But anyway, just for notice for anybody here. All right.
Thank you. My name is Jacob Ripper. I'm a senior planner with CDD, for the record. As Chair Henderson mentioned, this is a continued deliberation for 25450 Walker Road. So deliberations began on May 1st last week, and the board discussed the topics that were in the memo and decision matrix. Those topics included youth activity centers, percent of the crop processed, utility verification, odor control, site plan review, and a determination that the proficiency capability of the fire department was not a factor in this decision. I believe that those issues were all finalized, determinations were made. Remaining items to discuss were the noise control requirements and an arrest and how it may be a factor in this decision. And then I supplied the board with a supplemental memo yesterday. I have copies of it if anyone needs it, and there's some copies by the table as well. It reflects primarily a request from the applicant to first extend the record and then extend the clock and reopen the record towards the end of May to supply additional information that was discussed at deliberations last week. I prepared an order if the board is inclined to reopen the record. I also received a last-minute email from the applicant clarifying that they'd like to postpone the dates of that open record period to 2 or 3 weeks later to allow the district attorney a sufficient time to prepare materials. I can make those edits, or I believe maybe we can edit it orally here if the board chooses to reopen the record. The other item in the memo was a motion from the appellant to strike certain statements in the applicant's final written statement. It concerned items about the type of butane used for processing of marijuana products. And I included a recap discussion in this memo about it. But essentially, I put a note in there that says, pursuant to the deliberations last week, it seemed that the only applicable criterion for fire safety for processing was that the property is within a fire protection district. So staff isn't sure if the subject of the motion to strike would influence a decision, but it could provide the opportunity to clarify the record and eliminate procedural errors if the record were to be reopened. So just two things to put out there before we continue deliberations.
Want us to ask the question first, or do you want to start? Thank you for your explanation. Yeah, I have some questions about the second part of this, about the butane intane part, so.
Commissioners, I was anticipating some questions on that second part. That's just why I came up to the table. I had a fair amount of dealings with the attorneys trying to work through that situation. It always puts county staff a bit in an awkward position when we get those kinds of motions after the record is closed. And especially, as the board is well aware, we have a timeline to all of these decisions, and there's some pretty adverse consequences for the county if we ever miss one of those deadlines. And so we spent a fair amount of time trying to work with both of the parties when we first received the motion to try and get more time so that that issue can be presented to the county commissioners. And unfortunately, the applicant at that time was not willing to toll the clock, which kind of bound our hands. In the applicant's request to now reopen the record and conceding that they will toll the clock now, they already mentioned as an advantage to the county the opportunity to deal with these other procedural matters, and so there was no real way to bring one issue to you without bringing both issues to you, and so that's the change from last week's deliberations.
So on the butane intane part of it, could one of you clarify what we heard or read before we get to the issue of what the appellant has brought up as a discussion of what the applicant originally, or tried to clarify kind of after their open record period was over. So what specifically did we hear at the hearing about intane, butane, et cetera? And then what is the appellant saying was added or changed the gist of that? Does that make sense? You know what I'm saying? So you summarize, because you know the evidence better, because I've looked through the big book with the stuff and the memo, and I'm still a little bit unclear about does this point to more fire danger or less fire danger, and why? Because, and I'll explain that in a minute, but yeah.
As best as I understand it, the appellant did provide a partial transcript of the hearing, and that's included in, attached to the memo.
Right, that was my question, yeah.
Right. So they did discuss N-tane, spelling it out, N-T-A-N-E, and then described it as medical grade butane. And
meaning purer, right? I mean, is
exactly. And so in response to that, the appellant's rebuttal, they provided information about butane, specifically pentane and quintane. And in the applicant's final rebuttal, their argument was, we're not using those types of butanes, we're using N-tane. And they had a statement in there that medical grade and pure butane are descriptors that were synonymous, but the specific solvent they're using is N-tane.
Is N-tane less fire risky or more? I mean, the point of this was there's to me, the whole thing boils down to if you were using the water system, there wasn't much fire risk, but you start using butanes and stuff, that's what explodes or has fires, and which has been a kind of a different twist in this particular situation because we have a new fire district and we have an so is it more dangerous or less dangerous or what? And what if you can just summarize what the parties have said about it? I guess is what I'm saying. I'm trying to clarify why it's how relevant, how significant it is.
Sure. I don't know that there's evidence in the record showing that N-tane is more or less dangerous than other types of butane that information was submitted into the record for.
Okay, that's kind of what I thought. That's kind of what I thought.
Does that? We got a lot of information in the record about butanes and pentane, but not a lot about N-tane. And in the proposal and at the hearing, the applicant, they did state, I believe it was 30% of what they process, up to 30% they expect to do with solvents, right? And then 70% would be with water.
So procedurally, we're at a spot where the applicant has asked to reopen the record and hold the clock. Is that correct?
Right.
I mean, I'm just thinking procedurally today, right now.
Yeah, so the applicant has requested essentially for deliberations to be tabled until they can submit further evidence, and further evidence won't be available until towards the end of May, they're anticipating. So they're providing a record or a clock extension with a corresponding request to reopen the record for a 777 period. So new evidence, rebuttal, and final statement.
The problem I have is that it seems to me that they've now wanted to open it up because they were able to watch the last set of deliberations and they saw it wasn't going maybe their way, and so now they want to open it up. They weren't willing to open it up when the appellant wanted to open it up for something, and I'm not sure that what the appellant wants to open it up for will affect our judgment or not in terms of, I mean, really it comes down to the issue of should we be thinking about butane, N-tane, whatever, as a greater fire risk that we then have to look at this may not comply with the safety risks or, you know, and I've kind of went a different way on the safety, which was the fact that we had people involved with this grow that are related to a criminal activity or alleged criminal activity that hasn't been sorted out and they're in business together. So I was kind of using that argument, but I guess you could use an argument that if we knew they were using highly explosive things in a fire risky zone and we had lacked confidence that if a fire started, it could be put out, we could, I suppose, rule that there was a problem with the application there. I wasn't there before, personally. Maybe I am concerned with these. We've had these explosions in Bend, which were, similar. So I wasn't there with before, and I don't know if I'm there on the fire part, even if I hear the evidence or go through it. But I don't really want to, I personally don't want to postpone it with this thought it's all resolved in May, because maybe we're relying on we relied on some statements, or I was relying on what the DA had said about the parties and the people the parties were involved with, but it may not get resolved by May. It may take a year from May, and so are we going to just keep? They knew they had this problem when they presented the evidence. And to me, it was like you had an open period. You could have said something there. I'm kind of focusing on what we've already seen. Make a decision if they want to reapply when new facts are there, that's fine, but this kind of gamemanship back and forth bothers me, where they weren't willing to open when somebody else asked, but I don't know. So that's just that's how I'm looking at it.
Well, an applicant, it's the applicant's record.
Yeah.
An appellant is always going to want possibly always want to extend or support their side. So, but it's an applicant-driven process, is what I'm concluding.
That's a good point. Well, but the appellant here really wasn't trying to drag it out. They were saying something was procedurally wrong. That stuff is submitted in the final argument period, as opposed to so they couldn't respond to it.
So we have
their own digging in the open record period to put on evidence about X and Y, and then the applicant comes out, no, we're not going to use X and Y, we're going to use this, and so.
So we kind of have both sides that have asked for a record opening.
Yeah.
Different times in the process, but now we have example of both sides asking for the record.
But I don't, but I don't know if I would have opened up just for one or the other in a way. I mean, it's kind of like, I don't know. Those are my first thoughts. Commissioner Darrett, where are you on this? I see what you're saying. I mean, I think I know.
Yeah, I mean, in this deliberation on this application, we had the appellant, now we have the applicant both asking for it to be reopened.
But, so are you saying that because of that, you'd be supportive of opening it, or do you want to decide based on this, or?
Yeah, I'd be supportive of making a good, strong record.
So for the record?
Yep.
For the record. Okay.
Where are you on it?
Well, I was concerned with the noise factor because I know how noise sounds and travels out where there isn't a lot of vegetation. And apparently they are going to be putting in vegetation. And so what I did is I actually got the original record from Jacob. And if you read the instructions on their the south equipment, which is on the southeast side of their building, how it's angled on the 40 acres, those are all the heavy-duty pieces of equipment there. And, they said it was tested by an MAS environmental decibel model map tool. Now, Jacob, do you have any experience with that type of a tool?
Could I ask a procedural question? So that kind of sounds
That
like
was-
deliberations on a specific topic.
Right, that's what I have been
think we're half a
concerned
step
about to bring
before
back
that.
here today. Because they're all in the 70s on that side. There's one
Well,
or,
like-
yeah.
So that's deliberations on
Right.
on one of the
So
items.
Well, it was just something that I was going to bring up today.
But I guess.
That's not the question.
Well, but it does bring up, I thought where you're going with it was that, so if we had an open record period, could there be more presented on sound as well?
Correct.
The noise, so that would, because we both had that question of it seems like a really low reading, and you're asking Jacob about knowledge of that testing.
Right.
And if we have an open record, we could get people to testify about that, I guess, or unless you have some, because we did have that discussion, but right now we're just saying, if we open the record, we won't deliberate today.
I know both sides did ask to have it continued, opened record.
Well,
Well,
I
but
think
the
it's
second-
important to clarify, the appellant asked for it to be open. The appellant noted the issue and said one of the solutions to that problem would be to reopen the record. At that time, the applicant refused to toll the clock, which would which would provide the opportunity to reopen the record. Now, a week later, the applicant is asking to reopen the record for different reasons and is now agreeing to toll the clock to accommodate that request. So it's not, both parties haven't come to the same request at the same time for the same.
And I acknowledge
But,
that.
but let me ask this, so, when the appellant asked to open the record, or, was before we had our first deliberation, wasn't it?
That is correct.
So they may not be as interested in opening the record now after our first deliberation. So really they were raising an issue saying if we don't open it, this becomes an appealable issue at LUBA in their minds because the record was kind of, I don't know, dirtied, or stuff was introduced in the wrong period of time by the applicant. They shouldn't have been putting in new evidence in the third period of the 777.
That's somebody's opinion.
Well, that's their opinion, yeah, they're saying that's the reason that they're gonna bring it up, but they may not wanna open the record now, and we wouldn't have, it wasn't brought to us because they were beyond their timeline when they brought it up, is right? I mean, that's why we didn't consider it last week.
It wasn't brought to you at that time because, number one, it was outside of the written record period, and number two, trying to bring that information to you with a ticking clock is dangerous for the county unless the applicant agrees to toll the clock to provide the board the opportunity to do it. And since the applicant refused to toll the clock, it bound our hands. There's not much we could do without risking a writ of mandamus because of the final deadline. But Commissioner, to your point, and that's exactly why I wanted to reiterate the timing, I don't know. I don't think neither Jacob and I know if the appellant now supports reopening the record. I have no idea. These requests have come in at different.
To ask them, right?
I could, if you want to take a recess, I could certainly step out in the hall and find out.
Is that, I mean,
I don't think it would create error to simply ask.
No, I don't think so.
Here, we could,
Okay.
if
Well,
Ms. Dixon wants to communicate that we could certainly allow the board to hear it.
because it would actually open it up to other things that we've, noise has been one thing we've talked about. I don't know what else there's been that's been really, so yeah. Well, I guess it's kind of relevant to me whether both parties want to join in that or not. On its own, I wouldn't have probably wanted to reopen just because the applicant wants to wait till the criminal process, we don't know when that'll be really, so.
We could be waiting.
We do know what the applicant is asking for now. That's very clear. That was put in writing and requested to us. If the board wants to take a very quick recess, I can visit with the appellant and bring that back to you as well.
We'll take a 5-minute recess.
Great.
Good.
Here we go. Commissioners, after some quick conversations with the appellants, they are supportive of reopening the record for the same reasons as before. They think it's imperative that all relevant information get presented to the commissioners. So they're supportive of that request.
Okay. Any effect on your?
Well, so, I started to conclude that it may be appropriate to do that, so that's what we were talking about. So, it sounds like since both parties are asking for it, and we've confirmed it, that I'd very much be supportive.
Commissioner Dare, are you supportive of reopening the record? And
Yes.
okay. Now, there's a second component, though, is a request for a certain period of time. What if the thing the applicant is counting on happening by that period of time doesn't happen? How does that affect, what are we going to do then at the end of May or whenever it is? When did they ask for it to be reopened to? Or what was the agreement?
The original request was for the record to be reopened on May 24th, remain open for a week until May 31st, and then 2 weeks of, or 1 week of rebuttal, and then a week for final statement. And then last night I got a request from the applicant to delay that a little bit. So they're asking for the record to be reopened on June 14th.
Until June 14th?
No, so the record to open on June 14th for 1 week until June 21st.
So it's closed for a period of time, then we just are going to open it for a period of time? Is that what you're saying?
That's been a bit driven by staff. So to back up, the dates and how this would be accomplished has been in a bit of a state of flux over the last couple of days. I've been pushing very much that if we're going to reopen it, we do it for a traditional 7-7-7. 7 days for new evidence to be submitted, 7 days for rebuttal, and then 7-day final legal argument. I think that's the cleanest way to comply with state statutes, as opposed to leaving it open for 30 days or 45 days, but then only 7 days to respond. With rebuttal doesn't seem quite fair to the parties.
So I'll acknowledge that I'd like a 7-7-7. That's very standard. This is what we do. And we're talking about a date certain here, because, your question is what, is there an open end to this? So I'm just acknowledging that's my intention, is getting real clear on the dates.
That the applicant was wanting some additional information with regard to the criminal prosecutions of partners, et cetera, and I think that's what they're asking. That's what it seemed like and so that isn't really something that they can just, or maybe they have it now, but that means they have to have it right in their hands now. I thought we were talking about opening even up the possibility of more testimony if we want on these things. I don't know. Seems like a little bit.
And Commissioner, maybe that'll require a little more fleshing out by staff, but in essence, if we went with the applicant's request, the initial 7 is really 6 weeks. It's just you can't submit it until that window of time. You've got 6 weeks
I see what you're saying.
to do your work, and so the 7-7-7 in that context really isn't going to happen anyway. So maybe we need to clarify, but if their request is to somehow have it pivot off of June 10th or whatever that date you gave was, I mean, they would need to be amenable to opening the record and, extending time through whatever that June 10 and 7, and then time to bring it back to deliberate and time to make a decision. So, I mean, they're going to have to be probably putting it into, certainly well into July, I would assume. Otherwise, I'm not comprehending how this occurs. It still requires deliberation.
Yes, of course, the idea being that the clock is tolled for this entire period of time, but at that end of that period of time is a 777 open record period, and then whatever time is left on the clock as of now is tacked on at the end. And I believe we got that clarity that that was the applicant's understanding as well. Does that track?
If you're tracking it, you're the point person. I'm having trouble following that, but.
Well, I get what you're saying. I think you're trying to make it, yeah, I think it's what you said, though. We close it for a period of time, then we reopen it for a 7.
Yeah, I think they're asking you put it in abeyance until
Yeah,
June,
So,
whatever.
Let me ask
It's
another
June
question,
10th.
though. Now we've got questions about chemicals used in processing. We've got questions regard to the relationship of the applicants to parties charged with criminal activities. If the record's open, they can bring in more. Another one we've identified that as one we'd like more on is noise. Would that be reasonable that we would actually have additional testimony so we can actually ask questions? Otherwise, we're left with, we haven't seen, usually the new record period is just kind of, they're putting in on certain things, but this kind of like opens up more stuff than we left with, it seems like, or would there be a reason we'd reopen the hearing?
Certainly, that's an option you have. I don't know if they're amenable to it and if there's time
Would that be a separate permission?
in what they're asking.
Well, we don't actually have to decide this today, do we, in terms of, we could decide we're not going to deliberate today, we're going to try to work this, if there's any other further contact he wants to make with the applicant? I mean,
Sure.
that's a, I was prepared to decide stuff on what we had, but I'm also open to opening the record for both sides' request. I'm just wondering how open we're going to make it at this point, Dan. That's like, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, and you're saying this is new information. You mentioned June 14th. And Commissioner
June 10th?
said June 10th.
So the most recent request from the applicant is for new evidence to be able to be submitted starting June 14th and then ending June 21st.
Is that an email you got from them, or?
Yes.
Is that while we've been in hearing, or was that something you got
This morning.
It was last night.
Okay,
Yeah.
so June 14th.
It's after.
And that's been approved by the appellant also,
I didn't talk specific dates with the appellant. I just talked with him about the concept of reopening the record.
she's nodding her head, okay. Okay, well, how do you feel about those timelines?
It's fine for me. I'll be here.
Yeah. I'll be here also, so.
Yeah, and I don't have a reason why I would say we wouldn't allow the June 14th time. So, yeah, I don't have any real guidance on why either one of those matters at this point.
I'm consistent, I agree with that. So I suppose something that could happen is if more time was needed, it could be asked and negotiated again or something if it had to be.
What I would recommend,
I don't-
Commissioners, is based on the direction that you're providing. Jacob and I can work together to finalize the order and to change the dates. The order that was already presented to you this morning doesn't have the correct dates in it. I will also call the applicant's attorney and to confirm our understanding that we're just holding this entire case in abeyance. And then they're tolling the clock for the 777, and so then we will have adequate time at the end of that period for the board to deliberate and issue a final decision. And once I get that clarity, we can then bring a corrected order back to you at the conclusion of the day, or at the conclusion of the hearing today, because you still have several items on your agenda.
And I very much support not compromising the process here, so that can't be used against us in the future. So if we end up, twisting ourselves to try to make this look right, that's not going to be good.
Yeah. And I wasn't suggesting, I saw the frown about the possible extension. I'm not suggesting, that would be a different issue if someone wanted to try to open it, if the applicant said, well, I need more time. We still would decide on that just based on what we thought at that point. I mean, I don't see this going on forever, so, but unless both parties want it to go on forever. But I can't imagine the appellant does either, but because I'm just worried that tied to the criminal process issue is something that we have no control over, no idea what's. Okay. So
So no
proposals-
decision right now, but it sounds like we're going to get.
We need to make a motion then.
Well, is this something you're going to bring back this afternoon?
Yeah.
Right, so
Okay.
then you could just
With a-
continue this matter till this afternoon, and there'll be an order that'll set out the new timelines and
Okay.
some clarity.
So we'll get an order this afternoon clarifying this, and then we'll consider and vote on that this afternoon. Okay. And thank you very much for the clarity. Thanks for joining us this morning. Interested parties. So we're going to take a recess now. It's 12:30. How about reconvening at 1:15? Sound good?
Are we going to reconvene here?
Yeah, I think we'd
Yeah,
probably
'cause, yeah,
reconvene for the deliberations on the next matter. Yeah.
1:15?
We're also going to bring back the updated language on the emergency order.
Okay.
Yeah, when it's available, it'll be available for signature. That's been approved already, yeah.
And then are we going to continue, let's see, we've got a couple other items after that.
We have to do this one,
Yeah.
Fall River,
Okay.
and
Okay. Meeting's recessed until 1:15.
Crosswater.
The May 8th Deschutes County Board of Commissioners meeting. Next topic on the agenda is deliberations of an appeal of an administrative determination for marijuana production at 25606 Alfalfa Market Road.
We might want to acknowledge that this is our 12 o'clock item,
Yes.
so we're going to be a little while before we get to the 1 o'clock item.
So we've moved our agenda back. We're running a little behind, but the Fall River Special Road District is the next item on the agenda after this. And then we have the 911 update after that, so. All right, go ahead and introduce the topic.
For the record, my name is Jacob Ripper. I'm a senior planner for CDD. Today, the board will determine if a proposed marijuana production facility at 25606 Alfalfa Market Road will comply or will not comply with applicable code sections. So after careful review, staff conditionally approved the application. It was appealed. That decision was appealed, and we held a hearing on March 20th. The board heard testimony at the hearing and received additional materials that were submitted during the open record period, which closed on April 17th. There are numerous topics and questions that were raised in testimony at the hearing and in written submissions, and staff prepared a memo and an attached matrix that lists those issues out for deliberation. I do have extra copies for the audience at the table at the back as well. So that matrix lists 6 key issues that are before the board, those being odor control methods and technology, noise control, nonconformance, and the existing medical marijuana grow, utility verification letter from CEC, secure waste disposal, and a discussion around modification of the application. Some other topics and themes are listed in the second table. Because although there are topics that were raised and discussed, they may or may not relate to applicable approval criteria. And then finally, the last table contains comments and topics that were discussed, but it doesn't appear that they relate to approval criteria. So after today's deliberation, staff will draft a written decision based on the board's findings and interpretations today, and staff will bring a draft of that decision before the board at a future meeting. Other than that, I'm happy to answer any questions right off the bat before diving into the matrix, or we can proceed.
One caveat for me is that although I've had the book and went through all of that over the weekend of all the exhibits and everything, I've only watched about half of the hearing. If it comes up that we don't finalize our deliberations today, I probably would watch the rest of it. But there's some complicated issues that I want to get a little more clarity of that may take better study of this stuff, because anyway, so because I wasn't here for the hearing itself.
Well, and I would, I guess I'm going to push a button. I don't see it as very complicated, some of this stuff. I'm worried that our board is kind of wrapping ourselves around some things that are pretty black and white in the code. The applicants are getting real clear on what has been approved in the past, and they're providing that information for these applications. So, let's get clear about where we're going with some of these decision points. So we'll talk about it as it goes.
And I'll talk about, maybe it's complicated because there's kind of a mass of exhibits on it, and it's complicated because I didn't hear it presented, and I'm not quite sure how it all works. Like so that's why I bring it up. It's a little easier when you've seen the testimony and been part of it, so you can ask questions. So I'm just saying, for me personally on this one, that's why I saw a couple things on this thing that are.
Yep, and we'll talk about them as they come.
Okay.
Okay. So if we're ready to proceed to the first topic on the matrix.
Just let me check one thing here. Okay, there's a couple of topics that are confusing me, or in the topics that may or may not address approval criteria. So, okay.
Okay. So the first topic is odor control, and this is a topic of opposition that was brought up in previous proceedings and then was resubmitted as part of the record for this application. So a similar proposal was in front of the board in 2017, and some of the materials from that record were submitted to this record by the appellant. So the appellant did submit information from the 2017 proceedings arguing the mechanical engineer's report was inadequate, and that the same type of odor control methods are proposed in this proposal, and argues they have not been proven, or they have been proven inadequate. The applicant stated that they had an updated, more extensive mechanical engineer's report submitted as part of this application that demonstrates that the requirements are met, and they noted that the last application was withdrawn around this point. They didn't have enough time to complete a more thorough mechanical engineer's report for odor and noise, so they withdrew that application and reapplied. Staff's comments in the findings and decision were that the engineer's report seemed to confirm that odor mitigation would be successful, and noted that no new arguments specific to the applicant's new updated engineer's report had been presented. So the board's decision point is, has the applicant demonstrated compliance with the odor control standards? And if yes, continue reviewing the application. If no, condition to achieve compliance or deny the application.
Jacob, I have a question about your summary and comments in support. What neighbors indicated that odor has not prevented use and enjoyment of their property?
I believe it was the neighbors to the east.
To the east?
Mm-hmm.
You don't remember their names?
I can find it in the record, but
Okay.
they submitted a comment during the open record period, I believe.
Okay, thank you.
I thought that, okay, never mind. So other questions about the odor, or comments about the odor control? Commissioner Dare?
That was my main question.
Okay. Do you have any questions, Commissioner DeBone?
I do not. So comment-wise, the odor mitigation system is, looks like it's proposed to be carbon filters, and also the odor neutralizing injection spray, and exhaust fans are on, and the fans are going to be scheduled not to be functioning between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. So we have examples of this working and approved in the past, so I do support the fact that the odor control methods technology is appropriate for the application.
And that's been the testimony we've had, is the carbon were the, at least it seems like the sum of all the ones we've heard, that seems to have been the one that seems to be the most common. I would agree with that for now.
So just for clarity, does the board find that that requirement is met?
We've got 2 yeses.
Yes.
There you go, 3 yeses.
Thank you. Item 2 regards noise control produced and noise produced by mechanical equipment. So the appellant submitted information arguing the mechanical engineer's report was inadequate. The applicant again stated that they had an updated, more extensive report from their engineer showing that the noise control requirements would be met. And then staff's notes were that the noise model that's in the report shows that the loudest the mechanical equipment will be is at 24.8 dBA at the eastern property line. And that model was stated that it was modeled when all equipment is running simultaneously. So the board's decision point is, has the applicant demonstrated compliance with noise control standards? If yes, continue reviewing the application. If no, condition to achieve compliance or deny the application.
Can you tell me which exhibit the engineer's report is?
Yes.
69, I think, or 70.
70. Okay, free to comment.
So we have page 10, talks about ambient decibels, no equipment running at 3940 in the area with equipment running slightly higher. So, that would be the only observation, is that the ambient quietness is, that 30 decibels is interesting. But it talks about 70-something at the equipment, and then, at the edge of the property, barely perceptible change.
Are you saying there's no, where are you reading on page 10 again?
Oh, just the table talks about recorded ambient decibels, no equipment running. And then recorded all equipment running. The equipment is.
What I understand is if there's, but this is, it says that both exhaust fans and all interior mechanical were activated, then the noise levels. So how do they do it? Is this supposed to be if all of the fans and all the equipment was there? Because it's not all there now, correctly? At least that's what I understand.
With all equipment.
But it's not, they acted like they turned everything on and measured it, but everything's not there to be measured, is it?
No, it's not all constructed.
So how's that accurate?
So that's, so my perception is that's the engineering model, page 11. The next page shows the proposed greenhouse locations, the equipment internal to those settings, and then kind of the propagation map by small steps away from it. So, that's showing the engineering calculations. So it's not built yet.
But I read 10 to say that they were activated. So is that based on model
okay,
or
yeah.
on page 10 when they're talking about performed a site visit to assess equipment, noise, and site conditions? Well, the equipment wasn't all, isn't some of this in the future? It's not done yet? I mean, it seems like this is inaccurate. You're testing stuff that's not there, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, they're using the noise model to provide these calculations.
Well, and I guess, and now I was just referring to the ambient noise. You know, we're talking about 30, and this is recorded 39:41 at 6:40 and 6:46 a.m. So that, I wasn't equating the two. I was just acknowledging that scenario.
They're saying that it's over 30 to begin with.
Yeah,
Is that
that's
the
what I was
data we've
referring
had?
to.
Was it 30 additional? Is it 30? So 39 ambient seems pretty loud, but what I'm saying is that there's all this stuff here. It's not a model. Isn't it?
Well, the next page is kind of the model as I'm seeing it. Greenhouse and equipment layout and noise propagation pattern. So my experience is, like out at the landfill, we've discussed if there was ever going to be a reciprocal engine that would create electricity out there instead of the flare. And in talking with the engineers, basically the question and answer is, how quiet is it? And the engineer will answer, how quiet do you want it? Because it's just an engineering problem with, making it as quiet as it needs to be. So that's the scenario I would use when I think about this. This is the engineering report, kind of estimating what it would be at full build-out with those 5 greenhouses. And then after that, if it's louder than, there may be an engineering step, and that's the annual review confirming, and this is the awkward part, or a neighbor complaint saying, I have a meter in my hand that says it's higher than 30, because that is the scenario that could happen. But the intention of the code is to please document your design before you do it, that you're not building something that's going to be extra loud out there.
Did this particular, I watched the end of the hearing, did this engineer talk about this any further? Or was this just?
I don't think there was a comment on
I don't
engineer.
I don't think so.
No, it's just this provided.
Any questions, Commissioner Dare?
Okay, Jacob, is it currently, per our map, are there 2 greenhouses there?
Right.
Currently?
So
Because it was medical.
right. It's an existing medical grow with 2 greenhouses.
But then one of them collapsed?
And
or
then,
something?
and so we'll get to that later in the table, but one of them was destroyed and one was damaged.
Okay.
But the northwesternmost 2 greenhouses are the development area that exists.
According to my notes, it said they lost 2 greenhouses.
So where are you going with that?
No, I was just wondering where they were doing their testing and if they actually, it was all a simulation in their office then. They definitely don't have as many pieces of equipment as some of the operations we've looked at outside.
Yeah, it doesn't seem right. So we've got evidence, let's see, the requirement is that they're, noise. Doesn't require the engineer under the ordinance to prove it, but they've attempted to prove that, so.
So yeah, page 13 talks about the simulated peak noise level along property line, decibels, predicted noise levels, simultaneous operation of all exhaust fans and mechanical equipment tabulated below. So this is, the conclusion is 19, 19, 24, and 20. So this is an engineering document and an estimate, but I do support that it demonstrates compliance with the noise control standard for the application.
So I agree with that. I agree with the remedies if it turns out not to be true. I was looking through at the carbon filter part of the, back to the odor a second. I noticed this, does this report require any change out of the carbon filters? You know, the last decision we had, we adopted that the report was, that they comply with the conditions of the report or something like that.
Yeah, give me a second while I look through. The carbon filters are located in the waste storage shed, so it's a secured area. And then the greenhouses have the liquid injection in the fans.
The fogging. So
yeah.
So we were the wrong premise. We talked about it being a carbon filter. It's actually a fog system for the greenhouses. And so we haven't had as much evidence on that. The carbon, it has the carbon just in this certain area. Okay.
So for a greenhouse, remember, it's a soft-sided plastic hoop structure or whatever the construction here is. The value is that it's in good repair, as in there aren't openings at the corners or the bottoms, edges. So then there's an intake and an exhaust. Because the fogging ring on the exhaust is going to be the odor mitigation. So really having a greenhouse in good repair plus that fog ring is the proposal for this greenhouse. And I've seen that. I've observed it.
A fogging system?
Yes. But as I say, over time, I mean, even if and this is why it matters to be in good repair, because 5 years later, if the plastic needs to be replaced because there's, slices in it or whatever, just I'm thinking if it's soft plastic, that is really going to matter at that point. But that's what an annual review will do.
Well, I agree with that with regard to the walls. I thought we've had doubts thrown on whether the fogging system really adequately takes the odor out. But we've had that testimony. I guess when it's a report demonstrating that it'll work, where's in the report itself, regarding the efficacy, it says refer to Appendix B. Did you review that at the?
No.
Was Appendix B attached to the report? Jacob, do you looks like maybe it is.
Yeah, it should be. It is.
And I have another question, too.
Go ahead.
Jacob, on page 1 of the cannabis order report, it says there are going to be 10 exhaust fans, and yet on the plot map on figure 5 on page 11, I really only see 6. Are you aware of that difference? Because the report says 10.
No, I'm not. Let me catch up real quick.
Okay.
So, in response to the question about maintenance, that's on page 9 of the report for the carbon filter and the ring foggers. Appendix B starts on page 16 of the report. And then, sorry, Commissioner Adair, what page, at page 11?
Well, on page 1, it says they're going to have 10 exhaust fans, but if you look at the page 11, I believe it only shows 6 on the diagram.
I believe what page 11 is showing is the location of the mechanical equipment outside of the greenhouses.
Okay, are they going to put exhaust fans inside?
I think the exhaust fans are inside of the walls of the greenhouse, like the ends of the greenhouse. Yeah, so it says all greenhouses will use pass-through ventilation with two 58-inch J&D Typhoon wall-mounted exhaust fans. So it'd be 2 fans per greenhouse.
Do you recall if was the testimony that the applicant had been using a fogging system before with his medical grow, or would this be an addition?
I believe that they're using a fogging system. I'd have to
Previously?
look more into the record, yeah, to confirm that.
Can't remember. It seemed like there was some testimony in the first, a year ago or whatever. Is it-
Page 33 talks about vapor phase system. I think that's the appendix B there. Well, yeah, that's where it starts talking about the vapor the fogging system, because before that it's carbon filters. So 33 is where it talks about fogging, which is referred to as vapor phase system at this time.
Well, there's a letter from St. Croix Sensory about the fogging on 19 and 20 also. Well, the one in the, you're saying the one in the middle is the carbon one?
Oh, yeah, yeah. So then it goes to carbon for a little while, and then it goes back to because vapor phase.
And I'll back up a little bit to the existing odor control. The findings and decision addresses the nonconformance section, those rules that apply to existing medical marijuana grows. And it says the applicant states the existing grow utilizes carbon filtration sized to the cubic feet requirements of the section. The applicant states they keep it in operation and have regular maintenance of the system to ensure proper operation. So they were using carbon and they're moving to the vapor.
But I don't know if there's any testimony in this hearing, but was there a testimony, it seemed like a year ago, that there were there were there are odor issues on surrounding properties, at least seemed like that was the testimony. I'm just going from recollection. Was there anybody that testified about odor? Has this been in operation during 2018 or not? This grow?
There were statements from the neighbors saying that they didn't believe it was in operation. I don't know. I didn't do a site visit.
Did the applicant testify or anybody else testify that?
They've stated that it's an existing system. There were
The last time we heard this was in 17, I think.
Yeah, and there were code enforcement complaints made about odor.
In 17?
In 17, and that information was entered into this record.
That's what I was thinking. So I'm just saying, if they're saying that the system will work, and it hasn't been working, but you're saying they're going from a carbon in 17 to a fog, and there's some evidence that, I mean, the standard is fairly low. It's a report that demonstrates, engineer's report that demonstrates it. Is there evidence by the appellant that that the fogging system doesn't work, or?
Evidence from, that's
The
noise.
appellant?
From 17.
From 17, but,
yeah.
yeah, in the 17 packet? There was a
Well, I don't
packet
know.
of stuff from,
They said this argues that they've been proven inadequate, so I'm looking for that.
well, there was, I guess what I'm getting at is, to me, the fogging system seems to be we've had a lot of testimony through the years about what systems work and what don't, and the one I wonder the most about is fogging compared to carbon or other things. But I don't know I'm not an expert on it, so I'm just wondering if there's anything in the record that says that.
Well, this is
does
a
work.
Greenhouse for summertime production is going to be a very hot environment when the sun's out during the day. So mass airflow is the key to the, controlling the environment. So carbon filters aren't going to be that much volume unless they had a wall of them. And I've seen it, they have the louvers and they just lay down, but then when the fan turns on, the louvers pop up. And then they're talking about the ring around it. So I'm just saying, when you're talking about a greenhouse, it's going to be a lot different than a hard, permitted structure, yeah.
And you've been witness to the fogging systems that you stand
Yeah.
outside and you can, there's no.
Well, I haven't analyzed it officially. I've just observed, so.
A page, packet page 68, on an original exhibit, it does say that reviewing the application includes plans for indoor control system, but no permits were pulled to install the proposed fogging system. So this has got to be a change.
Well, that's, I think what Jacob said was that
Yeah.
they're going to change it, so we don't. Is fogging is the same as vapor phase?
Correct.
So, I do support continuing reviewing the application, and I'm, kind of sitting here patiently, so if this is where we need to be, I'll just stand by.
Well, okay.
I'm just, I don't know.
You've
how-
said what you think,
Yeah.
I'm just looking at what's in the report. The test is whether there's a report that demonstrates, an engineer's report that demonstrates. I was just looking at the, what's in here. Because and it's a change, so we can't really use, the evidence of odors before, and I don't know if there was so we don't know whether it was active or not active last summer. Is that what the bottom line is?
I don't have any conclusive evidence, yeah.
I think one of the notifications said the letter from the property owner maybe, and I'm just going to try to find it, but I think it referenced that it was not active last year.
That's what I thought I read something like that too, but it's one of the, I think you might.
Yeah, so it's going to be, here, maybe.
Well, to me, the test has always been, is there a report from a mechanical engineer that demonstrates, and there is evidence in the record, substantial evidence in the record, that a system like this will work. I don't recall what the... Do you recall evidence from the appellant about odor control? Commissioner Dare?
I'm looking in here.
So I'm looking at the public hearing staff memo, It's noted that that is I believe it's item 42. That's a staff memo dated March 20th. It references that the appellant did submit information and testimony from the wave seer record about inadequacy of carbon filtration.
But as you said, the carbon filter is only with regard to the waste shed, right?
Yeah, that's
which is not the
It's a 10 by 10 shed.
primary odor. I mean, there would be. I mean, that's an issue, I suppose, but it's a lot smaller area than the greenhouses that are emitting all sorts of air. So. So was there anything after that from the, during the open record period?
From the appellant?
Yeah.
Give me just a second.
Boundary, I don't see something titled that.
Yeah, there's references to odor control in the open record submittals.
There is?
But I don't see additional information.
So do you know if there's anything from the appellant on odor? That's a no.
I didn't do the research on that, no.
Well, assuming, so, I don't see anything titled that in your index. There's 40, or there's what, 78 items, but it looks like all the open record starts at 20 and under. Everything else was before the hearing or whatever, so. Okay, well. So I'd prefer we move on to other things. Commissioner Dare, do you want to look any further right now, or what do you want on the odor control? I'm not aware of anything else, so if something was brought to my attention, or if I review it further and find it, then I might have something more to say. If it's approved with an odor, you're saying a fogging system works, and you've seen it, and if it works, that's great. If it doesn't, then the subject, I guess, or the applicant be subject to some kind of corrective measure or something, or some change. We've heard people that say, I know I've heard people here say they don't work at all, so that's why I'm so skeptical about it, so. But it wasn't in this hearing, so.
Oh, and it's not,
Here's a letter from a neighbor saying, she lives at 25600 Alfalfa Market, and she says, they have not had a violation since 2017, and she goes, I'm fairly certain that they have not been growing since 2017. So when they bought the house, Tom Moore stated that they had not been in production for at least a year. And so she said she hadn't witnessed anybody there. So I think 18 was probably pretty quiet.
That makes sense. It's just because I think Tom Moore was somebody that testified in the first hearing. It was a neighbor that did complain, And so he sold his house to this person, these people. Is
Right.
what I think is the facts, if I'm not,
Denise Studley.
if I'm not mistaken. So, okay. Okay. All right. So let's keep going. We'll just see where we are and everything else. David.
Okay. So item 3 has to do with nonconformance and the existing medical marijuana grow. Deschutes County Code, there's a subsection in the marijuana regulations, B19, that requires existing medical marijuana grows to comply with certain mitigation measures. Those are lighting, odor, noise screening, security cameras, and waste control. And there are certain dates set in 2016 that those grows need to have complied with. And the appellant specifically stated that complaints were made to county code enforcement regarding lighting, odor, and noise, and that private aerial drone photography was submitted showing some plants outside of the 2 greenhouses. And a statement saying that there's no temporary exemption to the indoor-only requirements of DCC 18-116-330B2. The applicant stated that all the nonconformance requirements, those transitional rules, are met, that the complaints regarding noise and light were corrected quickly and respectfully. The complaint regarding odor was closed as unfounded, that plants were not grown outside, that they were put outside for a short period for pest treatment, and that the drone was an illegal trespass. Staff's comments were that those transitional rules, the nonconformance rules for medical marijuana, they do impose those certain measures, but it doesn't seem to comply or imply that a code enforcement complaint would be grounds for denial of this land use application. If the medical marijuana grow was currently not in compliance, then our procedures ordinance does provide clarity and procedures that say that the application can either be denied through the review of the application identifying a code violation, or if the approval results in the property coming into full compliance, it can be approved. It doesn't appear that there's been any active code violations during the review of the application. Again, maybe that's due to no activity. And that this subsection B19 regulates those impacts of medical marijuana grows, but the indoor-only requirement isn't included in that. The only part of that it may impact having plants outside of the greenhouse is odor control. That's all that I could think of. And so the board's decision point is, has the applicant demonstrated compliance with the nonconformance section? If yes, continue reviewing the application. If no, condition for compliance or deny the application. And I'm happy to clarify any of those points. I know that was.
You know, one thing, so this transition from medical to recreational, we've dealt with in a couple other applications. I remember one we was looking at expanding their recreational, but they hadn't complied, and then it turned out they really didn't. They said they would comply, and they still didn't comply. I kind of look at this as a break, though, if they're not currently growing right now, maybe they have a medical app. It's kind of odd because we had a medical grow, I guess, in 17. We have maybe nothing in 18, and now an application for recreational with changes in the odor control system, new buildings. It's kind of, to me, almost a different application. I don't really see the transition as much of a big issue. If they had been growing, there was complaints in the last year. So I'm kind of on the side of the applicant, in the sense that I'm not going to rule on the past thing so much as whether this particular application stands up. I do have a concern that, when it says when the code complaints were, unfounded and not resolved, that's a staff or they resolve that was a staff's assessment. I remember one of the testimonies was, well, by the time they get out there, the odor's gone, or, I mean, we don't have an Aunt Johnny on the spot, code compliance, so things can change, so we don't really know if it's an ongoing or not. I mean, but I remember testimony being that there was odor that at least, it seemed like a couple neighbors complained of in 17. But under the new standards, this grower would be, I guess, basically responsible to meet the odor control standards going forward. So, which is doable. And I also thought all the stuff about the plants outside, I don't know whether they're out for pesticides or they're out because it's extra growing, but I mean, it's kind of moot because you're saying we're going into an area where they can't be outside. So it would be a clear violation if you had plants outside in this new application. I guess that's how I see it. That's my thinking on it. What's your thinking, Commissioner Dare?
No, what you said, it makes sense, and it does seem they're totally changing their operation. So I think we have to look at it as recreational, especially if they weren't in business in 18 at all.
One of the things I've said all along, I mean, to me, it's easy to meet our regulations, really, if somebody wants to. But if somebody doesn't end up doing it, then I think then that's where they're subject to non-compliance complaints, and that's what the regulations are set up to do. So, I do work, and for any applicant that's had non-conformance things, I am concerned with regard to that not continuing, I guess is what I would say. So.
But I would support that, there is that break. That was great terminology. There was an old operation. It's not happening now, and this is an application for the future. So I do support continuing reviewing the application.
Okay.
Okay. Item 4 is about a utility verification letter from CEC. Again, the appellant submitted some information from the record from the 2017 proceedings, arguing that it was inadequate because CEC did not have enough information about the operation. The applicant states that an adequate will-serve letter had been provided. Staff's comments were that this argument wasn't further advanced, and there's a typo here by the appellant in subsequent submissions. And it appears that CEC's will-serve letter, it states the use and the load, and it's consistent with previous decisions. So the board's determination that's required is, has the applicant demonstrated compliance with the utility verification standard? If yes, continue review. If no, condition for compliance or deny the application.
Any thoughts?
Well, they have power already, and I'm sure that here's the will serve letter. Willing and able to serve, and it was dated November 16th of 18.
And it says the proposed use and the load requirements, right?
A 200 amp single phase service is what this says.
Yeah.
That's sufficient to run all that equipment?
So if there's not grow lights, then it's just exhaust fans.
And that's sufficient?
Well, I haven't done detail, and yeah, but it's not the big load like we've seen in the past.
Yeah. So you think it's, that the will serve letter is adequate?
Well, and the intention of a will-serve letter from the utility, from my point of view and a little bit of history, is the fact that, the utility understands the proposed use. Load requirements are relative to what needs to happen out there. So if there's access to power and there's a need for more, that's a discussion between the landowner and their utility for, adding to the capacity. So having that will-serve letter is demonstrating compliance with utility verification standard as I see it.
And I just wanted to note that there are 2 will serve letters in the record. So one is at item 74, but there's an updated one at 58 that identifies the load as 400 amp single phase, 120/240 volt service.
Yeah, so that's double.
Oh, that's the January one, okay. This thing, the staff comment says reference the November 16th one, but there was a later one, is what you're saying?
Yeah, sorry about that.
January 8th.
As I say, I think
Yeah.
the value for me is, the beginning of this is the fact that the utility companies are going to be able to provide cannabis grow facility, and they do mention in their letter.
And I'd concur. I think the will serve letter is adequate to meets our requirements.
We have 2, so
Well,
yes.
the final one, yeah. Secure waste disposal.
Yeah, so item 5, secure waste disposal. The appellant submitted arguments about the waste disposal was inadequate because not enough detail was provided. Comments in support were that the marijuana waste is stored in a secured fence structure under control of the license and will be under control of the licensee, and that it's odor controlled. And again, there's a typo here. This argument wasn't advanced in subsequent submittals by the appellant, and the compost structure is indicated on the site plan and is addressed in the mechanical engineer's odor control report. So the decision point is, has the applicant demonstrated compliance with the waste disposal standard? If yes, continue review. If no, condition for compliance or deny the application.
As we've seen in the application, it looks like it's a solid structure, 10 by 10 building with a roof and a door. So it's more secure facility with odor mitigation, and it talks about being fenced also. So I support it.
So you say it meets the requirement?
Yes.
Standard. Commissioner Dare, do you feel it meets the requirement?
Yes.
And I do as well, so.
Okay. So item 6 is a bit more complicated. The appellant argued that because the applicant had 2 existing greenhouses and they were damaged in a snowstorm over the winter throughout the review process of this application, and that the applicant testified that they needed to rebuild or repair those greenhouses, that the application has been modified, and that the applicant did not submit a modification of application. The applicant did not address this issue. The applicant didn't submit a rebuttal or a final statement in the open record period. You probably noticed that in your materials. And then I put some comments in here about the definition of what a modification is and information about modification of applications. So a modification is when the applicant submits new evidence that changes certain aspects of the development in a manner that requires the application of new criteria to the proposal or that would require findings to be changed. So that comes from our procedures ordinance definition, and that's quoted in a footnote at the end of the matrix as well. And it seems based on the testimony that we heard that the applicant wants to rebuild those existing greenhouses that were damaged in the storm. So it doesn't appear that any criteria would change for the proposal. And if the board approved this application, the applicant's bound to what's in the record, the location of structures, the method of odor control, those type of details. But because the record is now closed for this application, the option for the applicant to submit an application for modification isn't available, because it has a submission for a modification of application needs to be made while the record is still open.
Without spending a lot of time on this,
Yeah.
so weren't these damaged probably in the snowstorm of this year?
That's correct.
So
Yeah, that
was in
that last
February,
big storm.
and they had submitted their application in November. I think it's an interesting point to make technically, but I guess I feel like rebuilding them is possible to do. The fact that it was not called out in the application just seems kind of a, I don't know, somewhat of an undue burden to me that the natural event would be modification. It seems like what they intended to do in November is what they intend to do today. Is that basically right? I mean, the kinds of systems they have, the number of greenhouses, it's just they have to rebuild, which would be, Mother Nature causing it. So I'm not sure I see it as a modification that would be requiring additional work by the applicant. That doesn't, I don't know. What do you each think?
I think a few greenhouses went down in February or March, whatever it was this year. So, I mean, yeah, rebuilding an existing structure in the scope of this application is not a modification.
You agree
I
or
agree.
disagree?
No, I
Okay.
agree. It was already permitted, so.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, a greenhouse may not be a permitted structure either, remember? So we're talking greenhouse opposed to
A real building.
permitted, yeah. Because a permitted structure would have a snow load, designed and engineered and certified, so difference.
Should we move on to the next?
Yeah, let's go to the next section. We'll come back around on the stuff that we're not quite clear on, but.
Okay. So item 1 is about an issue regarding credibility of the applicant as being a potential factor for consideration in this decision. The appellant noted that code enforcement complaints made concerning the noise, light, and odor complaints indicate that the applicant is not credible. Also submitted documents from OLCC violation records for the applicant's processing business, and that contributes to a factor of credibility, and that credibility of the applicant is a relevant factor in the application based on a recent LUBA case, and that the applicant has not established credibility. The applicant submitted statements that they believed they were acting in accordance with OLCC instructions, and were cooperative and transparent, that the violations were clerical errors, and there was no allegation made by OLCC of diversion or deception, and that they acted quickly and cooperatively with county code enforcement and the neighbors to resolve those code complaints. Staff's notes about the LUBA case, Lee versus Marion County. This is similar to the last deliberation that we had, but just wanted to note that that case references another LUBA case from 1984 that says LUBA will defer to a local decision maker's judgment regarding the credibility of evidence presented in a land use hearing. So it's not credibility of the applicant's character or content. And if credibility of evidence or testimony is in question by the board today, then the land use decision should be based on findings related to that evidence or testimony. So the board's decision point is credibility and of the applicant a factor in this decision? And if yes, provide findings regarding the evidence or testimony found to not be credible, and either condition the decision to achieve compliance, deny the application, or if no, it's not a factor, then continue reviewing the application.
So I'll go first on this. This came up in one of the other recent ones we discussed, and I said, well, in that case, the credibility argument wasn't what got me to a decision point. It wasn't credibility or lack of credibility. It was something else. I guess I've thought about this a lot since, and the real issue is the credibility of a witness such that you don't believe the evidence they submit. That's really, because we have to come up with a substantial evidence test, which is less than 50% really, but it's substantial. So you have to believe it. So that's where credibility to me is a factor in all our witnesses. And so I do think I think in a prior hearing I said, well, I don't know if credibility should be a factor, but it is in that sense, I guess, is how I've decided. The specific allegations here to me are, really have more almost to do with business practices, and whether they're, over the line, pushing the line, or were they just, clerical errors. I mean, some of these things that date back. I think that this applicant and any other applicant will be tested going forward to comply with requirements. And it's my belief that people who follow the requirements are going to be more successful than ones that don't. They've had a defense that, some of the things with the OLCC with regard to, I think it was with regard to the store or Lunchbox, the processing business. It seems like OLCC agreed to resolve them without a major fine, but they did get fined, so I didn't know how that affects credibility, really. Wasn't that what happened? They resolved them, but there was a fine imposed because failure to mark stuff in the OLC system promptly enough or something, and so I don't know if that's credibility or it's whether you're just doing your, I don't know, the standards. I was kind of left, I'm not sure about that. The substantial evidence test, as well as credibility, do we believe that they'll put in that odor control system? Do we believe that they will change their carbon filters? Do we believe that they'll not grow outside their building? Do we believe, those things, I would hope the applicant would. I mean, that's what the rules say, but I can't think of something where any of those issues affect my decision about whether something meets the ordinance test that we have in our, our regulations. Was there, the canopy size is the one I guess was the closest, is that I think wasn't the application for 4,999 feet of mature canopy, and well, if it was 5,000, then there'd have to be a proof of access different than now. To me, that's like, how close do you want to get to the line? I guess I could say, well, I don't believe it's credible that they're going to actually do that. It seems like this was the one where they originally were going to propose 18,000 square feet for 5, and they were going to do less than 5. So I guess that's where credibility could come up, but I don't know where I am on it at this point. I'm just kind of vocalizing what my thoughts were. So what are your thoughts on credibility? And
Well, you start off with credibility of evidence is kind of the key to this, not the character or conduct. So I don't see that evidence has been brought in without, some confidence on both sides. I mean, there's opinions, and this is exactly what we do here. And this is neighbor relations and a little bit of history. So with all of that, though, I don't see that the credibility is a factor in this at this time.
Well, the fact that it wasn't in operation in 18, 17 was a couple years ago, and if you read Mr. Ty's comments, that is the system really going to work? That's the question. And when we, this is like an odor issue to me. So if it's found that, is there some way we can really focus on the odor issue out there when we're giving, if we do give a permit, so that we know? I mean, we have to give some protection that the odor is going to really be maintained.
Well,
if you're talking about plastic greenhouses, how do you keep it inside?
Yeah, if you're exhausting thousands of cubic feet of air per time period, it's a lot of. Is the fogger working? Is that what you're saying?
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying.
And there we're relying not on the applicant. Most of these things here have to do with the applicant or the applicant's involvement in businesses like Lunchbox Alchemy, where we're not relying on what the applicant's telling us, we're relying on what the engineer is telling us. But, I mean, I guess you could say, well, I don't feel confident to rely on the applicant actually doing what the engineer says. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Jacob, did you think, I mean, So the Lunchbox Alchemy is an ongoing processing business, it sounds like, and it was going all of last year, correct? That's what it
Yeah,
reads
best
like.
as I understand it was.
Weren't those complaints over last year? Weren't the OLCC violations last year, 18?
Yeah, and there's testimony talking about what it was, how it happened, and how it
Yeah.
was resolved.
Yeah. So it's not, so the stuff involving the previous grow was in 17 and that. So the question is it a factor in the decision? I guess to me, that's not really the question. To me, is it a factor that would change our findings on one of the technical ways we approve it, is how I would look at it. And I don't have a specific one, except maybe a little bit with regard to the access one, when we're talking about it's going to keep it 49. I mean, I can't imagine measuring, there's between 4,999 square feet and 5,000 is 1 square feet out of 5,000. So is that a 50 by 100 foot building? It's 5,000 square feet. So if you have one extra plant, I don't know, that just.
What's the area,
Yeah.
which is a very square or rectangle measurement of mature canopy area? I mean,
If it is, but what if it's not? You know,
But it is. I
but
mean, it's OLCC's requirement that that's a tiered license and that's the footprint.
Right, but it may not be in a rectangular, it could be, it could be a circle of plants. I mean, it doesn't have to be, I'm just saying, maintaining that standard seems hard to me. So say you're in a bigger building or in several buildings, so it's spread out in two or
But
three buildings.
OLCC is doing the tiered licenses, they're doing the video surveillance on some of this, the video security requirements, and it's a measured area.
They aren't measuring the square footage of mature canopy. They are?
Yeah.
We've seen that, or?
I mean, that's what we've learned over time here. I mean, that's the tiered licenses. Yeah, it's a specific footprint size.
So do you have any other thoughts on this, Commissioner Dare?
No.
So, was there any discussion of this at the hearing? Was the appellant asked about how the credibility would affect specific items beyond what's summarized here?
I do believe that.
Well, and I'd like to acknowledge, I mean, the question is the credibility of the applicant a factor to consider. I mean, it's an awkward position to be in for us to be able to even rule on something like that. I mean, there's evidence that, something has been a violation of OLCC and it's been corrected, and then there's, a little bit more information here. But I mean, I don't know that this is the right place for us to be ruling unless there's, clear and, clear evidence of a violation that we're dealing with, especially with land use. So, somebody's credibility is just an awkward thing to think we're ruling on.
Well, yeah, but.
The violation was this year, and it was either a 51-day suspension or an $8,400 fine. So that's.
Was it 2019 or 18?
Well, that's when it was OLCC released the news, February 21st.
This year, okay. Well, I think credibility is different than violations. I think credibility is, can you believe a witness, which we do we have to, I don't find it that uncomfortable because we do it all the time when we listen to people. We say, and the question to me is, does a violation lower somebody's credibility? I guess that, I don't know. It may or may not. Was there anything that would be altered based on this for you?
No.
Okay, so, what's that?
Right. Is there credibility? Right, it would be, I would say no.
And I say no.
Okay. I don't have a specific, other than what I've said, I don't have a specific, it's where there's something I think is not true. So, there's not substantial evidence affected by it, I guess.
Okay, understood. So item 2 of this table is about the water rights and the status of water rights on the property. So the appellant provided testimony about the water right not being an allowed permanent use until it is perfected or proven up. The applicant stated that the water right allows for current and future use, that they have until October of 2023 to fully implement or fully construct the watering system authorized under the use. And
Before you go further,
Yeah.
I thought the appellant said a lot more. I mean, there's quite a bit more to the appellant's argument than just it's not in your one sentence summary. And this is one of the ones that when I said I was confused by the evidence, it's quite a lot of stuff in there about water rights. I know Mr. Ty was one of the people that gave a lot of advice to us in other hearings about water rights, so I respect, what it was his property, so I want to make sure I understood it, and I don't really understand everything I've read that's in the record today. I would actually like some more time to read it, because it's not just this that they're saying.
Right, that's correct. So for this item, staff is trying to distill it down just to the status of the water right, but there is a lot of information in the record about groundwater rights versus surface water rights, and argument about water table levels in the area, other water factors, but since this was specifically called out also as a point of opposition, staff put it in this table for the board to determine if it's applicable or not for the status of the water right. Can certainly discuss other water issues, but just to continue with the staff comments, so the approval criterion for the applicant is to provide a copy of a water right permit certificate or other water use authorization from the Oregon Water Resources Department. So they've submitted a final order from OWRD for a transfer of water rights, and it is in that 5-year period where they can perfect that right, but they're also allowed to use it during this time.
Well, and I really like the follow-up, seeing the words containerized and in-ground nursery plants, because that was brought up, and the concept of, hey, wait a minute, farming in the dirt and the soil and the ground is very different than a greenhouse in a container that may or may not be on the ground. So it's good to be able to see that the word containerized has been included from water resources.
Yeah, that's in the transfer right. So it's a different type of water right than flood irrigation, for example.
And those are items to be clarified as we go through this public process.
Mm-hmm.
Well, so clarifying the question, is the status of a water right transfer a factor in this decision? We do have, our code says a valid and complete water right or access to water.
Mm-hmm.
So now this is that kind of a version of that question from our code, which is saying the status of a water right, I guess, is what I'm acknowledging here.
Exactly, yeah. So is the status of the water right transfer a factor in this decision?
Yeah.
That's the question.
Well,
And I guess also.
I wasn't here
Yeah.
for the
Go ahead.
presentations, and so I've watched part of that presentation, which is more concrete than there's a lot of stuff in the record, so that's where I am. What are your thoughts on the water right issue?
There's a whole huge pages and pages of water right information that was submitted for us from testimony from a meeting a year ago in January of 18 regarding water usage and especially alfalfa area with the number of wells that have gone down significantly. So it's definitely it's a challenge to put more of a serious use in that community. They have transfers in, gosh, they transferred 5 water rights in.
So has legal done any investigation of any of this, some of the arguments made by the appellant with regard to this issue? Because there's some things we haven't heard before about whether the water right is available for the, whatever, the specific use here, and you think of it as going to the land, but this is in, so.
Excuse me, Adam Smith, Assistant Legal Counsel. No, I would not describe that I've done specific research or digging into the arguments of this particular case. We're certainly well aware of the water issues that have been raised, and I sat through the hearing and those kinds of things. If we certainly could provide an analysis or some further work product for the board, but that is not something I've done to date.
Have you seen the issues that were raised in this case?
I've sat through the original hearing, and I've looked at some of the documents, yes, but I want to describe that I'm nearly the expert on the record as Jacob is, or others in CDD.
I mean, what it says in our ordinances is pretty simple. I mean, it says you need to have this, 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 this. That's a separate issue. Well, are those things usable? And I think what the appellant is raising is issues saying it can't be used for a variety of reasons or shouldn't be used for a variety of reasons. I guess I'm interested to know that, because we have had a lot of testimony about the water rights going down there, and there's practice. And I don't know that we have any decision space in this or not, but it's the appellant's raising it, so we need, to me, I feel like we need to say yes or no about, or, we need to think through that. And I haven't thought through it completely, and it's a pretty technical area, and there's probably more on this record than any record we've seen about water. But we do have the predecessor of other hearings with lots of testimony about the decreasing water levels in alfalfa and the strains in the system. So I just want to think it through, but I don't know whether beyond our scope or not, is what I'm saying.
So item 13 is the letter from John Short. He's the Water Right Services, a company that does provide water transfer services, and we heard from John Short. I don't know if he was at this hearing, or we heard him recently. But there's a letter, explaining the situation and confirming that, the maximum rate and duty, not underlying explanations of a maximum rate or volume per acre. So I just pulled out a sentence there, nothing I was trying to prove. But he does testify that this is in place, it's valid, and just like staff provided, the year 2023 is when it gets perfected. But it's available, and it's available for use. It's a completed application. The Water Resources Department, State of Oregon, has their permit right here also. So, yeah, I mean, the alfalfa community water situation in other wells, it is in the domain of Water Resources Department, and I'm sensitive to that, but as I say, I don't know that it's part of our land use application to deny somebody's, because we have marijuana production application, there's residential wells and irrigation water rights for farming, and that's all in the domain of the Water Resources Department. So for our land use application, are the water rights here? Are they valid? Are they contested? I say they're here, and I say they're not contested. Mm-hmm. So the statement about does not allow permanent use until perfected, that's a terrible catch-22. I mean, if you're saying, oh, I've got water, but I can't use it, if I don't use it, I lose it. So I mean, that's not a good logic even to ask that question about the status of it.
Well, so they've got a water right permit. They don't have, or they've got the certificate or a water use authorization. You're saying they meet that standard?
So final order approving a change in the point of appropriation, change in the place of use, change in character of use. So, and I'm not water expert either, I'm just seeing what's in front of us. But I'm saying final order, and then the gentleman that represents water in Central Oregon is confirming it's available.
Well, I guess I wouldn't say represents water, I'd say he sells
Yeah, well,
water. I mean,
people that want to do stuff with water.
Yeah, it's a sales
Yeah,
broker.
yep.
Okay. Well, pending any other thoughts on this, I mean, I think they meet what our ordinance requires. I'm not sure that that's the only, I mean, I feel like some of the things that are raised by the appellant need to be addressed legally, but I'm not the one that, I mean, I don't know them. I kind of would like a memo, I guess, saying, here's what we think about those arguments, because we've had this come up before, but not to this extent, I guess. So, but
I'm happy to provide information
Something
on
next.
that to the board, and yeah, just trying to legally analyze what's in the record and how that may or may not comport with our code language. As we've all know, the code language on water is required in numerous past interpretations and applications, as we realize that the reality on the ground with getting water rights and wet water for marijuana usage is far more complex than kind of the bullet point statements that are in our code, and so clearly it requires some interpretation. So,
it may be that this, that's our whole scope is what we're doing, but it's, I guess I'd like to know that.
So we'll continue reviewing the application?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess just.
Yeah, we're keep going now, finish this deliberation. That's just one thing would like to address for future ones too, but.
But I was referring to, staff's guidance on a decision here, if there's information, and we had a good discussion, so.
Yeah. Okay.
But we do know alfalfa has been severely impacted by water usage, so it's limited.
So, you've got a lot of wording here on this easement thing, so I'll
Yeah.
tell you what the gist of it is to me, rather. So what I'm concerned with is this is the other one I'm confused with. I couldn't, because all I had was a record and I wasn't here in the hearing. I don't really understand the whole history and where we are now with easements, but one of the things that bothers me is this issue, if you give someone an easement, do they have the right to use it for whatever they want? Because that seems to be the substance of what is kind of being said, is that the property owner adjacent, which is the Thai property, doesn't want this owner using a road on his property to get to his marijuana grow facility. And it raises two questions to me. One is the issue, like when we had that BLM case, I remember it got pulled, but I was in a position there, the BLM had said, well, you can't use our property to go across the road, so I was going to sustain that because they're under federal law, they don't have to do it. And it's come up in another case we haven't heard yet. But I really wonder if you can make people give up an easement or what goes on in an easement for activities that you don't agree with or didn't anticipate when you gave up the easement. So there must be analogies we could use, but here it's just marijuana. And so I don't know if Mr. Ty had ever raised this, but so say you, like the BLM said, well, it's against federal law, so I don't want it going across my property, and we've heard that in another case, or the risks in my insurance, which, whatever. And so to me, I'm inclined to not make this property owner have a road across there. So I'm not clear if there's another way into this property or not. So I know there's a lot of maps, but I didn't understand them when I was reading it by myself, so.
Actually, on point 4 of the easement documentation that was signed in 2008,
So.
unresolved
I think I've got
issues.
that somewhere.
It says the parties desire that should such question arise in the future and parties are unable to reach an amicable Resolution, this matter will be resolved in Deschutes County Circuit consistent with common law when due consideration is given to the intent of the parties as manifested in, without limitation, the settlement agreement, et cetera. So that's what they're saying when they're not happy.
So they go to circuit court. So
Uh-huh.
this is kind of what comes up in another case we've got. So do you go to circuit court before they approve an application, or you go after you approve an application if you were to approve it? That's my question legally.
I don't know that there's a definite answer. I think it's an option. If I'm the applicant and I'm relying on an easement that somebody granted that's hostile to me, I may go to circuit court in advance to get a declaration of my rights before I spend a whole bunch of money with applications and OLCC and engineers and all that. Or I may feel confident that I have a valid easement, and I may choose not to go and force the property owner that's not in favor of me using the easement to go to court after the fact and try to stop me. I think it's a tactical decision, but I think ultimately it's the circuit court that has jurisdiction over that issue as to the scope of the easement. If on its face there's an easement that provides access, staff's interpreted that that's sufficient to meet the criteria as written.
Well, staff has.
Staff has,
I mean,
that's
legal
right.
staff or CDD staff?
Well, I think conjunction of the two. I think CDD in conjunction with legal's review have been that, we don't, at the staff level, we certainly don't dive that deep beyond what appears to be facially presented to us. And
See, what I see is either way, we're headed towards a future decision if somebody wants to stop it. So I guess as a hearings body on a land use thing, I'm just not very inclined to make somebody give access to something they don't want access to. We could, and I don't know that we have that right, but if we don't have that right, I guess Luba could tell us we don't have that right, or the circuit court could tell, but I mean, it's, I'd approve or even disapprove something and just, I don't know. It just seems like there should be access to a property that across something that somebody agrees to, I guess is and this was not even, contemplated when this easement in 2008 was entered into, so.
I think there was one before that, but that was a new one. There was one from, I think, like 1980s or something, wasn't it?
Yeah, there was,
That was like the most current one with.
So we live in a state where vote of the people has authorized recreational marijuana. And so if it goes to the state court system, an assumption on my part would be that it would be an authorized activity on the transportation system of the state of Oregon. So I don't know that we would be in a spot where it would be required between two private parties that the state would rule in, the assumption of a court case would be ruling with allowing that transportation across that easement. I'm just making, I've never even thought it through like that till just now as I said it. So then we're in a spot where, is there not case law? I don't mind seeing it go to court, but I don't know if it's valuable or not. So then it's a decision of the board. If we want to make it a stopping point, it would be a majority of the board's vote to say, let's, approve and make it go to court, pending a court ruling or something like that. But as I say, I don't know that I see this. Once again, access to the property, I think of development, subdivisions. You have a parcel. Do you have legal access to your parcel, yes or no? So this is more of an issue between property, neighbors, and, in the court system, not a land use decision space at Deschutes County.
But I mean, we could condition an approval based on final resolution of this. I mean, this easement in court. I mean, you could say something like that, but that
means it's defining it as an issue because it's not. It's on this table and it's something people are talking about, but it's not a court case. It's not a it's not an outstanding legal issue or a violation of any sort. It's just a topic at this
Well,
point.
I think it's an issue. I mean, I think because it's been brought up, I mean, by the property owner.
Yeah,
So
I
mean,
acknowledge
it's-
that,
It's
yeah.
an issue in this.
Yeah.
So what I don't, when your staff summary, it says the transportation planner said it's a local access road, but it's located on lot 104, which is not the Thai property, is it the Looney property, or?
Yes.
But then there's this little sentence, additionally, the applicant has an easement access across the appellant's property. So it's just that little northwest corner jag that is,
Yeah, so the 2008 easement that's attached to the March 26 staff memo about access has a drawing on there, and I'll just flip it up.
what number was that, do you know?
It's this one right here.
Well, I know, I'm just gonna look at my, you know what number the
So that is,
document it is? I saw it earlier today.
the memo is item 33. The easement attachment is 34, item 34. And that has a map attached to it for the most recent recorded easement on the Thai property. So it shows that it's a kind of jog across the northwestern part of the Thai property to access the house property.
What's the rest of the gray on that picture? The one that goes all the way down the length of the fence, or whatever it is.
That's the area of the easement.
So the area is the whole northern, or that much of the boundary?
Mhm.
Oh, it's just 30 feet
Mhm.
long, I see. No? No, it's gotta be longer than that. Oh, it's 360 feet long.
Yeah, 30 feet wide, 360 feet long.
But the Hunter Road is actually, or what's called the Hunter Road is actually on the Looney property, right?
Correct. That was the county road department's determination that Hunter Road is a public right-of-way on the eastern portion of Lot 104. The record does contain arguments from two property owners arguing that Hunter Road was originally located on the Thai property, but staff is relying on the county road department's determination there.
Oh, yes, I think we had the man who owned that property here that day, and he was explaining it to us.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, and he submitted a letter during the open record period explaining all the history behind Hunter Road.
Looney did?
Yeah, Looney and Mr. Dye, who lives to the north of all of these properties, but used to own Lot 104.
So, that was something I didn't understand in the record, that, so does Dye use this easement, or was he just talking about, or, I couldn't understand why he was, if he's north of the applicant, right? Does
Correct.
he use it does he use it for access?
The applicant's property?
Yeah,
No, he doesn't.
Dye doesn't?
He doesn't, no. He goes around the property at the north end of Hunter Road. I think he did provide some testimony that he may have an easement through the applicant's property additionally, but I don't believe it's used. It's not developed.
Is that what people remember?
Well, what I think there was an intention to go across that property for access, but I don't, how it's being used currently is different, but my understanding is with just the parcelization pattern, there was a need to get, straight north from Alfalfa Market Road.
There's some, in the record, there's some accusations kind of back and forth about blocking of the easement or the road, et cetera, and I don't know, is that a current thing, and is the applicant using it now to get to this property, or is the applicant going another way?
The Hunter Road?
Well, and then across the Thai property.
That is the present access to the property.
Is it still being used?
Correct.
So there's stuff in the record about things blocking it or water. Is that not an ongoing thing, or?
That was included because there was a lot of testimony submitted during the open record period about argument over the location of Hunter Road, possibly blocking that access and relocating it. But again, staff ultimately relied on the county road department's determination of the location of Hunter Road for the purposes of this application.
See, our access ordinance only pertains to really things over 5,000 square feet. So we're just really talking about, well, can you grant a permit to something that doesn't, if the easement's not, or if there's not access at all? It's kind of like isn't it? I mean, the standard that's met here only starts when you're beyond 5,000 square feet of mature canopy.
Correct.
Okay, do you have any thoughts on this, Commissioner Dare?
Well, it ends up that the private easement was originally dated August 3rd of 1983 between parties. Peter Russell had put that in the file. So that was the original one, and then we have the second one here that Mr. Tai signed in 2008. So.
But the question is the access to the property a factor in the decision?
Well, it could be.
And see, I'm kind of where it could be, just because it's odd, we have an odd situation here. The only parallel I can remember is the one that went across the BLM land. And then we have a little bit of that in the Tumalo. So again, I'm kind of looking for legal advice because I don't know what's the best route. I mean, I guess what you're saying, Dave, is we could approve it, and then if the appellant didn't like it, they could go to court to stop the use, or we could disapprove it and say there's not a valid easement, and the applicant go to court to say it is a good use. Is that kind of what you're saying, or?
Yeah.
Or could we do nothing and say you guys go to court and figure it out, and then we'll tell you if we prove the rest of it? I don't know.
Yeah, I'll do my best to answer the question. I'm not sure I'm fully grasping it, but with regard to access, I believe staff reviewed to see if, at least on the face of the documentation submitted, there appears to be access. An easement was submitted that appears to provide the parcel in question with access. Whether the use that's going to be used on the property or proposed somehow alters or changes that, staff didn't analyze that, didn't understand the criteria to analyze that. And yes, I think by default assumed one or both of the parties, to the extent that's an issue, would take it up at circuit court at some later point in time, that's a jurisdictional issue outside of this body's reach. Now, that's just staff's interpretation, and if the board feels that particular criteria, requires a deeper dive, that's within the total discretion of the board. You're interpreting your ordinance.
So the application requirement is access, and I do support that this would not stop the application. There is access to the property, acknowledging there is an issue. If a neighbor says, hey, wait a minute, that wasn't my intention, when we put an access agreement in place, that would be a court issue. So then if it's, I'm just thinking through, if it's the will of the board, as in two commissioners go another direction, that would be, giving guidance to the applicant and the appellants. But I don't support that.
So those are the two I'm stuck on, is the water and the access issue. I don't know if I've resolved it today. I guess I want to finish looking at and then was there something else that, so I guess then what Commissioner Bone's saying is no, and are you wanting to think about it further, or do you want legal to give us any more insight to it, or just different ones we've had? We haven't, I don't think we've ever had this except in the two I mentioned, so.
So does Looney have a easement then with that property? Does Looney have an easement with the property, the house property?
With the house property?
Yes.
I don't believe that there is an easement benefiting the house property across the Looney property, but Hunter Road is classified by the road department as a public right-of-way, a local access road, so no easement would be required to drive on a right-of-way.
On Hunter Road?
Mm-hmm. The crossing of private property happens on the Thai property to travel east.
It does happen.
Yeah.
Did that answer what you wanted to know?
Yes.
I'm not 100% sure that there is no easement benefiting the house property, so.
So I guess part of the complication of this easement thing is that in Hunter Road is that Dye and Looney, who are the people that either used to own 104 or now own 104, say that Hunter Road's not on that, not even on that property. So I mean, do we have to resolve that issue? Where the easement, I mean.
If you believe there's substantial evidence based on the road department's information that's in the record, then that issue's been resolved. If you don't trust that evidence or think that's sufficient, then certainly staff could try to.
What if I say this, that there's substantial evidence both? I mean, you got Looney and Dye that say it's not supposed to be on.
Well, and there can be substantial evidence that would support two opposing positions.
That's what I'm getting at.
You get to pick which one you
not
think.
weighing one or the other. Sometimes we're just looking for, is there enough at all?
Right.
But now there's really substantial evidence both sides.
They're not mutually exclusive. You could have substantial evidence supporting two contradictory points. It's what you find more credible.
But if the road department's right, you're basically saying that this applicant has the right to drive all the way up the Thai property, right?
Certainly on that road, on Hunter Road, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, well, the Hunter Road starts theoretically down at Alfalfa Market, right? So, I mean, yeah, so that's the whole issue to me, is that, well, there's substantial evidence from our road department that, yeah, it's on this property, and then the people that own it, and they say it's on the other property, and they own it, so they would seem like they'd have, that's substantial evidence. But whichever one you believe affects where the route is, I guess. I don't know. It'd be good if a circuit court heard this, but I don't know.
It would be good.
All right, is there anything else we need to talk about today? I guess what I'd like is a little more time to look at the two issues, water and access part. I'd like to get together at least with Adam about the water and walk through it. Maybe we'll get a memo on that. I guess I feel like we need to ferret out more on this access part. I do think that for the purpose of the ordinance, the access is not that issue. I mean, it's not an issue. It's with regard to, I guess it's raised by the parties because it's been a dispute for quite a while, it seems like. It doesn't seem we should approve something if there's not some road forward.
Well, and as a commissioner and all of us ruling on this, I'm, I guess, cautioning, or trying to digest the fact that there's some pretty black and white Deschutes County land use code that we're ruling on with the testimony provided in front of us. And as we
meander into some of these other areas, I don't know that that's appropriate, or it's going to provide a strong record to be defended. So that's what I'm observing. Just wanted to share.
Yeah, that's good.
We do have time to
Oh, yeah.
do that. Do we not?
July 9th, I believe.
Yeah, let me double check.
What's the date?
I believe it was July 9th.
That's correct, July 9th.
July 9th, okay.
I agree with you that I don't want to meander into things, but they're
Came
being
up with that on
raised.
the
Yeah,
fly.
no, it's a pretty good word. It could be look like we're meandering. I don't know. I just want to make sure we're covering the things that are within the scope of granting an application, and there's been some, yeah. Okay.
Okay, so
Can we finish this then maybe next Wednesday? It'd be the,
yeah, we can continue deliberations till next Wednesday.
just a little more time with some of this arguments. Okay.
Thank you.
Is that okay with you?
That would be excellent.
Okay. All right, so thank you all that came, applicant and appellant, and we'll try to resolve the rest of it in another week. So. Okay, so the next item is the Fall River Special Road District discussion. Does anybody need a break, or can we continue? All right,
I can go for a while here.
okay. You all right for a while?
Sure.
Okay, so I guess we're gonna discuss what our next steps are with regard to, there wasn't a specific memo, was there, Dave, on this?
No, I believe
So we're gonna-
Commissioner DeBonne asked to have this put on.
Yeah, so I
Yeah,
think
so-
what we're discussing, well, I'll just summarize what I think, or you
Sure.
can summarize what you think we're discussing.
Well, yeah, so we have a request by current appointed board members of the Special Road District to proceed as, with the current board and leadership. Homeowners Association has been involved. The big picture, we've got a lot of good information on this. It has come to us as a request to make a decision about how we appoint with the recommended names in front of us, and who will receive those from, I guess, is the key. There's been a standard, big picture, long-term history of a special road district, coming up with the names by themselves. If there's a board that expires, that's been one of the aspects of this issue. Then how do we get restarted? And I'm sure that hasn't the first time that's happened over the years. We're getting a lot of emails on this currently, and a lot of strong opinions in the neighborhood. So, yeah, I mean, I've got ideas to
So
take
our
from there.
idea
but-
today is to discuss further how we deal with it. As I see it, we have a number of the people from the district in the audience, and so we had that kind of, wasn't a hearing on it, but we had some input from them. We've had a lot of input. What it comes down to me is that our whole job is just to appoint a board. And 99% of the time, we just get recommendations from the local people, and those are the nominations, I guess, and then we usually just comply with that. Since I've been here only in only 2.5 years, I think this is the only time where we've had people really contesting it at this level. We had another one where there were some issues, but it didn't get to the point of who's nominated. I have a couple concerns. One is that I'm concerned if, in this case, there seems to be kind of allegations that a board essentially reappoints its own successors, and that can go down and it can be contrary to the general group on one end. That could be happening. On the other hand, we've had a lot of evidence that the people like the way it's been appointed, they like the appointments. So I can't really weigh by the emails I've gotten where the public will is. I don't know. If it was up to me, I would probably have a nominating vote of all of the special road district people, and I would probably take the homeowners association out of it, even though they've been involved in the past and they've been kind of coexisting organizations and meetings. But I would say, you're the people in the special road district. Who do you want to nominate? And they could put up 5 people to nominate, they could put up 20 people, they could, but, because I don't know, I don't know where the weight of the, the biggest concern was about the issue of the allegation of overspending for a road improvement or road maintenance thing. But I don't know if that's commonly believed or whatever. So I would like to do some kind of let that group nominate who they want to nominate. And I don't really want to try to read between the emails to verify who's the truth or what the weight of things is, because I know there's been a lot of organizing. We've got a petition saying that there's support for the current board. That may be. It might be 99-1. It may be something else. But I have trouble stepping in when I don't really know that part of it, what people want. So
and you mentioned that group should nominate, but that's the problem. So the homeowners association happened to put in the bylaws that we are the group that nominates, but that's not a legal path for a special road district, which is a taxing entity, which has its own, tax rate and responsibilities of being a road district. So that group is the issue. So, I'm just acknowledging.
Well, I'm just saying the people that are actually in the board. Yeah, the fact that the homeowner says they nominate doesn't necessarily mean it's true, which is what our legal counsel said.
Right, because they haven't.
But who really would have the right to nominate or choose would be the people in the district, in the road district, because it's a different subset. And to me, I'm worried, that we don't really know all the, and I appreciate all the emails people have sent, but they come in pieces, and the other would be to get somebody to gather all of them together, and we read them all at one time, but it's really hard to sort out, who isn't responding, so I don't know what
and I would acknowledge that, I support special road district doing the business of the special road district, and we have, bumpy spots in the road, but the process works well, and we're not an arbiter of this. We're not a judging committee. So special road district, I do support them having the authority to do their business, proceed as it has done. Just a few years ago, and I don't know how it's gone the last year and the year before, but it used to be the Memorial Day weekend community meeting. If there was a spot, people would, possibly if, whoever wanted to, I was going to try to make a joke of that. But yeah, the short man got the stick of the short straw, ended up on the board, which was fine, though, because if it's running well, it's not a hard job to do. So right now is a really rough spot for the whole community. And I've talked to a few folks and have gotten lots of emails on it. But I do support the road district, the autonomy, the authority of the road district. And they're all in the same neighborhood, so they need to have that Memorial Day weekend barbecue, potluck, and, kind of work out the differences. But the road district, I observed, is in great shape. Really, remember, so it's that $100,000 contract, 70-something thousand to 100-something thousand. But that's basically 5 years of revenue, so you have to save up over time to do a project like that at $20,000 a year or so, round numbers. So having the capacity, the focus to be able to get to that rebuilding of the roads a few years ago was wonderful. What a wonderful service for the community members, and the roads are in great shape too.
Mr. Gary, your thoughts?
Well, I would really go to creating harmony in their neighborhood again. Reading as many emails as I've printed in my huge file on it. This is where you live. This is the people you drive by every day. And I do believe that the road district should actually have transparency, and so that everyone knows. I know there's 127 in the road district, and there's only 114 of the HOA. I just think if they added some transparencies, I think that would be, it's good to have some transparency and just kind of get this smoothed out, get this behind them, and continue on, because you only live once, and it's really sad when you see this much energy over something that's, it's unfortunate.
So what's your remedy? What do you want?
My remedy?
Yeah.
Well, according to our staff recommendation, originally, was to have one from the SRD board expiring in 2021, and then another person from the SRD board expiring in 2020, and then one from the HOA. but because most of the letters said it's always been from the SRD, I would just hope they would be they would bring maybe someone new in that has a short-term term expiring in 19, just to, we need to mend a lot of fences, bridges, et cetera.
So are you saying you like the legal counsel's suggestion,
No.
but you want to change the order, or?
No, I just said maybe not, it wasn't from the HOA. Even though their bylaws said it, all the letters I received that I read said, I've lived here since 1991, I've lived here since whatever, and it's never been that way. And, sometimes how things really are and how they're written down are two different things.
Well, but, so you're saying that there shouldn't be a vote by the HOA, that all three of them should be through the SRD?
Well, everybody is in the SRD, the 127. So everyone votes, should be able to vote. And it includes all the HOA. So the HOA is going to be voting. If they, nominate 5 people, and maybe some of them are both, they're, the SRD and HOA members,
Well,
it should kind of blend itself out.
But, so are you suggesting that they have a meeting and they nominate, again, in the whole body, 3 members to meet this, and this? And
Yeah,
those
they
for
need to have a new.
19, one for 21, for 21, is that?
Yeah, they need to have a new,
We're trying to get.
because ours was only through the end of this month, wasn't it, Dave? Yeah,
You did it temporary through May.
right.
It boils down to who sends us an email or a letter that says, these are the people nominated for our board. That's what we're dealing with.
Well, I would like some, and then what I'm advocating, I think they should vote on it, and whoever shows up at the meeting can vote on it. And,
So you're talking about an annual
Kind of
meeting
election.
or a process of
well, if they're going
ballots
to,
in
they
the
usually
mail?
have an annual meeting on Memorial Day. That's in this month.
Yeah,
So
it's in a couple,
are they going to have a meeting in
Oh.
this Memorial Day?
I don't know.
June 1st.
There you go, June 1st, there's a community meeting.
shared
Okay.
meeting, right.
So rather
So
than,
then who do we receive a letter from with the names? That's the key.
well, somebody, they can elect among themselves who.
But
we could-
okay,
we've
from the
been asked
HOA
to
or
help
for the road
solve
district?
this. So my view is it should be from the road district.
Yeah, okay, that's what.
So anybody that's in the road district, my view is this, the fair way to sell this would be, they have a vote of whoever shows up at a given time, and I guess.
June 1st.
June 1st, and they nominate the 3 members, and we accept those. And they're.
By a letter
and-
from the road district current
current
members.
board, but
Yeah.
it would have to conform to what the vote was,
Which is, yeah.
because they know each other and their neighborhoods the best, and that's if that works, we move forward. If
Yep.
people, don't go to the meeting, or there's only 10 people there, I don't know. I don't know what you do about proxies, but
But-
that's a simple solution to where,
Keep it as simple as possible.
keep it simple, and if it works, we've got a board going forward. If we don't, I
We'll be
think
back
what
here
you said
again.
is really good, is I don't really want to be the arbiter of a dispute that we're not day-to-day involved with. So that's, I guess, because that's not really traditionally our rule, right, Dave?
That's correct.
We're not really an arbiter, we're just an appointer.
Yes.
Sometimes we do arbitrate, like the stuff that went before this today.
Oh, so the board supports the special road district sending us a letter with the nominated names for the next board.
But but it's not but what I support is not just the current board members deciding amongst themselves
Oh, yeah.
who they want to appoint. I support some kind
And
of
so we're
public-
asking specifically, confirm that it happened at that community meeting on June 1st.
Yeah,
So
that's-
that would be
that's
the
what
other
I'm
part of it.
asking.
So,
And
and then do we have an
So
appointment?
you're asking for a letter from the current board with the nominations following a vote of the road district members, not the board, the 3 board members, but all the members of the road district
So
at
is
their
that-
annual
Community
meeting.
yeah.
So that's actually a Monday then, June 1st? Because Memorial, it's a Saturday?
You could extend the current appointments a couple weeks if you need to.
Oh, okay.
You could just make a voice motion for that today. We don't need a formal order.
Yeah, because Memorial Day is on the 27th, so then
Right.
Saturday the 1st is, yeah.
Okay, so I move that we extend the current nominations till June 15th, at which time?
I'll second it.
Okay, and then, do you think you've got a compilation of all the letters we've received?
I do believe I do. Ta-da.
That's good. She's-
I put them all in one folder as I read them, and there's quite a few.
Now, I'd like
read
to,
them as they've come in,
trees.
but that's good.
Trees don't live forever, guys.
That's right.
So that was a nomination, or a motion for
motion.
extending to
So we-
June 15th.
Right, so then we have
And,
to vote on it.
And that we recommend that the,
Well,
I
let,
mean,
I think
we don't
let's
really
do
have
it separate.
power over
Yeah.
this special road
Yeah.
district. We're just recommending that
Yep.
the special road district do a public vote of any members of the special road district that show up at a meeting and nominate 3 people for this board.
Yeah, I think you're saying that the board, this board will accept as authoritative a letter from the current road district board identifying the 3 people to be appointed for the terms that are identified, the 3, 2, and 1 year terms. That you'll accept that from them, provided that they provide for some vote mechanism at this annual meeting on June 1st.
Yeah.
And then thereafter, the expiring term, would you require the same letter from the current board following a vote of some sort at their annual meeting? Right,
Well,
so,
I don't know that I need to put that, I mean, that's the procedure that had in the past. So then this is to get on track is what I
Yeah,
support.
that's right. I just,
Right.
one popular vote, that's for this year.
Okay.
In the future, the board would.
it'd be the board
appoint
again.
Communities, yeah.
successor.
Okay, because they'll be giving you a name in December for the one that expires at the end of, yeah. Okay, so I think that's clear. I'll get an email out to Mr. Swanson, who's here, and obviously to Mr. McManus, and assume they'll disseminate it to other folks accordingly.
And we'll call for
So did we vote?
So, yeah, so that's the motion, and any further discussion? Okay, Commissioner Dare,
Yes.
Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
The chair votes yes, so hopefully that'll help resolve this. So, thank you for coming today, and,
Bye.
sure. I don't know if, does the road district have any formal forums, yeah, so. We're offering a solution, so I guess if there was only 3 people, I mean, it should be a widely, we're assuming there are.
I bet
a
it'll
lot of
be
people
well
who go.
attended this year.
You might have a good turnout, so we hope it does. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Well, you'll have to decide, you're doing the nominating. The members of the road district would nominate the members for the vote. Well, anybody that's there that's a member of the road district would vote, and they could nominate whoever they want, and
There's like 127 people,
and then your job would be to nominate 3 that you would send on to us.
no, nominate and vote on?
Well, that's what I mean. Well, no, yeah,
Nominate,
well, the
vote,
vote
and
is
then
to
send the top
nominate.
3 to us.
Yeah, well, they're voting on the nominations.
Excuse me, we've been told that we can't have any proxies. My 2 children own property there,
Mm.
and they're totally in agreement with keeping the road district. So they don't live here.
Yeah.
But they own property, and they pay homeowners dues, and they pay, but Mr. McManus has said, no proxies this year. He
Yeah,
has
see,
said-
I guess that's, we're recommending a process. I would be in favor of you allowing proxies personally, because each property owner's, it's a vote, but the proxy would have to be somehow verified. If I was setting this up to be fair to all your neighbors, et cetera, I would allow proxies, because they have the same,
One
they don't
vote
live here.
per residence? Is that how it is,
I
or do we
assume it
even
is.
care?
Is it?
Okay. I mean, like, what if 4 people?
set up every.
In attendance.
Every lot has a vote. If somebody owns.
For
3
HOA.
lots,
That's for the HOA.
they get 3 votes.
Okay,
Only for the HOA, not the HOA, not the SRD.
Mhm.
okay.
That's right.
The SRD is 5 people. I would need to have it, something in writing that says 1 vote.
Are you getting all this conversation, Sharon?
Well, yeah, what's the will of the board on that vote? I mean, I can make that clear in the
Yeah,
communication to them.
well, I think proxies should be allowed, but I think if it's 1 per owner, not 1 per lot. I guess that's what I think would be fair, because you'd have, I don't know, what do you think would be fair? I don't know how many
I don't know that
multiple
we can
lot
work
owners.
this out here, and there's.
Well, we're
lot
just
of opinions in the
we're just
room. Yeah.
recommending something. I don't know.
So you're saying that you're gonna recognize 1 vote per parcel? So there's 100.
One vote per, what are the memberships based on? Is it, do you have, if you own 3 lots, do you have 3 memberships or just one?
No, the SRD, the HOA doesn't, we're talking SRD.
Okay, so that's what we're going with. Per taxpayer. Okay, well, that's what we're going with. So the only question we'd have to do is recommend whether a proxy is allowed or not. And to me, I'm just one commissioner, but I would allow proxies because it is probably hard to get. Yeah, go ahead.
Not everybody in this community is a part of the HOA.
Right, right. Yeah, we agree with that.
What I'm unclear on is who's going to make the nominations for the HOA board or the road?
Well,
Road folks make the nomination.
well, at the meeting, I would think whoever wants to nominate somebody could nominate somebody. So amongst yourselves, you have 127 people. You could nominate, if people want to nominate 5 or they want to nominate 15, but whatever.
But we seem to have a new individual in our community that wants to be the boss of everything.
Well, he may not win the vote. So that's what we're saying is you'll have a vote, and if someone's, you have to be popular to win a vote.
He has already muddied the waters with everybody.
Yeah.
A lot of accusations against
Yeah.
the road district, all of which have been proven to be untrue. But there are new people in our neighborhood who don't know and have never asked, but they're very, very willing to go along with this one individual. And
But you,
Commissioners come up with a good plan.
yeah, you'll have your work cut out for you, it sounds like, but, if you want to, elections. Well, if it doesn't work, we'll be back here after June 1st saying, well,
Yeah, that's right.
There were
We got till
fist-
June 15th to do something.
fist fights and somebody tipped the boat.
I don't want to see it on Channel 21.
Yeah.
oh, that was part of the plan.
Is what?
Media.
I just,
Oh,
Yeah,
the media. Okay. Well, let's go. That's what we voted on to support you trying, and if it works, hopefully it'll work for you. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks for
And I'll
coming in.
endeavor to get that formal communication out to you and to Mr. McManus. Likely going to be tomorrow because we'll be here past 5 tonight, and I've got another meeting at 5:30 I've got to get to. Okay. But it'll certainly be before the noon hour tomorrow, and hopefully capture all this with some clarity, and you guys go have your meeting on June 1st.
Sharon wants to say for a
We'll
minute.
be done by 5. But, yeah,
Thank you for your
Thank
time.
you.
thank you.
Yeah, I don't want to slow you guys down, but what you guys do here, I mean, we've been here watching the whole marijuana thing and all that. What you guys do here is amazing.
Thank you.
That you can
We're
go into all
balancing.
this stuff.
Thank you. Well, thank you. We'll try. All right.
Try really hard.
Next item is 911 update. Sarah and Will, you want to join us?
They're probably falling asleep.
Please wake up and join us at the front. Huh? You guys are
guys
color
gotta come
coordinated. It's like, is that the team color?
Royal blue one.
I like the team color. That's my favorite.
Our eyes, no, just kidding.
Huh?
It brings out our eyes.
Yeah, that's what I say. Nice.
So
Team
how's
spirit.
Danielle doing?
Ready to pop.
Okay, well,
Yeah,
yeah, there you
she's,
go.
she's pretty miserable about 4 o'clock.
Miserable, yep.
Yeah.
yeah, my mare had her full 3 in the morning.
Oh, yeah. I hadn't heard.
Oh, you last night?
No, Sunday at 3 a.m.
Congrats. Oh,
I
good.
didn't hear.
Right in the middle of the weekend.
I'm so tired now.
Yeah.
I slept for days. Watching my horse.
All right. So we're talking about the 2 different agreements, I guess, today?
Yes.
Yes.
Just give you a heads up, there's a fire in the pond. Ed Keith reported already 1 struck from down. Essentially, it's near Bridge Drive. I'm not sure exactly where that is.
Right by my house, probably. Yeah, so I think that's Lazy River South neighborhood, so it's, yeah, not, I mean, I don't live on Bridge, but it's real close.
Might you want to go home? You have
No, but-
horses. You might want to go home.
Yeah.
You want to call? You want to take we can take a quick break.
Yeah.
Take a quick break.
Okay.
What's your address? I can have Chris check how close it is.
1643. Oh, I may leave.
Kathy's got the hose.
Yeah.
She'll let you know when she gets there. Okay, well,
Well,
go
is-
back on the record? Or?
I mean, as long as it's not super windy, you know, that would be the thing I'd worry about.
I would recommend you go. So,
Well,
it's just the house that burnt is just south of yours. So if
Okay,
your
well, I'm
wife
going
would,
then.
if your wife would need help, I
Yeah.
think you want to be there.
thank you very much. She's got more information. I'll see you later.
I'll take your stuff up if you need.
Oh, I can do that. I'll grab my stuff and
Okay.
well,
I'll get that for you.
yeah, okay. Thank you. I'll leave that.
Yeah,
Good luck.
Thank you.
She says it seriously.
Yeah. 911 tells you to move. You better move.
Yeah.
All right.
You can call Mike on the way.
What's that?
So you can call Mike on the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chief Lucas.
All right. So why don't you go ahead and take it for what you need us to do here today?
So the first thing I printed or sent was the agenda for the user board on the 21st. Because we were discussing who was going to chair the meeting, I wanted to get this in front of you guys to make sure there was anything you wanted added. This was also sent to the police and fire chiefs to see if they had anything that they would like to see added to this agenda. So that was kind of the first order of business I wanted to discuss with you guys.
Well, and that may follow from, voting who would be the liaison from the board, who
Absolutely, that's all.
could be part of that as well. So they're kind of two
Which I
things.
don't know if we'll get that done today because Tony's not here to discuss it. Okay, good. So this is what's on for next week. Good. So the meeting's the 21st. So, yeah. The way it's set now, I'm not supposed to be there on the 21st because I'm supposed to go to Washington DC for a lobbying thing for the for the north end of Bend with some people from the city of Bend. So I may not be here on the 21st. But anyway, we'll cross that bridge. So what's next? The second is the amendments to the operating agreement.
Yes.
Okay. Looks like you've added in alfalfa. You kept Deschutes County Rural, you just moved it, right? Or
No, they were taken out.
so why are they not part of it anymore?
I'm not sure why they were taken
I thought they were moved over in the,
Is that
They're
because
captured under,
they're under,
I thought the draft I saw, they moved over to the right and that column moved up because to equalize the,
where's Ben?
Are they part of Redmond Fire now?
Bend
Oh, yeah,
Fire
they're
Truck
there,
is
City of
covered
Bend.
under City of Bend.
they're,
Yeah,
Deschutes,
If I'm not mistaken, the Rural Fire Protection District number 2 got absorbed under one of the city's
And they're on the other one.
fire agencies.
I thought they had their own board and everything else.
Yeah, that's what, isn't.
And they're on the they're on the
They have
ballot.
the elections?
Yeah.
Yeah, they've got people running for number 2.
Yeah, and they're still on the second one.
Where's the second? Yeah, the one that's not the red line. They're in, aren't they in the other column?
Yes.
I
they're
figured
in
that
the
out.
column.
Three.
I figured that out earlier.
And alfalfa would be added. The only ones that we talked about potentially taking off were the cities of Lapine and Sisters, since they don't have either a police agency or a fire agency. We left them on during the last amendment because they were signatories of the original agreement when it was first enacted. But yeah, I think District 2 has their own board, and I mean, they should be on. But
Well, I thought I saw a second draft of this that showed them on there, but I thought they were taken off on the left and put on the right to equalize the number. So do you think we should take the City of Lapine and City of Sisters off?
that's a question. And they're stakeholders only in the sense that they reside within the 911 dispatch area, but they don't oversee any public safety agencies that would attend user board meetings or vote or provide input on any 911 related operational issue.
Well, and they're not, yeah, and so they're not on the user board, so why would they be part of the agreement?
Yeah, I'm not certain this was.
We haven't ever discussed this before, but,
Now, Dave, this is that section that we talked about, the difference between the parties on the front page and the actual user board composition that's on the second page under.
Oh, yeah, because the
3.
city of Bend and city of Redmond are,
Right.
So, and I thought what we had discussed was removing, actually, no, because Sisters and La Pine would stay on that first as parties that we're covering, we provide coverage in their area, but they would not fall into the actual user board composition.
And they're not listed there.
Exactly.
Right, and I think the reason I think they were, and not recently, but I think a year or so ago when you did that last amendment, there was talk about maybe removing them, and I think the thinking at that time was, well, they're part of the 911 county service district. They pay taxes into that county service district, and so, I mean, everybody countywide pays taxes into it, and so that seems to ring a bell with me on why they were left in. Whether that's a valid reason or not, I don't know, but that's why they were left in that list.
The discussion we had, as I said earlier, the only reason we left them in was because they were on the very first one.
Yeah.
The agreement that we were amending. And I wasn't around, I don't know that any of us were around when that original agreement was put together as to why they were included as parties to it. I mean, it doesn't really hurt anything to leave them on there. It's just another signature to chase down and
it's kind of interesting, the parties that are part of the district. So you include the Redmond Fire, but you don't include Bend Fire as an eligible party, but Redmond Fire is, and then you see what I mean? And we have the.
Yeah, there's no City of Redmond and the Redmond Fire and Rescue.
But Bend Fire and Bend Police aren't members of the.
Covers City of Bend PD and fire.
What's that?
The City of Bend covers the fire department and the police department.
Well, why didn't City of Redmond cover Redmond Fire?
They're separate, so City of Redmond's the PD, and then the fire has their own, it's named something different, Redmond Fire and Rescue. They separate it out from the city.
They're a special district.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Oh, but I mean, so is Bend outside the city.
Right.
I'm a voting member of the fire district number 2, but I don't have anything to do with the city of Bend.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, that's what I was thinking, that fire district falls in Bend.
Well, I would think we'd leave the Deschutes County Rural Fire District 2 in.
I would agree.
And maybe not alter anything else right now unless something comes up between now and then that maybe we should just look through and make sure we have all the people that make sense to have. We haven't talked, it wasn't the main thing we were working on, but, okay.
And there's nothing in Terrebonne?
Rural 2 is
Yeah,
Terrebonne.
Redmond Fire and
No, they're building, no, the Rural 2 is, isn't it? Aren't they building a fire station there?
Redmond Fire has a fire station in Terrebonne right now.
Oh, Tumalo, yeah, I'm sorry, Tumalo, yeah.
Okay.
I thought you said Tumalo, sorry, yeah.
I did say Terrebonne, I thought.
Okay, so that sounds good. So the first one is really item 3B. So I like the way that's worded. I think that even though there was kind of pushback at the user meeting the other day, I think it's our call, and I think we're trying to institute that we make sure that we're doing our job. And, eventually it may become easy and it might become the direct, we could end up designating it in calm times, but I just think after 2 years of all this controversy, I think that the governing board ought to be involved in making sure that we're doing our job. And, and it may, I just think it'll change. We don't have to decide who's going to do the next meeting today. We probably want to talk about it in another meeting, but I like that. And if they push back at the user board meeting and said, well, we want it. That's how I feel. Are you all right with that language?
Yes.
Commissioner Dare, okay. And I don't know if we need to, it'd be nice to make sure Tony agrees too, but, and then we got B3H. User board shall annually provide the data written input and assessment regarding the job performance. And that's different than what we had last year, or?
That is the language, I think that was.
He pulled it from the language from the 2018 amendment and put it in there.
And put it in there, good.
Right.
So we still support that, right?
Yeah. That was approved last year by everybody.
Okay.
Just brought it in.
And so I like, and then the next one was 5D, and that was to make sure we've got county legal and the governing board approves policies and procedures, but again, it's not intended to, we don't want to see every nitpicky little change of whatever. It's really the big stuff that, so make sure we know we have an obligation to be looking at things that are going on there, and that Dave's available, or the successor in time is available to look at stuff, and you're comfortable with that, right, Dave?
Oh, absolutely.
So, this that was just something we didn't think was really clear. And then for expenditures of budgeted items, what's this, 5F? Shall thereafter be submitted to the governing board. So again, asking legal to make sure they look at it. And then the one you added, Will, or 9B, is about utilizing technical abilities. And that we went over, that seemed to be supported by the user board. So I'm in support of these changes. How about you?
Excellent.
Okay. All right. Oh, and then there's something at the very end, prior agreements. What's that?
How come some of these came out in red and some didn't?
Which ones didn't?
Well, no, I meant like, if it's a change, right?
Yeah, the changes are in red.
Okay, so that one, 9B, is that supposed to be in red?
Yeah, that's an addition.
Okay, so
Each
mine-
agency, what's it goes on the next page?
No, mine didn't. Mine didn't.
Oh, it's not in red?
No.
Some are in red, some aren't.
Mine
My
didn't come out
set's,
in color.
my set's all red.
Somebody was trying to save colored ink.
Maybe they ran out of colored ink
Probably
on
was
their
printed on
toner.
my printer.
That might be.
My fabulous.
You want to look at the changes in red?
No, I can
Okay.
follow everything else. I kind of was like, wow, didn't see all that.
Okay. Well, do you want to recommend approval of these
I
changes?
move approval of these changes for, what is it? 911.
So this, Sarah, this is on the agenda for the 21st, right, to present the full package of changes one more time to the board. So if everything goes well on the 21st, we'd probably bring the clean version back to the board, the governing board, you all, for official approval.
Yep.
Okay.
Well, let's see, they just have to sign this, basically, right? I mean, we're going to bring it up. Well, we've already talked it through, so we could really, couldn't they sign there?
No, I think that each of them would take it to their respective governing elected bodies for approval. That's why we've done amendments.
Oh, they take it to their own boards. Okay, good. All right. So, let's see, did we vote or we just move? I can't remember. Did I vote? Did we vote?
No,
You didn't vote.
yet. I
Okay.
haven't made the complete nomination.
I thought you made a motion.
I made a motion, yes, to sign this, but are we talking about the service, the Deschutes County 911 Service District, document number 2019-237? And then the amending operating agreement, DC, 2015-109.
That's correct. Those are the numbers. Sorry, those strike through and underline.
I was
They're a
like,
little
oh,
confusing.
Yes, we are. So you-
And that's with the addition to add Deschutes County Rural Fire 2 back in.
Back in.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, you want to be, you want to go in as the governing body rather than the Deschutes County Board of Commissioners.
911 governing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So don't we need to change and?
Her minutes will reflect that you've
We
now
met-
convened as
We
the,
reconvened as the governing body of the Deschutes 911 Service District, and you made that motion in that
I did.
capacity. I seconded in that capacity, and then we'll vote on it unless you want to make a public speech.
No.
Okay. So Commissioner Dare
Yes.
and the chair votes yes. And if you anticipate any complaining by anybody, let us know and we'll reach out ahead of time. We're just trying to, I don't know, reassure them, and I don't really want to, we're not going to make their world complicated.
Yeah, I don't think any of these changes, I don't think anybody's going
Didn't
to.
hear any big objections when we discussed them
Okay,
conceptually last meeting.
okay. So the next item is the agreement we're entering into with the various agencies, and
We want to.
He also brought the attachment for the service level agreement after he spoke with, we had a meeting with the captain this week and made some edits to it, so wanted to get that in front of you along with the contract.
Is that, so it's different than this?
It's an appendix.
Okay. Well, since we haven't really ever done one of these contractual agreements, do you want to just kind of walk through the highlights of what, is this modified, or is this the same one, or is this a brand-new deal, the user agreement?
Brand new deal, so nobody is executed on, well, for fire, no one's executed at all. The police agency signed an MOU to join the system, but not the actual IGA that was required by the state.
So we've never had one of these
Correct.
agreements with the various agencies that are in our
Specifically
district.
for the radio system, yes.
Yeah. So when you so did you have to draw this up from scratch, or how did you?
No, there was a baseline template that had been worked on between Dave and AdCom Engineering that I used and then modified.
Okay, so maybe just take a few minutes, walk us through what was important here, just so we kind of know what we're entering into.
Sure.
Do you understand what we're? Yeah, but what we're doing, this is between us as the district and.
I'll give an overview of what the document is and
Okay.
the purpose that it serves. The IGA itself is just it's an intergovernmental agreement between us as the servicing district and the user agencies who will be accepting our services. There's some flow downs in here because just as we are servicing our users, we are being serviced by the state. So there are terms and conditions that the state flows down that mandates all users comply to certain rules, regulations, policies that are defined. So what we've done with this IGA has taken the state's flow downs as well as implemented our own to keep everything standardized, structured, and consistent with operational guidelines within the district. So that's what this document says. It basically, if you were to read through it, it's mostly just obligatory areas of how you'll operate on the system, that you'll have permission to use specific talk groups, who will be authorized access to other people's communication mediums or talk groups, and then who will have access to program, who will have access to listen to your traffic. That type of information is what's documented in this user agreement.
Want to start asking, or?
Sure.
Okay. So on the first page, that I see the little comments about health. That struck me as kind of odd too. The system is healthy, but I see the little explanation. It's a technical term, health and welfare. Anyway, who wrote the question? Was that you, Dave? Asking about health?
Yeah, I think that was mine.
DD is Dave.
That's me here. Yeah.
WM's myself.
You're really talking about whether the system works and whether it's in good shape, right? The equipment and the.
Right. The health itself can be associated with the uptime of operation, the quality of audio. It kind of can cover a few different areas within the system operation itself.
Why don't you use some word like functioning capability or something, or why is health just seems like involves a live object, animal or.
A standardized technical term specifically associated with this, but I'd be happy to change it to plain text if there's benefit to doing that.
It's fine.
Fine.
Have BMI.
I think you might be the only one that knows. What's that?
I said it could be
BM.
body mass index, something healthy.
It isn't something that somebody like me reading it knew what it meant, so that was only, but.
Or at least it's not, it's a word.
What about that, like something like health and working capability, right? And I'm not saying that anything, it's not very clear to, that's. Dave, did you think there should be more to it or not? Or,
The health kind of caught me off guard, but, Will told me that's sort of the typical nomenclature in this area, so I'm comfortable with that.
Tom, do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, I went through all this first. I think this has been updated since I provided input on it. I'm with Dave, if that's a accepted term in the industry, and more importantly, the stakeholder agencies who are going to be the other side of this, signing this, understand what it means, then it's fine for me.
Okay. I just didn't know if the agencies would know what it was either. It's like, but maybe they do. Yeah.
I mean, if there's benefit, I can change it to operational integrity or something along those lines.
Well, health and operational integrity. If it's a good word, I like it in there. It's just, I'm not, it's like what?
Okay.
Yeah, okay. So you have effective dates. Next thing is so you have, so why don't you walk us through the duties of the user? So we understand this is what they're committing to do in this contract, right, is all the user agencies.
So what the users are committing to is operating within the system standard policies that are defined here in this. Part of that is the conformance to the FCC requirements. An example of that is operating within the power that's been approved by the licensing. So if any of them have a base station or something like that, they can't arbitrarily turn up the power to gain coverage, because that has to be licensed by the FCC. So that's the federal laws and regulations bit. Improper use is defined here as how it's being used, whether it's being used for personal use, for example, would be an improper use of the system. The subscriber support fees, which is pretty self-explanatory. The provision use of user purchase and owned radios and radio software. So that's basically saying that this system is provided as a service. You can't arbitrarily buy your own stuff, put it on the system without receiving approval of the servicing district first.
And that's been a problem in the past.
Yes.
It has been.
So this will be new to them, or?
They're aware.
They're aware.
And what they had purchased in the past wasn't necessarily, there's more to it. There's a whole lot to these radios. They're buying a computer and putting it on a network, and if it's not qualified by the IT shop, that computer can cause serious damage to the network. Radios are no different. So if the radio is not qualified by the servicing department, then there could be issues that could cause not only outages or issues for the user agency, but for the state as a whole, since it's a shared system.
I noticed so in that one you're saying certified for use on the system by ODOT in the district, and the first number 3.1 you had, they're supposed to know all the standards, policies, procedures, and protocols established or amended by ODOT. I would think if I'm running a police agency or law or fire agency, I wouldn't have any idea what ODOT's rules are.
All of ODOT's rules that carry through, we publish through ours. So we
Is that asking a lot for them to know it? I mean, is that?
Because we provide that information to them from the district, and ODOT's falls into district. So we don't go looser than what ODOT does. We're a little bit more stringent than they are in our requirements. So all of theirs are already covered within ours. I guess if we wanted to drop ODOT, that'd be more of a question for Dave on whether or not we would be allowed to drop them, since they are the main source.
Yeah, my concern, Dave, when this was first proposed, was the idea that we don't want to be in a gotcha standpoint where we've got, this isn't some of the people we negotiate contracts with where we're trying to make sure we have, like we were doing Harris again, or where these are kind of they're somewhat partners more than completely. So is that too much to ask, all this ODOT stuff? I just see, to me, when I hear it, it sounds like a lot. And we may be right that we want that, but is that reasonable that I mean,
I don't think it's going to be viewed as unreasonable by the user agencies. They understand the connection with the whole ODOT system, the interoperability, and
see, I've never, in all the meetings I've been to, I've never really had any idea what the ODOT part of what we're doing, other than the fact we have some towers.
So maybe that'd be helpful if I gave kind of an overview of what the system is. So the system that we operate on, this countywide system, is not our system. This is ODOT's statewide system. All we did was add a few towers. The system as a whole, the brains of the system, is owned wholly by ODOT, and we pay fees to ODOT for that. We don't own the system. We only own a few of the RF sites in the county. So when it comes to the ODOT's requirements, they require us in our user agreement with them to conform. Therefore, our users would have to conform to those flow downs as well.
I have to say, I've been in a lot of meetings, and I guess I didn't really realize that.
Yeah.
So this has always been talked about, like our system and what's wrong, what do we need to do with our system? It's never been, that's interesting, yeah, so,
So we have in essence, a clone here though locally, right?
We don't.
Oh, okay.
The state does.
Well, the
ODOT.
state does, yeah, and I know we
Yeah,
had
but-
some interest in,
It's not at 911's facility, it's actually down the road at the ODOT facility. So there is two halves of the brain that work. One is in Salem, one is here in Bend. Both of them are owned by ODOT. And while we provide administrative capabilities to them and actually administer on the statewide system, we don't actually have an interest, a legal interest in it.
it's interesting. Good to know, but yeah, I guess I don't know. Did you know that, Commissioner
No,
Deere?
no, this is great.
But I've been in a lot, yeah, it's never been talked about those terms, that it's actually their system. I mean, I knew we were connecting their system and we were buying under their umbrella, so to speak, but I didn't know it was really their quote-unquote system. That's interesting, yeah, well,
You think we're paying them too much?
I don't know what we're paying them.
No, what we're paying them is fair.
It's fair?
That's a big reason why it costs $5 or $6 million
Right.
less than it would have if
Right.
we had purchased our own
Right.
from the beginning.
Well, just my hunch is that making sure all the users know that, because as you know, I've been in a lot of meetings, and it's never been, yeah, so as long as they're good with it. I just didn't want to get in a gotcha where they had to know, like, oh, you need to know all the local rules and the federal rules and the state, and, okay, good.
And most of them that have been operating on the radios are aware of all the federal rules. They're pretty well known out there.
But like when you certify radios, I thought we were just doing it. You don't send them down to ODOT to make sure
We
the
work
radios.
with ODOT, so we can certify them and ODOT can certify them, and what we do is share that list, that database.
But I mean, practically on police chief so-and-so buys 20 more radios, they come in and you do them, or ODOT does them, and it doesn't matter who?
Right. So,
Really?
for example,
Never-
ODOT's got other users, OSP and ODOT. So if they tested a new Motorola radio that just came out and they qualified it, we no longer have to test that. Now it goes on an approved list, and if, we'll say Chief Moore down in Sun River decided he wanted to buy those, we no longer have to qualify them, they've already been qualified, and vice versa with the state.
Speaking of that, doesn't adult pro and probation use radios too? So what are they not users, or who do they fall under?
They are users, they fall under DCSO
They're under
though.
DCSO.
Oh, do they?
And then there's quite a few other non-public safety related users that don't fall under this specific user agreement, but we do have user agreements with them as well.
Separate ones, okay. Okay, so decertification.
Well, there was actually one other thing on 3.5, that accessories too is a big part of that, not just software, because, I mean, the mic issue that we ran into last year where they went out and bought their own accessory microphone for their system that caused problems, so.
Right.
They have a
Was that Ben PD? Or,
Was.
yeah,
I believe there were actually a couple agencies that had bought accessories that had caused issues.
yeah, that's a good point.
And even without this document, we've already been working to address that. Ben PD, for example, their CERT team just bought some new adapters, sent them to us for qualification.
So they are starting to do these things.
Yes.
It's not like this gets signed and all of a sudden their world changes.
We've already started this process. This
Yeah.
is just the formality behind
Yep,
it, and
yep.
they're all
That's
expecting
good.
it.
They were just behind the 8 ball a little bit. Like they would purchase them, use them, and then come in and go, oh, by the way, here you go. So it's gotten much better now.
Yeah, okay,
Having a bit of a problem.
Yeah.
all right, keep going.
Three seven is just the ability to program radios. We keep that pretty tight, specifically for the reason that happened in Harris County, Texas, where a kid got his dad's ham radio, programmed the Harris County public safety system into that, and then caused major havoc by it going over the air. So we don't allow anybody else to program radios with the exception of us and ODOT.
Are you doing that now?
Yes. risk of loss is pretty standard. They take possession. They actually sign for anything that's district provided. And of course, if it's their own radios, they already have that liability. And then notification. So because we use encryption in our law enforcement radios, they have to notify us immediately if there's a lost radio or a stolen radio. That way we can either kill that radio remotely to where it can't be accessing the system, or we push an encryption change to the rest of the users.
Okay, background checks.
The furnishing of end-user radios, it's just allowing the user agencies to make the final determination on what they want with assistance from the district. The same thing with the radio maintenance and repair services.
I think that clause is important too, in that it shows we're not trying to compete with the private sector for the things that they do now, the Day Wireless or others, that we're just coordinating really that support.
That's exactly what we'd be doing, and we've spoken with Day Wireless and Comms Northwest specifically about the scenario, and we would still be working with them just as much as the other agencies are today. The difference is we would be a middleman. So it would just give us a little bit more management of all of the assets and what's happening to those assets.
Okay. So this, yeah, keep going.
Okay. System resources, that's just referencing the radio towers and the system composition itself to ensure that there's adequate usage ability from each of the users. So saying that we've got enough resources to allow all of the users that we're offering this to operate on the system. The monitoring of talk groups, that was another question that Dave had on the monitoring. That's standard, and we have to do that, both for troubleshooting as well as liability aspects. For police, we currently provide a internet feed of audio traffic already, where even the public can listen in on the unencrypted traffic, with a delay, of course, in case we had to stop that due to safety or concern.
So what about this? I'm still on. Are you still on? I'm still on 4.4.
Yep, that's 4.4.
So what about the comment? Seems a bit invasive, confidentiality. Is that going to seem invasive to the users?
We're doing it today, and they're aware.
Yeah, we've always done this. If they have a car-to-car channel, and if something's being said, we'll switch over to their car-to-car channel and maybe get some information off there, like a person that they think has a warrant, we'll get the name off that way and run. And they know we do it, we've been doing it for years, and then we'll get out of it. It's not something we want them to think we're monitoring, and that's what we've told them, because we don't want them to get in the habit of relying on the dispatcher to be monitoring that channel, because it's a secondary channel. So that's kind of why we don't do it, but it's there if we need to, so.
Subject to recording, it sounds like.
Yep.
Sounds like you're warning them or something.
And most all of our channels are already being recorded. There's only a select few that are not, and
Oh, really?
user agencies are aware of those.
Train the trainer instruction.
And that's a public retention requirement. Video operator training, that's something new that was not rolled out. The practice itself was not rolled out during the initial law enforcement system deployment. However, we've already initiated that with fire, and we'll continue to ensure that adequate training is part of the process for any new users coming on. Database administration, it just says that we're going to manage the system. The radio station licenses, it just identifies Deschutes County 911 as being the license holder for all those federal licenses. And that's pretty much the meat of the entire document. The last sections, the 5 and 6 and 7, are just terms and conditions that are pretty standard.
Each responsible its own law. Attorney fees. So you want to go to court if there's a dispute, not a arbitration? Is that,
That's certainly an option we could put out there if,
I don't know, what, have you talked about that at all? I mean,
cheaper.
Huh?
The court would be much cheaper.
Court is?
We don't pay a filing fee as a public entity, and then we get the court services. Arbitration, we'd be paying an arbitrator thousands of dollars.
Oh, I'm just bringing it up as just, the deer out there. Two of them.
So cute.
Thanks, Lee, for providing that salad bar.
It's lunchtime for the deer. All right, so you're gonna, assignment, no waiver of claims, entire,
So the agency heads have already seen this document.
yeah.
They don't have any feedback on it. They're expecting it. In fact,
They don't, well, that doesn't mean they may want you to do just what we did, is walk them through it again, or
Sure.
they maybe didn't, I don't know, maybe they've all been very conscientious and seen it and shown it to their city or county, or city, whoever, but I don't know what your idea was, but,
and I've walked through it with the public safety review team, which is the kind of the second in commands that get together to talk about technology, primarily radio. And we have gone
I
through.
just think it'd be good to go through it with the user, the main people that have been sitting for 2 years saying, here's your new agreement. So I always like a meeting of the minds. You were in the meeting, Chief Porter, and we told you this, and just that's what I don't know, I'm big on meeting of the minds as well as signing signatures, because you were there, we went through it, we walked you through it. So I don't know, that'd be my suggestion. Do you agree with that, Dave?
Yeah, I think that helps as a practice, I agree. I think in this case, certainly the larger jurisdictions will run it by their city attorney and whatnot. So we may get some suggested edits, I'm not sure. Occasionally, City Ben might suggest something.
Yeah.
I will.
You know what I mean by meeting of the minds in law, in contracts? If you and I talk, we can have a meeting of the minds, and then we put it memorialize an agreement. But it's good we've had, kind of like we've now seen it, so we know what you're asking them to do. So if I said, well, I never did that, well, Commissioner Anderson, we were there, and we walked you through these things. Oh, yeah. So it's not a defense, but it solves some kind of political problems down the road. And this is the result, really, of not having a lot of these things and 2 years of uncertainty. So that'd be my recommendation, just kind of like you did, just take the lead, and I'll walk you through these.
I can circulate it out via email and then try to schedule appointments individually to talk to chiefs. That would be key stakeholders. I will not be present at the 21st user board. I'll be at the hospital having a baby.
Well, that's.
I think he picked that day intentionally.
Yeah.
I've had that planned ever since the user board agenda came out.
Well, maybe Dave can walk him through it. I mean, I just think it's good to do the one-on-ones and everything, but it's good to have people say in front of other people, hey, just like we did, okay, we read it, we understand it. It's just, it's been such a long discussion about these responsibilities and who did what, and I just think it's a good way to cap it, just like we're making some changes in the user agreement. So if you can't do it, or maybe Sarah can, or maybe Sarah and Dave could do it, just, it's pleasant. It could be just a pleasant thing, but I think it'd be smart.
Sure. Get along well with
I'll
it.
go ahead and send it out then, and then we can put that on the agenda for the
Thank God
21st.
we don't have Santa Ana West.
And if the baby comes early, I can still be there.
Yeah, okay, good.
Did
What's the update? Got a side conversation here, you might as well share.
We were
Get
looking
pictures?
at the fire from 20.
Yeah, they
Got
did a level
pictures?
3 evac right now
Level
on one neighborhood, so that's a get ready
Right,
type
get
scenario. And they have 2 task force, 1 and 2 en route, and I think they lost 2 homes possibly, or at least 2 structures.
Who's taking the lead?
Nathan's command right now.
What's that?
Nathan, he asked who was taking the lead, and I said Nathan was command on the evacs right now. Is it close to his house?
you know, it doesn't appear like it's right on top of them. It looks like it's maybe a couple miles away.
Yeah.
But, it's hard to tell from a.
Well, wind can start blowing
Yeah.
fast.
It's the 4 o'clock wind.
Good.
So the service level agreement for the radio subscribers and accessories, that's this is the document that's been receiving all the talk from the user board and from the agencies. The user agreement, they didn't really say much about. This has been more of their discussion point. And what this is basically the definition of what 911 will provide as a maintenance function to the user agencies if they were so inclined.
I think you heard Captain Gregory and Chief Porter mention this, wanting us to define it a little bit more and dig a little deeper, so we met with them, and this was refined after that conversation.
So $5 per radio per month. So what do they have, 150 radios or something, or?
I think BPD, I believe, has around 180. Deschutes County Sheriff has over 200.
They pay $5 per month per radio, so $60 a year.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a fair price?
It's very fair. It's based on our burden, so they're paying cost, basically, for those.
They ask and see if that's what other users pay in other areas, or?
They can. I don't believe they have. I've worked with a lot of different radio users across the nation, and that's probably the cheapest that you'll find. That's not free.
Don't like that.
Most other PSAPs actually have user fees just like
Right.
part of the system that funds the 911 center. And the fact that we don't is godsend our public safety agency. So.
Because they don't have, the other agencies don't have the public, or the
We have our
property
property
tax
tax
base,
base,
yeah.
There's roughly 1,700 radios across the county in use. The goal out of this was to figure out how to absorb a head count to provide that maintenance service. So that's basically what we're doing by this fee, would be providing a head count that's going to do nothing but maintenance on the subscriber devices.
It's $8,500 a month.
And to give reference, if they have to do an RMA on a radio that we could possibly fix, it'll save about $700 per radio.
RMA.
Return material authorization.
Oh, I should know that, well.
You didn't read my abbreviations? I sent that in an email.
Sorry, I didn't.
About 20 pages long.
Yeah.
A return material authorization is just what we call anytime we have to ship a radio off for another tech to work on it.
Oh, I see. So these are things you've spelled out to them, for what they get for their money, is what you're saying, and.
Correct. And what they don't get. That's defined as well.
Where's the don't get?
So on the bottom of the first page, the unplanned in-house maintenance.
Oh, I see.
Additional cost, or if we have to ship radios off because it's beyond our technical capacity, they'll pay a pass-through rate, whatever the cost is.
So this is all kind of stuff you'd expect us to do under the subscriber maintenance plan?
Correct. The maintenance plan itself is a preventative maintenance plan. If they were to drop a radio, run it over with a pumper truck or something like that, that's handled differently.
You're saying all of this stuff is preventative maintenance, it's
Correct.
not the, okay. Good. Well, so we haven't had this before either?
Something that was requested, I think the first couple weeks that I came on, Ben PD specifically requested us to provide some service like this. And we've been refining it over time until it is what it is today.
All right, well, so I guess this was just kind of a review for us. Do we need to approve the agreement that we're gonna use, or is that?
You certainly could, if you're comfortable with it. If this is what we're gonna move forward with, you can, it's the governing
so
body.
so we're say as a, on the recommendations of our 911 staff, move approval, that this be presented the intergovernmental agreement contract be presented to the user board? Is that's kind of what we're gonna do, right? You're gonna present it and ask, do they vote on it, or how do they deal with it at a meeting?
The users?
Yeah,
I'm assuming they'll take it back to the jurisdictions.
Right.
so we're just, would be approving that this is what we're recommending to them, and,
You'd
okay.
be authorizing Sarah to sign the one, the,
Yeah.
The IGA.
the IGA, you'd be authorizing her to sign that. And, don't believe there's a signature on the service level agreement, that's more of just like a pricing sheet,
It's an
I
opt-in,
guess.
right?
Yeah, and then, the operating agreement will be signed by all the jurisdictions,
Okay,
including, the governing body, I believe, will sign on behalf of 911. So you'll have an opportunity at that time.
so I'd seek a motion that this be presented to the.
I seek a motion to.
No, I seek it, you make it.
Okay, you have to make it then. What was I going, what did I make before?
So just make a motion that we would approve this to be proposed to the intergovernmental agreement contract number, or
But I-
as presented.
But I did.
That was
make
the
a mo-
user, we did that already.
Okay, so we're not talking about this, because this,
We're talking about this one. We approve this form so that, for presentation to the users.
okay, the intergovernmental.
Yeah.
Okay, I make a motion that we approve the intergovernmental agreement, contract number 2019. Do we have the finish on that? Thank you. Deschutes County 911 Service District and agency name, contract.
Okay. I'll second that. Any comments?
No?
Well, thanks for all the work. I'm anxious to see how it goes. If they don't like it, we'll withdraw our support.
292? Okay, thank you.
292.
Okay, thanks. Thanks for the transparency of all this. Appreciate it. Is that
And what
it?
about this one? We don't have to do anything with this one?
Yeah, Dave didn't think we needed it. That's just kind of a
It's just an option.
policy kind of thing, you know, it's like your computer.
Attachment won't it lead to the user agreement that
It'll be an addendum per agency, yeah.
All right, well, thank you. I think, did you have anything else for today?
We're still on track for Fire Go Live next week.
Oh, exciting.
so-
What day?
It'll,
15th.
15th, yeah.
15th.
So the good news is that we'll have some feedback on the 21st from the fire agencies about how the Go Live went.
Oh, good.
And it better be good news. No, just kidding.
Better be. Well, they've been so excited, you know, how can
They
they
are.
complain now?
We had a great meeting yesterday where Ben Fire again said, we've been doing testing and it's been phenomenal, so.
Well, that's
all
great.
good stuff.
Great.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks for joining us today and waiting.
add that there's one house is a total loss, but it looks like they're getting it contained pretty quick.
Yep, I just
Oh,
saw
good.
that too. So that's
So
good
what's
news.
all this stuff out that way? Is that this prescribed burn out there? I mean, it looks really yucky.
Yeah, Sisters was like sucked in because of.
So where should we be on the 15th to see the go live? What's the main fire station or at the?
911 would probably be the best place.
You pull like a lever or something or push a
No,
button?
but we'll have Harris representatives on site.
Oh, really?
We've got 4 teams set up that are going to be spread out across the county that are going to do.
Good photo op.
It would be.
I'll be FaceTiming from the Dominican Republic, but I'm there in spirit because they moved the date.
Okay.
So,
Well, you can FaceTime from there all you want.
yeah.
You lucky person.
Good. All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Anything, you need anything else with them, Tom?
No, not for
Okay.
now. I do, wanted to follow up when we get, maybe we can wait until he gets back, just on the improvement.
Okay.
We do have 2 documents Nick needs signed.
Well, and Lee, are you going to report maybe? Are we going to talk about the Courtney a little bit? Is that what you were waiting for?
He was actually, case Overturf came up, but we could talk about Courtney, certainly.
Oh, well, how is, I was at the last meeting with Overturf. There's quite a few plans.
Yeah, the goal right now is to be completely done with the drawing package by Friday, and then also submit for permits. And then from there, we'll evaluate breaking up the package into smaller sub-packages to bid out.
So we talked about the excavation and the building of the building and then the putting up of the pole. Those are the kind of the 3 main, well, and then Are you still thinking about using a contractor to as an oversight of all of them, or are you gonna be the we gonna be the contractor, or?
We're waiting for, once we have the final document and plans, and we've gotten through our internal plan review, we'll have a final recommendation. But right now, at our last meeting, what we're discussing is probably three packages, most likely a general contractor handling the building itself, electrical contractor handling all electrical, and then with possibility of dividing that between the hut and the site electrical, and then the tower or the pole. So that's kind of the direction we're going right now, and we'll most likely utilize a local construction manager rather than a general contractor to tie it all together and have site oversight on the site for day-to-day construction operations, making sure there aren't issues with neighbors, et cetera, and that things get buttoned up each day, the kind of day-to-day things.
Oh, good. Okay. Good.
As far as health services coordinating, we'll have.
So you guys can go. I think we're done. Thanks.
Be safe.
Yeah.
We expect we'll have more data tomorrow. We added 4 additional data logging sensors today. We did some additional shutdowns overnight, and we'll have more data tomorrow. So we're currently kind of still in a wait and see mode. We do have one sensor that we think may have an issue, so we've set up a redundant sensor to determine whether that's the case or not. So the goal is G2 consultants will be back on site tomorrow midday, and they'll do the full download of the data that we've been gathering since Monday, and then an analysis. And hopefully, our plan is to make a recommendation by end of day tomorrow, so that we have Friday to prepare for reoccupying the building.
I heard, I think it was you on the radio or about it, or maybe it was Tom. I heard Tom this morning too. But I wonder about characterizing it as just an odd, I mean, it's true, it's kind of an odd HVAC system, but we've had it so the question in everybody's mind would be is, well, yeah, but we've had it all these years, why, so we've been leaking. It seems like we need to say there's something that's changed, because it's been there for
20
all
years.
these years, and so I was thinking maybe, I mean, I think it was you talking this morning, Tom. I thought you sounded good on it, but I was thinking maybe we shouldn't blame maybe it's a change of that design over time in terms of how we spin it. I was just kind of concerned. It looks like people that worked there 20 years ago, I think I got sick from that. I wonder now if I have a...
One important thing for me that I've kept in mind through it all is that we've still been well under with what we've sensed the most stringent standard.
It's just not zero.
Right, the design engineer standard. And so in buildings where you have individual units that have combustion and intake associated, some kind of CO entrainment at very low levels is somewhat typical. And so I think part of what's led to this is in seeing that we have some issue and wanting to do our due diligence, we're doing a level of investigation and data logging here that's not typical of buildings.
Yeah, exactly. That's how I felt when you presented it. It's
So-
like if we went in our own homes, we might have this much carbon
Right.
monoxide, but we don't ever.
Exactly. And so
do it.
I think it's a product of the extent to which we're going to make sure we don't have a deeper problem. And I would say that it's prone, buildings of this style are prone to.
That might
these
be a
type
good
of
message when we're
challenges.
talking about it, is that, and what happened in March was related to a snow coverage issue that really maybe accelerated, but in general, that's a really good point. I mean, if you've got a gas furnace inside your house, you probably got some carbon monoxide, but it doesn't mean you're at risk necessarily. You get.
I sleep with a monitor right by my bed. I really do.
Our hunting club used to have a basement
I don't know.
bedroom, and we always had it, and my dad would always crack the window because there was a fireplace down there,
Right.
gas fireplace. It was like, we all wake up dead, or we don't wake up, I guess.
Yeah,
You
so-
don't wake up, that's the problem.
I think the
There's
key
always
message
freaked
is
out.
we've got
We wake up with a
redundant,
really bad headache.
redundant alarm systems in place. We've got data logging sensing that's, way beyond the typical investigation that's reading at very sensitive levels, and that has
Yeah.
shown that we're well below the thresholds.
Yeah. But it's almost like since we're investigating, we want to just we're trying to zero it out, or we're going to, yeah.
Right.
That's a good message.
It should be at zero though, really, shouldn't it?
I don't know.
Typical would be to get a few minor readings, but, yeah, our goal is 0, and we want to make sure we get there.
Well, if there's no combustion in the building with the new system,
Right.
there wouldn't be many sources for.
I didn't want to ask it in the public meeting with the press there, but is this boiler thing really the easiest way to fix this, or, I mean, is it over correcting, or?
That's a good question. There's really, broadly speaking, there's kind of 3 big options. One, the type of system we have with the individual units. One would be a heat pump system with electric reheats. The just early basic calculations showed that our electrical usage would at least most likely quadruple, if not higher. And so that seemed like a tough choice to make. The boiler system really is, it's, after reviewing all of them, in our view, that was the best way to get to isolating the combustion, and as well as having a good long-term system for the future that we'd have good control of and be able to, 1, have good comfort levels, and 2, avoid issues with CO in the future. So,
But is it less expensive or more expensive than doing the heat pumps? And did you do a 10-year projection of what a boiler system would cost, both implementation and ongoing?
we can do some additional evaluation of those 2 systems by comparison. Really kind of what happened is we started down that road with a mechanical engineer, and they said the early information that we have is that it's not worth going further and spending more time investigating it, because at this point it doesn't look viable cost-wise or power usage-wise. So that's kind of why we didn't go further down that road, but we can certainly prepare a little more extensive documentation of that.
It'd be good to see, yeah.
Okay,
Right,
thank you.
Commissioners, you have in front of you order number 2019-013. That is to allow the reopened record with the timeline inputted by Adam. That's on the Weisenheit marijuana application. And you also have ordinance 2019-010 that you approved this morning that has the amended language on the emergency clause.
So that one we've already approved, I
Right.
think. And this one, we kind of need a motion probably,
order
right?
you do,
On the
yes.
order. So this is the order to suspend the, this was Walker Road, wasn't it? So it says a 58-day pursuant to an email. Pursuant to an email. That's an unusual whereas, isn't it? Attached exhibit, being the last day the county may take final action, August 20th. Whereas the applicant's requested reopening the public hearing, whereas the board has determined some testimony information regarding this is paramount importance of this proceeding. It's our discretion to reopen in accordance with, therefore, it's reopened on June 14th. Written record for all parties for new evidence and argumentation is extended to June 21st. Written record for all parties, written record of all parties, so it's not for evidence, but it's really for argument, the second step.
Yeah, it's Adam Smith, Assistant Legal Counsel. I admit it a bit awkwardly phrased, but I did a quick review, and my understanding is it's just as we discussed, and I also discussed this with Stephanie Marshall representing the applicant, that basically putting it in abeyance mid-June. There will be a 7-day period for any party to submit anything that they want into the record, 7 days to respond, and then 7 days for final legal argument. We added the language on the clock just to make it perfectly clear to all parties that this is not eating up any of the county's time to issue a final decision. They're agreeing to toll the clock for this entire period of time, and so when the case starts up again at the end of that 7-day final legal argument, we will have the same amount of time as we do right now today.
And I notice it says the applicant, there's no mention really of the appellant agreeing or appellant.
And that's because in our code, it's a requirement if the applicant is asking to reopen the record that they have to agree to toll the clock. The board, of course, can unilaterally reopen the record, but of course, then we run into some time constraint issues. So technically, this is being done based on the applicant's request, and that is how we are able to condition it on them tolling the clock.
Okay. Okay. So do you have any questions, Commissioner Dare?
No.
Okay, got 3 copies, so I'll get one for me. And really, from a practical standpoint, we don't know if this amount of time is enough or not for the applicant. It probably is enough for the appellant to get in anything more they want, but, okay.
Yeah, if the applicant's holding their breath on the criminal justice system, who knows?
That was my thought all along, but yeah.
That was explained to them as well. If they need more time at the end, they're going to need to request more time. That's why from the very outset, I mean, it was an open-ended request to begin with, and we pushed back and said, no, it needs to be told to a time certain. We're not going to just have an open-ended request. That doesn't make any sense. And so it's been explained to them that, it's really on them. If they don't get the information in that period of time, they're going to have to ask to reopen the record, or, the board may choose to just proceed at that point in time.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, well, I'll propose a motion to approve this order.
I would like to propose a motion to approve this order, an order reopening the record for the submittal of written materials on file number 247-18-000504-AD 247-18-000505 AD 247-18-000506-SP and 247-19-000178A.
It's order number 2019.
18-1013.
Okay, I'll second that. Any comments or
No,
discussion?
thank you for preparing this.
And, okay, Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
The chair votes yes.
And I'll pass on the thanks to
We'll wish
Jacob.
ourselves good luck.
I'm here shepherding it through the end, but Jacob's done most of the legwork on it, so I'll pass on the thanks.
All right. Now, if you need it with all 3 signatures, you ought to get Commissioner DeBonne tomorrow, but we got 2 of them here.
I think with Commissioner Bone being absent for the vote, that we'll have to proceed with just your 2
Okay.
approvals on that. The ordinance, the other ordinance, since that was approved by emergency and you already voted on that earlier today, he could sign that at a later date, yeah.
All right, all right. Well, let's see. We have an executive session. Do we have more than one executive session?
Just the one.
What about other items? Do you have any other items?
I didn't have any other items. I was curious to see how your tour went yesterday.
Yeah. So should we continue here and do that, or should we do executive session? We would just, turn off our,
Yes, if you go into executive session, we would have to discontinue the recording. We would then have to come back into open session and start recording back up to come back into open. You can't convene from executive session. You have to come back into open session in order to close the hearing. You can't recess or adjourn from executive session, my point being. So if the only thing left is executive session, I might suggest we go upstairs.
well, we got a few other items, I guess.
Otherwise, we'll have to have our technical person stay to fire the system back up after executive session.
Oh, okay. Well, we just have a few updates, I guess. We could do that. We'll reconvene upstairs. Is that what you're saying? We could reconvene upstairs now to finish the other items and the executive session. Does that sound good? Okay. So we'll be adjourned for this morning's meeting.